Wayne's work ending. Oh, in 2 hours, Zukimi. I'm assuming it's going to be 2 hours. Another 2 boosts since I can use Nitro for 2 weeks for free. Digit, really appreciate the boosts, brother. Really appreciate that, man. Thank you. All right, we should be live now on both YouTube and on Twitch. At least I hope. Wait, why is it sending... That's weird. Shouldn't be sending that little. Why is it sending that little? No, it isn't. But YouTube says that it is. Huh. Go home, Akko will help me through the torture. Wait, 1 minute 30 seconds at a various before you go home? Or 1 hour and 30 minutes? Still wanting and hoping for an Accolon interview with Ian or Denuser. That would be awesome. Bro. Would I love having that? Yeah, of course. Of course I would. I would love to do that. I don't think I would ever be able to do that, but I would love to do that. Elisa Day, how you doing? Voicey TV, how you doing, brother? You mean with Metzen? Dude, I would love to speak to Metzen as well. But actually, one of the interviews that we're going to be going through today is an interview that was done with Mike Ybarra. Because there's some very interesting stuff happening there. Some very interesting stuff happening there. Then we have an IGN interview that we'll be covering. I already watched it, but we'll watch it again. We'll pretend like we haven't watched it. 53, Akko interview with Tali. When? No. I mean, I've always been open to talking to Taliesin. I even invited him once to have a conversation. He declined. So, you know, I'm not afraid of having conversations with people, whether I agree or don't disagree with them, or disagree with them doesn't really matter as far as I'm concerned. By the way, is the YouTube chat showing up on screen for anyone? Because it doesn't look like it is. I want to see Akko interviewing Chris Metzen so we can see Akko fangirling hard. Bro. Like, you have no idea, man. Yeah, I would absolutely be fangirling. 100%. So I don't think the YouTube chat is showing up. Even though it's set to show up, it should show up. Oh, there we go. It's finally doing its thing, I think. It's finally starting to come through, I think. Pringles, how you doing? Hope you're well. Meeks, how you doing? Imagine a 4-way, three-hour interview with Noble, Accolon, Metzen, and Denuser. Oof, would be like Christmas. Dude, so the reason I would love to talk to Mike Ybarra, actually, like, I think Mike Ybarra would actually be my favorite person to interview. But only because I want to ask, I want to know, what were the limitations that Activision placed on Blizzard? Dude, I would love to speak to any developer that can give me a clear-cut answer as to what limitations was introduced by Activision or by like these parent companies, you know, like EA, those companies. I would love to fucking know. I'm getting really annoyed with this chat, by the way. Like, this chat is now starting to officially piss me off. How do I fix that, do you think, chat? I think I may know, even though it's gonna be somewhat weird. Let's try something here quickly. Let's change the width of this. Let's do 500 by 500 and see if that does something. Okay, that must fix it now. Oh my god. Thank you. I have fixed it, chat. I don't even need help. Like, just look at that. I fixed it. Now that is what I call good work, Accolon. Yeah, man. Fuck, I'm smart. That was purely by accident. I just thought, what if I changed the dimensions will that actually fix things? And seemingly it has. So, you know. I get Toxin. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rasad, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. I got Toxin with the Prime sub. Really appreciate that, man. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind, sir. All right, chat. So we have... No, we have so much to fucking go over today. There's so much to cover. Did you enjoy the conversation with Conco? Of course, Razor Connor. It was really good. By the way, if you guys haven't seen it yet, there's a 3-hour podcast with me and Ruricon where we talk everything World of Warcraft and Blizzcon, where I go into detail about all the reasons why you should be hyped for the expansion, some of the things that could go wrong with the expansion, you know, so it was a really fun conversation. It wasn't supposed to be 3 hours, and it went to 3 hours because neither of us realized that we're actually just, you know, we're just talking and talking and talking. Seen it? It's how I just discovered your channel. Love the content opinions. Rasa, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Welcome, bro. Very happy to have you here. Delamain, how you doing, bro? How's viewership been since BlizzCon? Asking to see if there's more interest in game now. I mean, I wouldn't know that. It's a little too soon for that. Right now, you know, whether viewership is up or not. But I can tell you just based on what people are telling me. So based on what people are discussing with me and how the comment sections are going, I can tell you there is, like, at least, you know, this is sort of like meta level, but there is a lot more optimism than what there used to be. If we go back a month from today, like a month ago, the vast majority of my videos would be made with a lot of cynicism, a lot of skepticism, a lot of people going, dude, I really want to care about the lore, but I just don't give a fuck anymore. You would get a lot of people that would complain about World of Warcraft in general. And since BlizzCon, a lot of the comments I get are from people who, like, everyone is still cautious. I'm going to say that. It's not like it used to be in the past. You know, I remember covering Battle for Azeroth and even Legion, and people were super, super hyped. That's no longer the case. I hope Blizzard understands that they've got their work cut out for them. There's going to be some hard years ahead where everything that Blizzard does is going to come under a microscope. People are not going to forgive Blizzard any mistakes this time around. You know, it used to be where Blizzard could make a bunch of mistakes and people would just forgive them. The bank is empty. You know, Mike Morhaime used to say, I mean, just let me think, how do I want to word this? Mike Morhaime used to say, game development is, there's two bank accounts for a gaming company. The first bank account is the bank account that players pay into, right? When you buy a game, you pay money, the game company gets the money. That's good, right? Everyone loves that money. But then there's a second bank account, and Mike Morhaime used to say that this bank account is actually more important than the monetary bank account. And it is what he called the Bank of Goodwill. Now, Mike Morhaime used to believe that every single time a company makes a really good game or makes a really consumer-forward decision, so they're making a decision for the gamer, sometimes at the expense of money, the company is investing in this Goodwill bank, right? So it's the company that puts money into this Goodwill bank. This Goodwill bank is important, and Mike Morhaime used to say, the reason it is important is if that bank is empty, you are afforded zero mistakes. You make a mistake, you are directly going into the negative because there is no goodwill whatsoever. You look at a company like CD Projekt Red. Why is it that CD Projekt Red was not only forgiven, but is now once again celebrated as one of the greatest gaming companies in the world? Remember, it was a nightmare after Cyberpunk's original launch. People hated Cyberpunk's original launch, yet very few people refunded the game. Most people just said, I'll wait until they fix it. Why? Goodwill. Players had the expectation that CD Projekt Red would actually fix the game to then actually be able to play it. So there was goodwill that they could draw upon. Do you know how much money CD Projekt Red spent on fixing Cyberpunk 2077? $160 million was spent on fixing Cyberpunk 2077. It actually, the cost of fixing it erased all of their profits that they made from selling the game. They broke even the day that Phantom Liberty launched. That's when they broke even. They made exactly the same amount of money at what it cost them. Hopefully they're making profits now. But you know what the CEO of CD Projekt Red said? Why they decided to spend $160 million to actually fix Cyberpunk 2077? Company name. It was more important to them that gamers think of CD Projekt Red as a brilliant gaming company and a company that keeps their promises than it was to have a bank account that's fuller. You see, because that CEO understood one fundamental concept, and that is, if your company name isn't top tier, the next games that you sell will not sell as well because people aren't going to trust you. Just there, they've bought themselves more goodwill. Now, Mike Morhaime believed in this concept. It's one of the reasons he walked into the Diablo III offices and he was like, boys, would you prefer it if we just removed the Diablo 3 real money auction house? And they were like, yeah, we think it should be removed. And he went, right, then we remove it. What many people might not know, and especially if you didn't watch the interview, this was a decision that really pissed off Activision. Like, really pissed off Activision. The real money auction house was making a lot of money. And I mean, a lot of money. You have to think about this. Blizzard was taking 15% of every single purchase that happened on that auction house. My friend, and this was just one person that I knew, I had a friend that made $4,000 a month on the real money auction house. Like, that was his money, profits, after he bought, because he literally just started playing the game, buying stuff that people are selling for too cheap, and then selling it for what it was actually worth. And he would just constantly be playing this game on the auction house. He was making $4,000 a month. Right? Now, can you imagine how many people were probably doing the exact same thing? So how much money do you think Blizzard was churning out with the real money auction house? Mike Morhaime said, this is destroying the game. We're going to remove it. Activision was not happy with that decision. And there are actually rumors that suggest that that was one of the reasons Activision decided to try and get rid of the man, because they no longer wanted him. Now, with that concept explained, and I realized I took way too long to explain that concept, but I really wanted it to make sense. The banks at Blizzard are empty. Not the money banks, they're pretty full, but the actual Goodwill bank is empty. It's been empty for a long time. And it's only gotten emptier. I would not be surprised if it's pretty much in the red at this point. Dragonflight did a little to sort of at least deposit into it, right? Dragonflight didn't really draw from it. Dragonflight did actually deposit into it. It wasn't the best expansion in the history of the world, but it wasn't a bad expansion either. So Dragonflight did reasonably well. But this next expansion is still going into the world with zero goodwill to draw from. So Blizzard is going to have to be on point. There cannot be mistakes, because the player base isn't going to forgive those mistakes. Because we've been through this before. We've seen what happens with Blizzard. They make big promises, and then they don't deliver on those promises. So I really hope that Blizzard understands just how important this is. Because, man, the last thing I want is to be super hyped and Chris Metzen to be back. And as Rurikon loves to say, Chris Metzen could sell condoms to a nun and convince her to use it. Which I think is apt and true. But I really, really, really hope that this cinematic lives up to the hype of the actual game. Because it's going to be heartbreaking if we get back into the game and it's like, oh my god, here we go again. Another one of those expansions. Although I can't see how. I mean, I've watched the deep dive now 4 times with Ian. And I've been trying to listen for anything that he could say that might be kind of like a red flag, or that I might think, oh, this could be very rough if they don't do it correctly. But like, dude, I can't find anything. Like, in the past, there were so many things that you could highlight and go, this can go so bad. BFA, for example, when they announced the Azerite neck, the Heart of the Azeroth neck, I was one of the first people that said, oh, this is going to be so bad, because they have to be, the neck has to be better than the artifact weapons. And I said, that's a very high bar. It's going to be very tough to beat that. You know, I said the same thing about Island Expeditions. I said this could either be really good or it could be really bad, depending on. In Shadowlands, I said from the beginning, the Covenants is a really bad idea. They're not going to work the way that Blizzard thinks they're going to work. They should just be stories. They should not have any gameplay influence. I said that Torghast was a really good idea until literally a month before, when Blizzard decided to change Torghast. And I was like, yeah, this is going to be bad. They'd see this fucking train smash going. So there's been, like, every expansion had its moments where you just looked at it and you went, this could be so good or it could be so bad. But this time around, I'm looking at everything that they announced and I'm going, what's the downside? Like, what could possibly go wrong? The Delves is something that is only meant for outdoor casual players. Like, you can't screw that up. Especially with everything that they announced that's going to be in the Delves. I don't see how you could screw it up. Then you look at, you know, the new Battleground. Like, PvP players have been asking for a new Battleground for years now, so why wouldn't they be happy? There's no player power, from what I can tell. The only thing that could go bad is probably the Hero talents. But, I mean, it's just talents, right? It's just an extra set of talents, and those can be fixed. So that's maybe like the most, let's say, scariest part of the expansion, may be the Hero talents. Because they could mess them up. Jack Sanity, yes. They could mess them up badly, right? But that's true for all talents. Like, just normal talents can be screwed up badly. So that's sort of just part and parcel of the game. You know, it could go wrong. Igor, how you doing, bro? Yes, the 3-day early thing. Now, I want us all to stop saying that it's 3 days early. It's not 3 days early. Everyone else is simply playing 3 days late. There's no such thing as early access. It doesn't exist. The only thing, I don't even think people understand. Early access started. The original idea behind early access was that people would play in an unfinished state. The first games that introduced early access would usually launch like a month before. It would be an unfinished game, and most of the time, all of your progress would be reset the day the actual game came out. If you are releasing a full-fledged game in early access, and then everyone else gets to play that exact same game 3 or 4 days later, you are not launching early access. Your game is just launching 3 days early, and everyone that is too poor to actually afford it can only start playing 3 days later. That's the truth. So stop calling it early access. It's not early access. It's just all the poor people are playing late. That's the end of the discussion. We are doing the billionaires a favor by buying their bullshit, and it would be much better if people just called it what it is. And yeah, I don't know. That's the one part of the expansion that I'm not happy about, because I think it has the possibility of really spiraling out of control. You see, if people don't start pushing back on it, if people don't start, if people keep accepting it, these companies will keep doing it, and they will keep doing it worse and worse and worse, because why wouldn't they? Look, the one thing that people need to understand about corporations is that if the corporation could sell you pay to win, it would. If they could realistically sell pay to win and there would be zero blowback on them selling the pay to win, they would sell the pay to win. The only reason right now most of the companies don't sell pay to win is because every time a company has tried to sell pay to win, there's been outrage. People have refunded their games, people have refused to buy the game. It's always led to a bunch of outrage. That's the only reason there is no current pay to win in video games, at least in most of them. But they would absolutely do it. So here's the thing. If we keep accepting this early access nonsense from game companies, here's what will ultimately happen. Eventually, there will be a $150 edition of the game that allows you 2 months early access. You will eventually get editions of the game where if you buy the digital deluxe edition, all of the dungeons are included in it. If you only buy the standard edition, you only get access to 4 of the 8 dungeons. And you only get access to 1 or the first raid. The other raids you have to pay for in order to unlock. That will ultimately happen. That is what these companies will do. They will keep pushing more and more of this nonsense because if you're buying it, they're going to sell it. So at some point, players will have to start standing up. And I want to be clear, as a content creator, this does not bother me. Like, let me be clear, I don't care. I'm going to spend the $90 and I'm going to make that $90 by streaming early. I'm not going to lose any money. The fact that I'm going to be able to play World of Warcraft 3 days before everyone else means I'm going to make that money back in the first 3 days of streaming. So it does not affect me, like, monetarily. It has zero effect on me. My reason for being angry about it is because I can see where it's going and I can think as a gamer. Will I be buying it? I have not decided yet. That is the God honest truth. I have not decided yet whether or not I feel comfortable with buying it. My instinct says I don't want to. My instinct says I'm probably not going to, because I have never done it for any other game. The only time I've ever pre-ordered a game has been because I love the game. And when I pre-order games, I don't buy the most expensive edition. I buy the standard edition because I just want to play the game. I don't care about all the collectibles and shit that they give me with the game. So I'm probably going to lose the money because I'm going to be streaming 3 days late. But no, I'm probably not going to pay the $90 for 3 days early. Because at the end of the day, for me, this is a principle thing. I believe that principles are important. I believe that if you don't stick with your principles, you are encouraging this kind of behavior. And if it costs me money, then so fucking be it. Then it costs me money. Why do I not have sponsorships on my YouTube channel? Why is it that the only sponsorship I have for my Twitch channel is into the AM? This right here. This little thing right here. Because this little thing right here, they're not paying me for it, but when you buy something on their store, it's 10% off. So it was sort of like I'm not gaining too much, but I'm also not losing anything, and my viewers happen to get something cheaper if they want to buy something there. Cool. I don't do any other sponsorships because, again, I will not take a sponsorship from a company that I don't use. And I use very few products. So anyone that comes to me and says, hey, would you be our sponsor or would you take our sponsorship? Most likely, I've never even heard of the product. So there's no point. So yeah, I'll probably lose the money. You know, and that's just how it is. But no, I will. Right now, my mind is I'm not buying it. So unless it gets gifted to me, which actually did happen before. In Shadowlands, before I even got gifted this collector's edition, one of the viewers gifted me the digital deluxe, whatever the fuck edition for Shadowlands, which is why when they gave me this, I did a giveaway on my channel for a game key for someone. Because I had this game key in this box that I couldn't use because I already owned the game, all right? Because it was gifted to me. But outside of that, I only buy normal editions always. So yeah, that's my thing. Okay, wait, we have a bunch of stuff here. Over on Twitch, Captain Zenith, Drob, thank you so much for the follows. Skyline and Spartan, thanks for the follows. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Big surprise with the resub. Thank you so much, bro. 2 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Ziang, 24 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, over on YouTube, we have super chats from Everys. Everys, thank you so much for $12. Really appreciate you, fam. I haven't played Dragonflight. I'm going through all zones chronologically with Chromie time and no XP gains. I'll see you all at the Last Titan to complain about the fast pace. About the fast pass. What do you mean? I mean, even without XP gains, you'll still hit, like, yeah, you'll probably zoom through those zones anyways. Like, right now, the way that I would play the game if I were you, I would just play the classic versions of the game. If I'm going to be honest, I would just play the classic version of the game. Like, if you want to see the classic story, play classic WoW. If you want to see the TBC story, play TBC WoW. And if you want to play the Wrath story, play the Wrath story. The problem is that the chronological order that you're playing through isn't actually the chronological order of the game. Because Cataclysm changed a crap ton of content in the old world. Most of that stuff you're going to be ripping through so fast that you're not really going to be able to experience it or really appreciate it. But hey, you know, if it makes you happy, of course, keep doing your thing. I would probably play the classic versions instead. But again, thanks so much for the 12. Really appreciate you, fam. Just unsub when there is no new content. Money saved. The fact that you bought it proves Blizzard that they can get away with it. Conan, you are the problem. I would not. Guys, let's chill on this idea of calling gamers the problem and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, it's your money. You work for it. You can do whatever the hell you want with it. I am not going to tell you what you can and can't do with your game and with your money. It is sad, but this is just the nature of the beast. It doesn't matter what any of us do. It doesn't matter. All we can do is speak up and hope that there are enough people to at least make a stand. I don't think calling people names is going to help, because ultimately it's not going to lead to what you're hoping for. Like, just because you called out Kasim and, you know, told them they're part of the problem, that isn't going to convince them to not do it, right? They're still going to do it. We need to lead by example, first and foremost, and just accept that not everyone's going to follow the rules, right? Not everyone cares. It's sad, but that is those are the facts. With all the inflation, I'm okay with all these exclusive price increases. Lace, the subscription fee was always super high, regardless of time. You want to know how we know that? Because Xbox Game Pass is $15 a month. EA Pass, $15 a month. Ubisoft Pass, $15 a month. And there you're talking about hundreds of games. Like hundreds of games that you get included in the $15 a month. So the fact that World of Warcraft, one game, has always charged $15 a month, it has always been an incredible premium. It has always been an incredible premium. It's probably only now that we've gotten to the point where the $15 a month actually kind of makes sense. You know, it's probably now for the first time that the inflation has made the $15 kind of make sense. But you think about all of the things that World of Warcraft monetizes, I believe that even with just $15 a month, they don't need all of this monetization. At least that's my opinion on it. Rythology, I think the sub price has increased in certain areas. I might be wrong, but I remember reading articles about some regions getting increased sub prices. I'm fucking certain that has happened before. So it has increased in certain areas. Other areas have remained very steady. It's still not local currency in South Africa, though. But that's probably because there's not enough people playing in South Africa. Fairy Star, how you doing? Cancerism long-term doesn't matter. Only the short-term gains. Growth at any cost. That will eventually kick them in the ass, though. That will happen. Like, look. No amount of short-term thinking will ever subvert long-term destruction. Ever. The problem with all kinds of short-term thinking is that it will, in the long term, bite you in the ass. That's just the nature of the beast. And yes, a lot of gaming companies right now is sort of hyper-focused on the short term, really wanting to increase profits as much as they can. But that will eventually bite them in the butt. It's going to happen. Players will run out of money. I had this weird conversation the other day with someone on Twitter that somehow could not follow logic, no matter how succinct the logic was laid out. Because my argument around this has always been simple. People are now... like, I think a lot of you probably already feel it as well, but a lot of people are starting to struggle financially, right? Life's getting tough. The economy is getting really bad. Governments around the world are making super stupid decisions. And most people are starting to get to a point where you can no longer just throw money around, right? Every single time something like comes up that you need to spend money on, in the past you would probably just buy. Now you're starting to go, well, do I actually need this? I'm not entirely sure if I actually need this right now. Maybe I can wait a month or two and then I'll get it or whatever. At some point, that is going to come to the video game industry. Right? At some point, people are going to run out of money to buy microtransaction mounts, and people are going to run out of money to spend on trading tenders. People are going to run out of money to buy new expansions every year and to pay $15 a month to play the game. This is going to happen. And when this happens is when all of these gaming companies that have been living very large are going to find themselves in a world of hurt. Because suddenly it's not going to be a case of there's not enough good items for players to buy. It's a case of it doesn't matter how good the item is, players don't have the money to buy it. And so, you know, this is great for the short term. And when the money was flowing and everyone was making hyper cash, this was fun. But the party is over. And the gaming companies will eventually realize that the party is over. Steamcar, how you doing, bro? Ryan, how you doing? Good morning, Akko. Hope stream's been going well. The worst part of that is we'll lose some great devs too. How? How would we lose great devs? Like, look. So I don't care about the developers being laid off. Doesn't bother me one bit. And here's why. Every good developer that loses their job will get a new one very quickly. Good people get picked up. It's as simple as that. If you're struggling to get work, it's probably because you're not good enough in the chosen field that you want to go into. That's just it. Right? If you're good enough and you really want it, you will find another job. That's just as simple as it is. I also don't necessarily believe that all of these developers that are losing their jobs are the good ones. Like, when I'm thinking logically about it, if you're a company and you're firing people, are you firing the best people? Or are you firing the bad people and keeping the best people? Because I would kind of argue you're probably doing the second one, right? You're probably letting all of the bad developers go so that you can retain the good ones that you can now build new games with. Unless you're a moron of course, and you just fire everyone regardless. But that's usually not how it works. Companies have ways of dealing with layoffs. So they lay off, say, you do what Elon Musk did effectively. What did Elon Musk do at Twitter? He fired 80% of the company, and then he went to a bunch of developers that he had just fired, and he got them back. Right? He got them back in. Okay, so I should be clear here because I see a bunch of people having a meltdown in the comment section right now. I am only talking in the developer space. I am not talking about jobs in general. Because there are actually things that have happened. So, for example, factory workers where entire towns were closed down overnight because the factories moved overseas. At that point, you're not getting a job because you're not good enough. You're not getting a job because your business has fucked off. Right? So I'm not talking about the real world. There are obviously companies and jobs out there that also, like developers, are in the same boat. I'm specifically talking about developers. If you're not getting a job in the gaming industry as a game developer, that's because you're not good enough. It's as simple as that. There are plenty of companies that are always hiring for good developers. There are especially a bunch of indie companies that are always looking for good and hungry gaming developers. But then you have to be good enough. You can't just be one of these people that went to college, got your college degree, but have never played a video game in your life. You're probably not going to get the job. Right? It's as simple as that. I don't believe that these companies are just firing the good people or all of the people, good and bad included. I think they're getting rid of the bad people, and there's a reason why this is happening. Because the party has been going on for too long. These gaming studios were able to hire thousands of developers and just, keep churning out content one after the other. Think of Activision. Every year a new Call of Duty. Was it good games? No. It was never good games. It was the same game. Every year, just different graphics. That's starting to come to a halt. Players are starting to go, actually, I don't think I should buy this one. So now all of these hundreds of thousands of developers that's sitting there basically on a factory machine producing Call of Duty, their jobs are going to be lost. But why are their jobs being lost? Because they're unneeded or they're not needed. There's too many developers working there. If Bobby Kotick and Activision were actually thinking long-term, they would have been thinking, we can't do a new Call of Duty every single year. How about we get a studio of 400 developers and we do a Call of Duty whenever the fuck a Call of Duty is ready. But when we bring out a new Call of Duty, we make it good. We make a proper game that players will actually pay for. If they thought about it that way, it would have, Call of Duty would have kept popping off. People wouldn't have been angry and upset. I don't know if you guys saw the newest ratings for the newest Call of Duty, but it is bad. The people are very unhappy with the new Call of Duty. And again, it's the same thing over and over again. FIFA, same thing over and over again. Madden, same thing over and over again. You're just getting the same game with slightly better graphics, and they keep pretending like it's a new thing. And that's because the vast majority of people who work on these games have absolutely zero skill. They came from college, they came from university, and they know how to make a business work, right? They know how to make money. That's it. They don't know how to make games because they don't play games. They're not gamers. They're developers. It's what they studied for. It's what they do. They develop. You give them something, they'll do it. The funny thing is, when you talk to people who do work in the gaming industry, they all say the exact same thing. They all say the exact same thing. There are developers that work for gaming companies where you talk to them about stuff and you realize they have zero creativity. They don't think creatively. They just copy. Oh, you want a shooter game? No problem. I'll just copy what Activision is doing. Oh, you want a sports game? No problem. I'll just copy the last sport game we made. I can write the code. I can make the little graphics, but I can't think outside the box. I don't know how to do that. I'm not a gamer. I don't play video games. So I don't know, what is good and what isn't good. I just know how to write the code. You want a guy that's running and kicking the ball. Done. this will do. So, and gaming companies did this because for gaming companies, the idea was, and I'm talking specifically Activision, Blizzard, EA, Ubisoft, these companies, their idea was, what if we just increase the number of developers? Will this not lead to just more games more faster? That was the idea. More developers means more games more faster. And to an extent that is true, like for example with FIFA. If you're doing the same game every single year, more developers will make more games more faster. That is 100% true. The issue, of course, is can you make a good game faster? I'll leave that to chat. Do you guys think that more developers will be able to make a good game faster? Sun Goddess, 34 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You get quantity over quality. More chefs in the kitchen do not make the dishes faster. See, the problem is, the more developers you have, the more chaotic things get. So, my brother is a COO, I believe, currently, of a developer. Not a game developer. I'm talking about proper AI development. And he has, I think it's something like 20, 25 people working under him, right? That he has to manage. The problem with 25 is getting 25 people to all work in the same direction is super hard. Because as anyone that has ever been in charge of a group of people will tell you, if you don't watch them 24/7, they will not fucking do their jobs. People are lazy as fuck. So if you tell someone, hey, go do this thing, you have to keep checking up. You have to constantly be there. Are you doing it? What have you done? Because if you just leave it, a week later, you'll be like, dude, where's this thing? Oh, shit, I forgot. Or, oh, this. So it's sort of like herding cats when you're running a company. If you have 400 developers working for you, you have to manage all 400 of those developers and have them all focus on the same thing. They all have to be moving in the same direction. Imagine if you have thousands of developers working for you. How much fucking harder is that? Frederick, you are correct. More artists will be able to make more art. But if I'm doing a very specific game with a very specific theme and I need very specific assets, more artists aren't necessarily going to give me the same assets because artists don't all draw in the same way. So, for example, if I want trees, I'm probably going to want a very small team working on the trees. Because the last thing I want is for two trees to look like they belong in two different fucking games. Right? If the trees are in the game, they should all look like they belong in this game. You know, houses. I don't want different artists working on different houses because at the same time, you know, I want people to look at the game and be like, oh, this is what it is. So the more artists you have, the harder it becomes, again, to sort of focus on the singular goal. Where are we going? Right? And everyone has to know where we're going and everyone has to go there. But we'll watch. One of the interviews we're going to be watching today is actually a little bit, they talk about this and how they're trying to tackle this in the new Blizzard, we should say. And by the way, most of the interviews that I've seen so far, they seem to be on this, there's a new Blizzard in town. Domago, thanks for the 100 bits, dude. Really appreciate that. Saving Raven, 25 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is the job of the art director then. I want to lick Minutes Feet. What a name. Yes, but again, if you are the art director and you have 100 artists working under you, that becomes very difficult because you have to keep an eye on all 100. You have to be certain that every single one of those 100 people are doing the exact same thing, or at least in the exact same way. The point is there is a an upper limit that you will start to hit where simply adding more developers will actually not increase the speed at which things are done, but would probably instead decrease it. So you're adding more and more people, but it's ultimately just decreasing the amount of like actual development that's getting done because half of your time is spent in meetings trying to fucking sort out where everyone is going. Right? You have a meeting every single day because you're trying to go, all right, all of the art guys, you have to do this today and this today. So everyone's in meetings the whole time. No one's actually working because it's a fuck up, right? It's no longer than that. That's just on this account. You know this. I know, Saven. I'm aware. Don't worry about that. Skyrex, how you doing, bro? My buddy is a concept artist for a gaming studio and he's freaked out since they are just using AI to create what they want. They just can use a few artists to tweak it the way they want. They already know what they want. It's not about how good you can make it look. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, AI ultimately is going to cost a lot of developers a lot of money. That is just guaranteed. That is just guaranteed. That is going to happen. Domago, thanks for the 10 bits, man. Really appreciate that. I'll check out the theory in a second, Domago. Steady energy today, Viking Bobby. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Appreciate. Thank you. I'll probably not be playing the new patch. I usually play patches on my own. You guys know this. I always play World of Warcraft offline. I've actually been playing quite a lot the last few days. I was up till 2 o'clock this morning, doing Nyalotha, as well as running Visions. Why? Because it's fun. Actually, I'm probably going to be doing Visions again tonight because I can finally do the Stormwind ones. I think it's now the Stormwind one because yesterday was Orgrimmar. So I'm probably going to do the Stormwind ones. Yeah, I didn't play much of BFA. If you guys don't remember, I fucking hated that expansion. So what pissed me off was I still had BFA quests in my quest log. And so I had to go back, and now I'm just completing the BFA quest in my quest log. Not really. I did find something very interesting in Nyalotha, which I think we covered it back in the day, but I can't remember if I covered this specific line. But there's a point where in the very first encounter in Nyalotha with Rathian, he says that N'Zoth has shown me a vision that only through him, only with him, can we save Azeroth. And I found that very interesting. Like, that one line I just found very, very interesting. Sun God is what text? Do you think Battle for Azeroth should be Alliance versus Horde all the way till the last year? Yes. I think if they didn't fuck up BFA's Horde versus Alliance, I think it would have been much better. If they didn't fuck up as badly as they did. Wait. Sun Goddess gifted game time? Where? BFA should have had at least 3 parts as well. Dude, every expansion since Legion should have had at least 2 parts. Like, at least. No one will ever convince me that Argus should not have been an expansion. No one will ever be able to convince me that it should not have at least been a fucking expansion. And the same goes for N'Zoth. It should have been its own expansion. The only expansion in the last 6 years that should not even have been a patch was Shadowlands. That's the only one. Domago, thanks for the 40 bits, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, bro. Shadowlands should have been a book. It should have been an email, actually. Like, Shadowlands is the literal equivalent of this could have been an email. Like, we didn't have to attend the meeting for Shadowlands. They could have just sent out an email. Just tell us what happened there and let's move on. So what comes after BFA, you think? You mean if Shadowlands didn't happen? Directly in the past, at the start of the Bronze Dragonflight questline is just a throwaway. Jono, I'm not sure, but I think a lot of that will eventually come to fruition. It's definitely not just throwaway. It will eventually be used. You're talking specifically about N'Zoth saying, I know you, and I've seen what you've done. Seriously, what the fuck were they thinking with Shadowlands? I mean, I've gone through this before, but it's so easy to see what they were thinking. It's not even difficult. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. The game was changed. It's as simple as that. The game was changed. I get triggered whenever I talk about this because it just reminds me of how good the story could have been. But all you have to do is analyze everything that was said before Shadowlands came out by both the developers as well as the in-game characters, and then look at what we actually got in Shadowlands, and you immediately realize someone somewhere decided to throw the script out the window and start a new one. Like, someone just said, nah, fuck it, I can do it better. And went on their merry way and just started typing away on a brand new story midway through. And their argument there was, who cares, right? Whenever someone came into the office and was like, okay, this is really cool, but what about literally things that happened 2 seconds ago? And they were like, nah, the player won't remember that. Let's go first. Let's go for the first piece of evidence. Ian, on 4 or 5 different occasions, says that Sylvanas, and asked specifically, is Sylvanas the new Arthas? Is she the new villain? Ian says, no. Sylvanas is a morally grey character. What about Sylvanas' story in the Shadowlands was morally grey? Like, where did Sylvanas, where was this morally grey character that we were supposed to get? Like, name one of her actions that you could say, oof, that was morally very grey. Veranoth is morally grey. Iridacron is a morally grey character, by the way. Why are they morally grey? Because you can see what they are trying to do. You can see the problem that they have. Now, from our perspective, what they're doing is evil because they're doing it to us. But from their perspective, they have a very good reason for why they're doing it. And their goal isn't to kill people. Yes, some will die during this entire endeavor, but that's not the goal. The goal is very specifically to stop the Titan influence on Azeroth. That is what a morally grey character looks like. Veranoth, Iridacron, very good examples of morally grey characters. Farak, on the other hand, a very good example of a character that started out as morally grey, and then shifted into the oh shit category. You know, the you went too far category. Sylvanas is a very good character, or a very good example of a character that started out as morally grey because they said she was, but then every action she took in Shadowlands was like, oh, well, there's one of 2 options for Sylvanas' character. Either she is evil and batshit crazy, or she's a fucking moron. Those are your options. There is no morally grey version of Sylvanas. Even though Ian said it, it doesn't exist. Because ultimately what they did with Sylvanas is they made her a gullible fool, which is interesting because Sylvanas is actually one of the one of the characters in World of Warcraft that trusts people the least. She's always had incredible trust issues. Not to mention the fact that her entire existence, including the existence of her people, was ended by the very being that she ultimately bought into. Like, I want you guys to understand this. She was killed by Zuval. Her people were slaughtered by Zuval. And then she turns around and she goes, "Besties? What the fuck? What do you mean?" And then you couple that with Sylvanas telling the player, "When next you see me, you will understand." All of this sets up to... Wait, chat. What does this set up to? Harmony, probably. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All of this sets up to the following. Sylvanas needs us in the Shadowlands because she needs us to either, one, kill Zuval, and she knew that the only way that we would ever follow her into the Shadowlands was if we thought we were hunting her. Because otherwise mortals would not go fuck around within the Shadowlands. And she realized that Zuval... She realized after she killed Arthas and jumped off the top of Icecrown Citadel and met with Zuval, she realized that the true enemy wasn't even Arthas, the true enemy was Zuval, and we had never actually killed the true enemy. So she was trying to get us into the realm where we could finally kill the true enemy. Or, and this is a big one, Zuval should have had a point. Those are the only two ways in which Sylvanas becomes a morally grey character. And it couldn't just be that Zuval had pointy nipples. That was not enough of a character trait to make any of that make sense, or even to make Sylvanas into a morally grey character. The jailer having pointy nipples, that's one thing, but that was not enough to convince me that Sylvanas was morally grey, or to even make sense of the line, "When next you see me, you will understand," because I have now seen her multiple times after, and I understand fuck all. I definitely don't understand why we burnt the tree. I have no idea why she decided to start a war between the Horde and the Alliance. That doesn't make sense. So what exactly am I supposed to understand when next I see her, other than this is really bad writing? You know, like you could even use the whole killing Sourfang as a way for her to get a strong hero into the afterlife. Like, she needs Sourfang in the Shadowlands because she knows how strong he is and he's going to be a vital part of her plan. But then she also says to Sourfang, "I trusted you." Like, in that cinematic, she says to him, "I trusted you." Trusted him with what? Like, if Sylvanas has to be a first-class moron, which we know she isn't, if she's gonna utter those lines and what? She trusted him to be okay with genocide? Like, she knows him well enough to know that he would never be okay with genocide. Like, he would never be okay with needless slaughter. Like, never, ever, ever, ever would that fucking happen. And yet, she says to him, "I trusted you." Dude, the amount of damage that Shadowlands did to Sylvanas' character and just the overall writing is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. I just remembered this. I was like, fuck. Oh, man. That was super annoying. Wait, you're getting ads, Tack Attacks? I don't run ads on the channel. They run automatically. I can't change that. That's Twitch's idea of a good time. They think streams should be interrupted with ads, maybe. I don't know why. Oh, yeah. Twitch does that. Well, you should have an internal one that kind of blocks that, I think. Well, shit, I gotta go. See you all, guys. Have a degenerate day. Domago, thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. I will wait till tomorrow to cover your theory. That way, I'm not covering your theory, and while you're not here. All right. Yeah, you can use an ad blocker, guys. Like, seriously, if you're getting ads, just use a fucking ad blocker. Don't waste your time. All right, are you guys ready for the first interview? And this one is kind of big, by the way. I watched this one last night. Mental, there are ad blockers that work on Twitch. You just have to know which ones. But no, I promise you there are. Don't you lose ad money? Dude, on live streams, I would gladly lose the ad money if it meant that you guys could watch it without me being interrupted by fucking ads. And also, the money I'm losing from the ads, I think last month I made $5 on ads. I'm sure I'll survive. If I need the $5 in order to survive, I'm doing something wrong. So, I'm fine. All right, I'm fine. I'd rather you guys don't get interrupted with ads, if I'm honest. So, no, I'm good. I don't know if you guys have seen this interview yet. I was watching it last night, and as soon as I saw and heard everything they said here, I knew we had to cover this. I knew we had to cover this because there's some big bombshells in this one. Some big bombshells that they drop in this one. Came out yesterday. I wanted to watch it yesterday live, but I just had so much work to do. Voicey TV, 7 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's go.
What's up, everybody? This is Matt Kim from IGN, and we're here at Blizzcon 23 with Holly Longdale and John Hyde from the Warcraft team. Hello.
Hello.
Good show so far.
Sorry, the quality is really bad. Why is it really bad? Why is YouTube really bad?
So far?
Hey, absolutely, yeah.
I like going in with a nice, friendly hello. You know,
it works.
Yeah,
and we answered in unison. So it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's fun. We have fun here. But let's just dive right into it. IGN readers are super excited that we got not one, not two, but 3
IGN readers. Like anyone fucking reads IGN. Like, who's this readers that he's referring to? Like, who still goes to IGN's website and reads? The only people still reading IGN are the content creators making videos about the articles on IGN. I don't think there's actual people that read IGN, but never mind.
The World of Warcraft expansion announced all at once.
Yeah.
I'd love to learn more about the process of just being like, you know what, let's do it. Let's announce 3 expansions.
Honestly, when Chris Metzen came and returned to us and we started that process, this bubbling up of this passion around the 20th anniversary is almost upon us. It's time to change the conversation, make some big bets. Let's take World of Warcraft in a direction that we may not have imagined in the past.
So that's going to become very interesting throughout this interview, and I'll sort of fill this in for you guys because I've already watched it, so why not spoil it for you now? That way you don't have to stick around till the end of the interview if you don't want to. They are seriously going big. So they've actually now developed, they've established a World of Warcraft universe team. Holly, that you just saw there, she's the executive producer of the World of Warcraft universe, not World of Warcraft the game, not Rumble, or she is the executive producer of the World of Warcraft universe. They announced in this that they're looking at 4 more games. They're looking at StarCraft. This was in another interview, but we'll cover this later. StarCraft is going to come back, only probably in different games, so not necessarily as an RTS, but they're looking at other types of games that can work in StarCraft. They're also looking at movies and series. Yep. That's part of what they're working on right now. Movies and series for World of Warcraft. They have basically thrown out everything that they used to know, and they've said, let's take chances. Let's go big and see what the players think of this. This interview is good. Like, just keep listening, boys.
And you throw something like that at someone like Chris Metzen and the team, and he came back to both of us with this idea that, I mean, you've seen Chris Metzen.
Yeah.
When he starts sharing an idea, and I'm an idea fairy. I love big ideas, so does John. And there was just no way to not get behind this idea that it's an incredible.
Here's the thing, golden rule. When Chris Metzen says, let's do it, you do it. Why do you do it? Because it's Chris Metzen saying it. You don't need a reason. That's just the rules. Chris Metzen, and I'll keep borrowing this from Rubicon because it actually works. Chris Metzen could sell condoms to a nun and convince her to use it. That is just how Chris Metzen is.
Incredible epic story, and we wouldn't be doing it justice if we tried to do it in one expansion. And then we were talking about 2 expansions, and we're like, yeah, it's still, there's a lot more room to grow this tale, and that's how it became 3. And it did start from this essence of, we want everyone to be able to enjoy World of Warcraft and really take us on a journey. And part of that too is, when we say multiple expansions, the other factor in this is we want to do them faster so that you will get this incredible tale in a way you would expect from World of Warcraft, with everything you expect in an expansion. But we want to get you there with these epic moments faster. And, we have some of the inside scoop. What is coming is just, it's incredible. And
they mention the faster thing a couple of times, but there's been other interviews. I can't remember if it's in this one, but there are other interviews where they were asked, does this mean that expansions will be every, like less than 2 years? And basically it was said, not necessarily. So the exact time of how long an expansion will last isn't actually what they mean when they say more content, more faster. It's just that, and this is basically what I said. The way I took it is because the next 3 expansions are all connected to each other. There is no limit to the amount of patch and story content that you can bring out within a specific expansion. So they're going to keep the 8 weeks. Every 8 weeks, you get a new patch with new story and new developments. But the more content, more faster now allows for you to have 2 years of an expansion, but every 8 weeks in that 2 years comes with new story, new content, new everything. So you are getting more content more faster, but remember, everything is connected to each other. So it's not the end of the world if it's 2 years, although I think, my personal opinion, I think they're going to be shooting for every 18 to 20 months. Like 18 to 20 months, I think, is what they want to shoot for. You'll hear, I think she speaks about this a little bit.
The team is just rallied around it. It's really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it naturally, the story really expressed itself best in 3 parts. Mm-hmm. The team had already been planning on, we want to go into the center of Azeroth. We want to go under the ground, which at first we got like underground. I don't know if we want to do that much time just digging in tunnels. And they're like, no, this is going to be expansive. We're going to have these huge caverns, and we actually play around with it with in Dragonflight. Just showing you can fly in a cave. So of course we can do big things inside the center of the Earth, or center of Azeroth. And I think that part was already kind of in place. And Chris looked at it, it's like, okay, this is cool. We'll start from there, and then as we explore that, we uncover the machinations of Xel'Atath, and that kind of naturally led.
And the one thing about Chris Metzen that stands out to me, and I know there's going to be a lot of people right now in this chat, like, can I just quickly, by a show of hands, how many of you know anything about the Warhammer universe? Warhammer 40k specifically, but if it's fantasy, that's still fine. I don't think there's many of you that actually know much about the Warhammer universe. Chris Metzen is a massive Warhammer fan. Now, my books here should tell you, I only started my Warhammer journey like 6 months ago, and I'm accruing books at a massive, massive rate. I love this universe. But here's the thing about the Warhammer universe. It is dark, it is gritty, and it is fucked up. Chris Metzen is a massive Warhammer fan. The origins for Warcraft was Warhammer. The origins for StarCraft was Warhammer. They were originally going to make a Warhammer Fantasy MMO. They were originally going to make a Warhammer RTS. They lost the licenses and decided to go with their own universe instead. But I have a feeling things are about to get very dark in the World of Warcraft universe, and I need this.
To the battle with the void. Well, we're best to have conflict with the void than the Sunwell. So that kind of moved naturally to the next chapter. And then finally, the thing that I think we've all been wondering about for the last 20 years is all the stuff, as Chris said, that the Titans have left behind, you know, the weird artifacts, the mysterious voices, the apparitions that appear. And this is the culmination of that, you know, pulling those threads together and explaining.
If you think about the old school World of Warcraft, we're talking, you know, back in the Mike Morhaime era, I don't want World of Warcraft to be 40k, because it isn't. I don't want World of Warcraft to be fantasy, Warhammer Fantasy, because it isn't. The one thing that World of Warcraft has pretty much always been able to do really, really well, and again, I think this is largely due to Metzen, is it manages to have very dark storylines and undertones, but it's still done very comically. You know, that's one of the big successes for World of Warcraft, is having these very dark storylines, but there is a comedic element to it, right? It is a little cartoony. It is fun, right? It's a fun look at sometimes very dark things. So when I say that I think World of Warcraft is going to be dark, that is what I mean. There's going to be darkness, and some of the storylines are going to be really dark. But I don't think that World of Warcraft will ever lose its fun side, which is why most of us play the game, because that fun side is what keeps you going. It's the moments that stand out to us the most, is those funny moments in the game that just break the monotony of a very dark universe. I don't think World of Warcraft will ever go full 40k, by the way. Matt Pandas, how you doing, bro? 2 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. After what I've seen, after what I've done, and once I found, true, but appreciate you nonetheless, bro.
Explaining a lot of what this has all been about.
When Chris was up on stage and he announced the big reveal about the 3 expansions and the World Soul Saga, I got strong Kevin Feige at Comic-Con vibe when he reveals a new phase of the MCU. Do you think that's an apt comparison where he reveals just Captain?
We actually did kind of talk about it as reference, because for us it was, we felt we needed to really establish with our players, like, yes, we are serious about this story. We have a plan for this story, and we are committed to it. But one thing I want to say, and it's important for everyone to know, that you can jump in. You don't have to start with War Within. If you, for whatever reason,
here is where I got a little bit annoyed with this interview.
Somehow miss it next year, please don't. But if you do, you can jump in, with Midnight, or you can even come in at the end and with the Last Titan.
See, this shatters my hope for an actual canonical view of World of Warcraft. The fact that they said you don't have to start at the War Within. You can absolutely jump in Midnight and you won't miss anything. Now, it could be that all they mean is they have set it up in such a way that you'll be able to blast through the War Within. You'll be able to blast through Midnight and very quickly get to the last expansion. So there is a possibility that they've already planned ahead this time to make sure that new players will be able to very easily and quickly play through the recap of everything that has happened so that they can get to the current expansion. But when he said this, my initial thought was, here we go again. It's going to be another one of those where everything is just completely nullified as soon as the next expansion comes out, and most new players won't have a clue at what was happening. And, because at the end of the day, I'm thinking 30 years ahead because they're thinking 30 years ahead. And I'm thinking in 30 years from now, all players must be able to agree upon what is the lore. Otherwise, you don't really have lore. You cannot say that we have a canonical world and world lore if all players cannot agree on what that lore is. Right? You need to be able to agree on that. And the only way you can agree on that is if everyone has actually played that. It's not good enough when you have people in World of Warcraft that don't even know who Arthas is. I told you guys about that commenter that got really angry at me for getting angry at how they treated Arthas, because he was like, dude, the guy was introduced in Shadowlands. What are you talking about? And I was like, never mind, I guess. I mean, because he never played Wrath. He's never set foot in Wrath. So for him, Arthas came in Shadowlands. It was just a name. Who cares, right? So yeah, that's sort of, how can you have a world that everyone agrees upon when you have players that just don't have a clue what's going on?
We're telling these as distinct pieces, but they all tie together in this overarching story. And we wanted players to know, we're committed. We're going to do this thing, and we'd like for them to join us on this journey.
And beneath that, when we talk about the 20th anniversary, this idea of, John mentioned threads. Part of that is we've continually moved forward. There's a lot of stories that we get to wrap up and places we get to visit and characters we get to visit with the 20th anniversary with a tale like this. This team has never planned anything this far in advance. So it's bringing a lot of detail, a lot of...
I feel like that's an important thing that a lot of people misunderstand, because sadly, the WoW player base has this tendency of hearing something and then making shit up. So a while ago, Ian Azikostas told Preach that they think 2 expansions ahead. And everyone just sort of went, wow, Blizzard has 2 expansions ahead. But that's not actually what it means. Blizzard never plans 2 expansions ahead. Blizzard plans 1 expansion ahead. The team worked on BFA. By the time BFA goes into alpha, that is when the team, or most of the team, switches and starts working on Shadowlands. Okay? They start working on Shadowlands then. Once BFA comes out, everyone is now fully involved in the Shadowlands development. So that's why Ian said by the time they realized that players had hate what they've done in BFA, it was too late, because at that point they were already too deep into development to really change anything. But they've never planned it. So it's not like they knew ahead of time, this is what we're going to do in BFA, and then we're going to do this in Shadowlands, and then we're going to do this in Dragonflight. That's not the blueprint that they had. Maybe they loosely knew, right after this, we want to go to Shadowlands, but that's the extent of it. This time around, they actually have, and I have this on good authority because I've actually watched this interview, Blizzard now have 3 development teams. 3. 1 development team is working currently on The War Within. The other development team is already developing Midnight. And then they have the live team, which works on patches for the live game. And the live team is already developing patches for the War Within. That's how it works now in Blizzard. So as soon as the War Within is done, the next team already starts working on the Last Titan. So it's basically now all teams are working on 2-3 expansions effectively at the same time.
Incredible passion into how we deliver on this 20 years of World of Warcraft and really paying homage to our past and creating a new beginning. And it's just, the team is like effervescent at this point, because we know where we're going for a good period of time, and to be able to lean into it and create the threads between, to your point, when we talk about something like, the MCU, you can see all the threads between them. And that's, in essence, we'll be building quite a bit of that as well.
Right, and that is something I'm curious about how announcing 3 interconnected expansions like this impacts development for the team.
we've been evolving in order to serve the players in this way. So it's a journey that we're on. War Within has been in development for some time. We're also already working on the next one, on Midnight, and we've grown our team to support it. And not only that, we're building the foundation of how to work with 2 expansions being created at the same time. And at the same time, we also created a live team. And that live...
It's almost as if I've already heard this interview. Like, I just said that, but I have already watched this interview. I'm very positive about World of Warcraft's future, but we'll get full information once we see the alpha, right?
created at the same time. And at the same time, we also created a live team. And that live team is filling the world in our 8-week patch cadence with the content in between that is sort of the novelty and the whimsy and the lightness of WoW that the audiences that, the expansion teams will continue to focus on, our seasons, etc. And they're filling in our holidays and turbulent time ways and more activities for players to do so that we're crossing all of the different ways people play.
You see, the thing I love about this is they're starting to work on specialization, which is something that if you look at most of the successful gaming companies out there, these are companies that are usually incredibly specialized. Larian Studios with Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't an accidental success. This company started their very first game as Divinity Original Sin 1. Divinity Original Sin 1 built on the successes of Divinity Original Sin 1 to make Divinity Original Sin 2. Then came Baldur's Gate 3, which was literally taking the successes of Divinity Original Sin 2 and applying that to the Baldur's Gate 3 game. And it's a company that became hyper specialized as a result of doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, right? So they're just doing the same thing over to learn how to do it really, really well. Nick, I don't care how many games were before Divinity Original Sin. The point is they've done the same game over and over again. So they've become very good at making this type of game. Then you look at CD Projekt Red. They had The Witcher 1. Then they had The Witcher 2. And they had The Witcher 3. Then they had Cyberpunk. Now, all of the problems, launch problems with Cyberpunk aside, again, this is a company that specialized in what? Open world video games. Open world RPG video games. They learned how to do it really, really well. And then they keep doing it really, really, really well. Right? And that's the point of this, of what makes a good gaming company a good gaming company, is everyone in your team has to know how to do things absolutely perfectly, because it's the only thing they do, is they make these types of games. The new teams for World of Warcraft goes like this. Team 1 and Team 2 focuses on expansion building. So they focus on building the world, building the overarching narratives, making sure that the narratives make sense, making sure that everything is there from beginning to end. The live team specializes on the patch content. So they get really good at pushing out patch content for players to do. Oh my God. It's all they do. So you no longer have this sort of crossbreeding where you have to learn how to do this, but then you also have to learn how to do this. Everyone knows what they're doing because all of them are doing the same thing over and over and over again. It can have its downsides as well, because if one of your teams aren't actually as good at doing the thing, you can end up with this really bad thing where, let's say, for example, the War Within is really good, Midnight is really bad, and then you have the Last Titan being really good because, one team is really, really good at what they do, the other team is really, really bad at what they do. But hopefully you can have it in such a way that all of the teams are really good at what they do and they can get better at it. Raquel, thanks for the primes. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Truffle Shuffle, 32 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So we're building this foundation for how we can have this, basically a staggered approach. Although teams are going to be helping each other along the way, because there are moments where we can. The development on WoW is very fluid and it moves back and forth, but we have a lot of really incredible resources now focused on really advanced our production methodology as well. And so we're going through this learning phase of figuring out how.
I'm going to throw this out. It's pure speculation, but I think, remember when Chris Metzen came back? He came back as a consultant. He didn't immediately join the company full-time. He came back as a consultant. And I have this feeling that Chris Metzen didn't want to come back full-time unless Blizzard was willing to give him what he asked for. I think this is what Chris Metzen demanded. If he comes back to Blizzard, this is what they need to have. They need to have a foundation that ensures continuity across everything. And he wanted to make sure that the people within Blizzard was willing to ensure that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be coming back. So, yeah, I think this is Chris Metzen's doing.
How to do all this at the same time, because we're absolutely committed to it.
I think even just planning 3 expansions gives us a North Star for the whole team. We know what's going to be in all of these. And, in doing that, we're able to do more things in parallel than we have in the past before some things necessarily had to happen sequentially. So yeah, we've already begun concept development for, Midnight and Last Titan. We know what the look of some of these things are. We have a setting for all of them. We know what races we want to introduce there. We know what heroes we want to bring in. We have heard from our players that, man, bring back some of our favorite heroes. So it was.
Don't say anything.
I'm not going to. Come on. They saw Thrall in the cinematic, and so they know Thrall's there.
Thrall has to be back.
And we happen to have, a voice actor that's available to do Thrall.
Right,
so that's good. Metzen does Thrall.
It's Metzen, yeah.
Vol'jin is. Unironically, Vol'jin is probably going to come back. Illidan probably going to come back. I can see Illidan coming back in the Last Titan, or maybe at the tail end of Midnight. I can see Vol'jin coming back. Vol'jin being a lower now. Makes sense that Vol'jin would at some point return. Queen Azshara almost definitely coming in Midnight. I would be very surprised if Queen Azshara doesn't show up in Midnight. But you know who else is poised to come back in Midnight? Sylvanas Windrunner. There is no chance that we go back to Quel'Thalas, the home of Sylvanas Windrunner, where Sylvanas Windrunner died trying to defend her people, and they're not bringing her back. There is no fucking shot of that happening.
Well, there's so many questions, and I'm sure you can't get into all of them, obviously, because of spoilers. But are these expansions expected to be shorter than normal expansions? Or,
here we go.
Or
Listen to what they say here.
I mean, in essence, doing them faster, you would imagine that's part of it, but the content will not be less. That's part of this journey we're going on where we have this live team. So we will have the expansion teams fully focused on expansion content that will come out in our patches. And we're staying committed to this 8-week cadence with our content. And then within that, because we're really focused on delivering what you expect in an expansion, that will continue. But between those expansions is where we're going to be looking to get pretty creative. We're not ready to talk about future features yet.
You see, this is what I took at it. This is why I said, I think it's going to be 18 months. Because what she said here is, we're still going to do the 8 weeks and it's not going to be less. So you're still going to get probably 2 patches, 2 big patches, as well as, what is it? You have the 0.5, 0.7, 1, 1.5, 1.7, 2, 2.5, probably 2.7, and then the next expansion. But what I took from this is her saying those in-between moments, so right after the last patch and then before the next expansion happens, there's sometimes a lot of time wastage there. A lot of bringing back fated seasons and stuff like that. So basically, they're wasting time in order to win a bit of time in order to finish the next expansion. And they can sort of remove that parts of it. So they no longer have to bring back the fated seasons, stuff like that, because at the end of the day, they're going to have these expansions ready by the time it goes. So now it can literally be 2.5 brings with it the conclusion of everything that happened in this expansion. 2.7 bring, or 0.2.7 is the epilogue or the prologue for the next expansion, and then bam, next expansion 8 weeks later. That's what I sort of took of it, and for that, I'm taking it down to like 18 months per expansion. At least that's my thinking around it.
But we're going to be doing some significant things in the future.
Fated Seasons was confirmed for this expansion, Kala Kazam. But you just heard her say there, they're looking at some very creative things there, but they're not ready to announce it yet. And she was literally talking about those in-between moments where Fated Seasons would come in, right? We know that Fated Season is announced for this expansion. I'm talking about after Lost Titan, or after War Within, after Midnight, after Lost Titan. Will there be Fated Seasons there? I think not. I think instead what Blizzard may actually start to do, because they now have 3 teams developing content, you could very easily see Blizzard bring Fated raids and dungeons in the 0.5 and 0.7 patches instead. So start thinking about this. When you get a 0.5 patch, you don't usually get new dungeons or raids. What if you got a Fated dungeon or a Fated raid in a 0.5 patch or a 0.7 patch? So you're filling out your smaller patches with legacy content that players can do and players can enjoy. And you don't necessarily have to do that right from the start, but you can do it in the 0.1.5 or 0.1.7, or even the 2.5, 2.7 could also include things like Fated if you wanted to. So you still give players a Fated experience, but not with the, basically just wasting time while you're waiting for the next expansion to go live.
So expansions at their foundation, it's always going to be landscape to explore and quests and raids and dungeons like you would expect. How we evolve this story and tell this tale in between is probably going to evolve. We're taking some risks, we're experimenting, and we're planning for, some really cool features in the future too. So I'm pretty sure players will be pretty pleased with what we come up with.
Yeah, I mean, our expansion releases in the past were very much predicated on how quickly we could get them done. And, over the course of, doing 20 years worth of expansions, we know pretty much how long it takes to do the brainstorming, how long it takes to do the world building, and then most importantly, how long it takes to be in public test, so that we can really tune it. And more things can happen in parallel. But what's different now is that because we have, great processes, we've got, a bigger team, we're able to put out content when our players want it, not just when we're ready to release it. So we can still hit that quality bar, but we can deliver it as players, are ready to consume it. And the cool thing about being in an MMO is we get a lot of data. We know when players are, okay, they're done. They want something new to do here, or you know what, they're still in.
My one fear though, and this is a fear that I've expressed many, many times, and it's not a fear that people would understand, but I'm going to use the following example because it's something that I personally understand. Is it fun to eat a chocolate bar? Of course it's fun, right? That's why it's called chocolate. Of course it's fun. Is it fun to eat a chocolate bar every single day? Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? Or have pudding after dinner. Of course, that's super fun, and most people want to do it. Is it good for you? Probably not. And the reason it's not good for you is eventually the chocolate bar isn't enough. So you're probably going to go over to 2 chocolate bars. Then you're going to go even stronger, even stronger, even stronger, even more, because you need more. Your brain gets addicted to this and it needs more. And eventually it leads to you either crashing, getting diabetes, or luckily I never had diabetes because that would have been a massive fuck up. But, I was lucky in that regard. But there's a bunch of bad side effects to that. So while, yes, on the surface, it's a good idea to give players the content when they want the content, I fear that may lead to players burning out without necessarily realizing that they're burnt out. And what I mean by that is, the whole hype thing, when it comes to video games, we're talking about dopamine and serotonin spikes, right? In the brain, if we're getting to a biological perspective, or from a biological perspective, what happens is your brain releases dopamine and serotonin, and that is what makes you feel hyped. That's what gives you that, oh, I love this so much. But what happens if you just constantly feed those dopamine receptors? So you're just constantly pumping dopamine into the brain. I fear that leads to a place where the players almost lose interest. Because at some point, they just no longer feel interested in it. They just no longer... Think about your favorite thing in the whole world, right? Like, everyone has this one thing that is their favorite. They just love it. But if you had your favorite meal every single day for a month, by the end of that month, you would be like, fuck me, I will throw up if I see another one of these. I will throw up if I see this again. I need a break. Whatever the hell it is, I'll eat a carrot right now, but I just don't want another chocolate bar. Please. That's my only fear. I'm not saying it will happen, but it is a fear.
And they're having a good time. We don't need to put this out right now.
Mm-hmm. I know the many Blizzard teams, talk about how they work independent of one another, but it really did strike me, you announced 3 expansions. The Overwatch 2 team announced not just one hero, but the next 2 heroes. Diablo 4 teased their next expansion, even though the game's only been 6 months in. Is this as developers of live games, is this radical transparency just something that the company just saw together as the way forward?
Yep, 100%. Yeah, because at the end of the day, we exist because of the communities we have, and our fans are so dedicated.
I just want to say, though, Sidmund, WoW is just one thing for the majority of players. WoW is absolutely just one meal for the vast majority of players. You're right. WoW isn't just one meal. There's a shit ton of things in WoW for people to do, but most players don't play that way. Most players play the game for one reason and one reason only, either Mythic Plus or Dungeons or Story or whatever it might be. But most players just have the one meal. So I think the analogy is apt. I mean, it could be that you're correct. And what it actually leads to is that a lot of players, because, they get so much content so much faster, they start playing other things in the game. So they do start sampling some of the other meals that the game has to offer. So that could actually shoot my entire fear in the foot, right? Because players are getting constant updates and constantly new things to do, they do start jumping out a little and playing stuff, something other than just what they normally would play. So I'm not I wasn't presenting this as an absolute truth. This is just how it always happens. But I do have that slight fear that might be what happens. Middler, Reels again, Wayward Hex, and Little Tattoo. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you.
As you've probably seen here at BlizzCon, they just want information. They just want to know what we're doing and what's coming. And part of that was a bit of an experiment, for us putting out the roadmap so far ahead. And players get excited by it instead of, waiting for the next drop, which, we're experimenting, and it seems to be working as far as that goes. But I do think Blizzard overall, and certainly our team, we appreciate being more open.
By the way, the openness, I can't help but feel like the openness comes from knowing that Microsoft is about to take over. Activision very much is a corporation, and it's very much run like a corporation. And one of the things that corporations are never is open. Corporations won't tell you or show you what happens behind the scenes. That's just not how it works. That's not good PR. And I think we can all agree that the new direction for World of Warcraft. You know, the fact that they're showing us what they're working on, they're letting us in, and they're being honest about everything that's going on. I think we can all agree. The roadmap, for example, of this expansion, how cool was it to see that roadmap so far in advance? Like, for all of us, how cool was it to know that we are getting this content then, right? And you know you can look forward to it because Blizzard shared it with you. It's not like you're just waiting in the dark for something to happen and you're not even sure if it is gonna happen.
And it seems to be working as far as that goes. But I do think Blizzard overall, and certainly our team, we appreciate being more open.
As you've mentioned, the 20th anniversary of WoW is coming up. Just big milestone for Warcraft as a whole. Just in terms of the future of the Warcraft series, you know, there's so many things now with streaming and theaters are back. Are we going to see Warcraft expand out into multimedia, into shows, into movies again? It's been, 2016 since the movie came out.
Yeah, don't
but it's a great movie, right? You know, I mean, that was one of the big reasons that we've somewhat reorganized as, you know, a Warcraft universe. So Holly's part of the leadership team for that.
There you go.
Not just overseeing WoW, that's her, you know, her baby, but also contributes to some of the strategic decisions that we have around where do we want to go next. You know, and we have a full green light process for Warcraft. You know, we take, you know, pitch ideas from across the team. We also have things that we'd like to do. Everything begins with somebody's passion around, I would like to go chase this, or I believe in this. And then we see, okay, how does that enhance Warcraft? How does that work for Warcraft? Does it make sense for us to make a game in this genre for players that play other?
So here's the very interesting thing. I genuinely believe we will at some point get a World of Warcraft God of War type game. I genuinely believe that. It just makes sense. You can do it. Why wouldn't you, right? It just works. And it's part of Xbox. Like, Xbox, Microsoft have been looking for a game that can kill God of War for a very long time because God of War is one of the few games that still forces people to buy PlayStation. If you could get a single-player game like God of War in the World of Warcraft universe, imagine how that would slay. Like, that would be, dude, fuck me, that would be huge, right? There's another interview, but it was a written one, where they actually spoke very specifically about other games, and they did say they've got a ton of games currently on the table for the Warcraft IP. That's why they set up the Warcraft universe. So they now have a universe team, and that team, they're the ones that basically go, right, you want to do a game in the Warcraft universe? Let's go. Let's work on this. What will be interesting, especially now, and I think we spoke about this before the merger actually went through, but what would be very interesting is if you started to get some of the other studios in the Microsoft ecosystem reaching out to Blizzard and being like, hey, we would love to make a game inside your universe. So we, for example, would love to get a single player game in the Warcraft IP. Would you be interested in lending us the IP? And Blizzard would probably go, sure, no problem. We'd be happy to do that because, well, why wouldn't you? You're all working for exactly the same company. Korth, by the way, thanks for the $5, man. Really appreciate that. Thank you. All three Windrunner sisters in Qualthalas, chance to reconcile. Who wouldn't want that storyline? Sorry, I'm behind a little in the timeline. No worries, Korth. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Warcraft games, like WoW, and we were, like you saw with Rumble, if you played Rumble, we were very sensitive to the fact that a lot of people that would be checking it out have experienced Warcraft through the RTS, through WoW, through Hearthstone, and that we're consistent with that universe. That's a big reason why, Chris is back. We wanted him to, be kind of the arbiter of this is in, this is out, plus he's the only person that can pronounce some of those names. But no, seriously, we are going to we start with games. We are going to expand beyond that. Our main purpose this year has been about, hey, let's get all this aligned. I mean, everything that you just saw yesterday, this is the effort
this not make you excited
starting in
for
January,
Warcraft?
like how do we make all of this come together? How do we make this big moment? How do we signal to the world that, Warcraft is a universe, 240 million strong, and we're going to...
Dude, Warcraft is a phenomenal universe. The fact that they haven't done this before is mind-boggling to me. Like, the fact that they just sat on it. I mean, you have the Warcraft. It has proven that it works in RTS. That's been proven beyond a shadow of a fucking doubt. It works in RTS. And they just sat on it. It was just like, well, screw it. We're not making another RTS. And it's like, why wouldn't you? Like, there are certain stories that work better in an RTS than what it would work in the MMO. Make the RTS for those stories. Start new settlements and let the player be the one that build out the settlement. And then next expansion, that settlement actually gets added to the game. And it's a brand new questing area. And everyone that played Warcraft 4 knows this area because they played through this brand new area. And they built the settlements there. And it was really awesome and cool for the RTS version of the game. The same with single player games, Imagine playing Sylvanas in the Maw. That's just the story, right? Sylvanas is the champion that you're playing with, and you're going through the Maw, and it is the God of War thing. Or Anduin on his journeys and all the vicious things that he had to suffer through on this journey, trying to refine himself. Sourfang, you could go back in time and tell the story of Sourfang, of a thrall, while in the slave camps. There are so many games that you could do in this universe, and it is a massive universe to actually utilize for everything from movies to extra games to it should have happened years ago.
We're going to grow from there, and we are going to branch into other things. But first, we wanted to have people start seeing this as not just a single game, but really a plan for the future. And when I said 3 decades, I'm not kidding. We all see this as caretakers for this universe. This is, not only your childhood, my late teenhood, and but it's going to be for your kids, and maybe for my granddaughter. And I hope, and we're going to be telling the stories that we're going to be reading to kids at night, or they're going to be streaming at night while we're asleep. But this is going to be part of the culture, and it's our goal to have this extend beyond us. And we're going to hand the baton to the next group of innovators and super creative people working on platforms that haven't even been imagined yet doing Warcraft.
Right. Something that Aaron said on stage that struck out to me is, he said there's a new clarity of vision that he didn't have before. Is it fair to say that this is, a Blizzard reboot now, or in the process of one?
I think so. I mean, I think we have moved, at least for us, I think we've moved from being very product-centric, where we think of this game, to being very player-centric. It's like, what?
And you can tell, right? You can absolutely tell that is what happened. WoW had this major shift at the end of Shadowlands away from this is our game and we have to protect it. We can't tell the players that we're not ready. We can't say sorry because we can't apologize for our game. This is our game. We have to pretend like this game is really good, even if it isn't really good, to realizing, wait a second, but that doesn't work with the players. You can tell the player all manner of stories, but if the game sucks, it sucks. Right? It doesn't matter how many times you go and you say, oh, we're really loving what we're doing. I'm playing it and it sucks. Right? So the fact that it shows. I think we can all appreciate the fact that Blizzard truly cares about the players, and it isn't just, it doesn't feel like it's just lip service. From what they say here to everything that they've been doing up until now, there is a new... I mean, just look at Ian, guys. Like, genuinely, look at Ian during the announcement. I said this to Ruricon yesterday in the podcast. I think many of the WoW developers this weekend at BlizzCon, for the first time ever, felt what the old school developers felt. Because for those of you that maybe only recently started playing, WoW developers used to be gods. They were rock stars. They weren't just developers. World of Warcraft is Blizzard is one of the few companies that they didn't just have players. They had fans. It is one of the few companies that managed from day one to sell out entire convention centers for just their games, where we would go and we would pay money just to hear what they have to say about the games that we play. And we would cheer and we would scream and we would be angry, but we loved this company and they were rock stars. And I think for the first time this weekend, a lot of WoW developers felt that for the very first time. Like, you look at Ian's demeanor when he walked out on that stage, he looked like a different person. I don't know if you guys remember what Ian looked like just a year and a half ago, but he was this pale fucking guy. He looked like he was on the verge of death. He looked sickly almost. And he walked out on that stage and he had this almost spring in his step. He was happy and people were screaming, "We love you." And he was like, "I love you too, Blizzcon." And that all, I think, stems from finally having a goal. There's a vision for what the game needs to be, and everyone knows what that vision is. Where in the past, they were basically grasping at straws, hoping that whatever the hell they're coming up with next is going to work. Maybe.
What do our players want? What are the genres that are cool to them? What are the platforms that are cool to them? How do they want to interact with each other? Because we make social games. I mean, everything in WoW, we talk about this all the time, is how is this actually more social? Yeah, that's one of our platforms. Does this feature make it more social, more fun to be together, or not? And that's how we distinguish ourselves.
Well, John, Holly, thank you so much for your time. And for everything else from BlizzCon 20.
It's a good interview. I mean, a lot of really good things dropped in this interview. Yeah, I certainly enjoyed it. That's why I decided to show this to you guys, because after I watched it yesterday, I was like, fuck, I want to make a video on this, but I also think I should show you guys this, because it is just a really good interview. So what do you guys think? Before we move on to the next interviews, what do you guys think? Fucking pure 100% copium. WoW is back, baby. Chronic, let's call it hopium for now, because we're not yet coping. We don't know yet what we're going to be coping with. But I am right there with you. Right now, I think where I am mostly in WoW is I'm in the very optimistic and yet still let's wait and see. They're saying the right things. Everything they've announced, I'm very excited for. But now I want to see the implementation. Because it is one thing. Anyone can have a great idea. Not everyone can actually deliver on that great idea. And that's what we need to see now. Now, the reason I am more excited about this than what I was just a year and a half ago is Dragonflight have already kind of proven to me that Blizzard do have the skill to make a really good game. Dragonflight has its problems, don't get me wrong. But if you compare Dragonflight to Shadowlands, Dragonflight is a really good expansion. If you compare Dragonflight to some of the other expansions, it's okay. At best, it's like an okay expansion. But it's not a great expansion. But it is a very good foundation from which to build upon. Like, you can build from this foundation. At least, I truly believe that. Dragonflight's gameplay is great. Its story and world are the most boring, bland shit I've ever stomached. Yeah, that is true. But again, let's wait and see. We already know that Blizzard is committing or recommitting to evergreen systems, which I think is literally what WoW has needed, is a bigger commitment to proper evergreen systems. That is what's required. Let's just quickly see here, because there is another interview here, but I know I have an interview that someone shared with me on Yeah, Cassial shared this with me on Discord. So let me quickly just open this one. This one is a written one though. So this is developer interview day, by the way. So for any one of you that's wondering why the hell is he going through so many interviews, that's what we have to do. There's so much to talk about. We don't have a choice, chat. We don't have a choice. I wish I had a choice, but I don't have a choice. This is just how it has to be. Let me just move my camera out of the way. It's probably fine right there. No? Yeah, we'll just leave it there. All right, so we have an interview here by Bloomberg. Blizzard boss is optimistic about a more independent future under Xbox. So let's see here. Developers of Blizzard Entertainment, the maker of popular video game franchises such as Diablo, Warcraft, and Overwatch, nervously prepared for a big meeting with their new bosses. On October 13, after a protracted battle with regulators, Microsoft Corp had completed its $69 billion acquisition of the gaming studio's parent, Activision Blizzard Inc. 2 weeks later, Phil Spencer and the head of Microsoft's Xbox and his lieutenants were inbound. Also, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw this at BlizzCon. Did you see the sign at BlizzCon? It used to say Activision Blizzard. But the sign was just Blizzard Entertainment. The old sign, just Blizzard Entertainment. That's all it is. It's just Blizzard Entertainment. Sebi Webbs, you bastard! How you doing, brother? You're gonna go through hopium-filled interviews with me and the rest of chat, I think. Is what you're gonna be doing, Seb. How did you sleep, man? Alright, so here we go. On Blizzard's Warcraft team, leaders scrambled to compile a PowerPoint presentation as they would have in days past, detailing their vision for the future and the products they had in development. But when Spencer arrived at Blizzard's campus in Irvine, California, he told them something pleasantly unexpected. He wasn't interested in talking business. He just wanted to check out their games and meet their staff. Before long, Spencer was battling orcs and trolls on his phone while playing the new mobile game Warcraft Rumble. Afterward, the company served barbecue outside and Blizzard employees lined up for hours to ask questions and take selfies with the Xbox executives. Already here, what did I say when we spoke about how Microsoft operates, how specifically Phil Spencer operates? I told you guys, Phil Spencer, because, okay, the reason I can say this is I have an insider that works for a company that was acquired by Xbox, and this story was exactly the same. Phil Spencer effectively walked into their studios, and, they showed him around, and then they sat down, and Phil was like, all right, how much do you guys need for the games that you're working on? And they were also ready to present all of their games and explain their games. And he was just like, what's the budget that you guys need? And they gave him a number. And he was like, all right, cool. Do your thing. He wasn't interested in hearing when the games were going to be ready. He wasn't interested in deadlines or any bullshit like that. He was just like, so you need this much money to make your game? Fine. Make your game. That's what he doesn't care about anything. He believes you run your own company. It's not my job, right? I don't run you. I just own you. So as long as you are making video games, we're gonna be happy. All right, so what they were trying to communicate to us was really wanting to get to know us, said John Haidt, general manager of the Warcraft franchise. We're not here to tell you what to do. We're not coming in with a master plan. How can we help you? It was awesome. It's too early to know how Blizzard will ultimately change under Microsoft, but Spencer's visit helped ramp up a growing sense of optimism amongst Blizzard staff after years of disillusionment with their previous boss. Activision Blizzard Chief Executive Officer Bobby Kotick, that snake. In 2021, following his handling of a sexual misconduct lawsuit, close to 2,000 Activision Blizzard employees signed a petition calling for Kotick to step down. In October, when the Microsoft deal finally closed, Kotick announced that he would be leaving the company at the end of the year. Would have been better if it was sooner, if I'm honest with you. Blizzard staffers are particularly hopeful that the new regime will restore the studio's sense of autonomy. In an interview, Blizzard president Mike Ybarra said that Spencer had indicated that he wants Blizzard to be more like the independent studio it once was. I absolutely love that, Ybarra said. It motivates the team. Which, by the way, is how it used to be under Activision Blizzard. Blizzard and Activision were meant to be independent studios, making their own decisions for themselves, and then slowly but surely, the snake that is Bobby Kotick, sort of decided, no, I will make the decisions. Blizzard became part of Activision in 2008 and for years remained largely self-governing. But in the late 2010s, Kotick and his executives began pressuring the studio to cut costs, expand development teams, and produce games more quickly. The interference was unwelcome to company diehards. In 2018, Blizzard co-founder and CEO Mike Morhaime stepped down. Many other veterans followed. By contrast, over the past decade, Spencer has taken a largely hands-off approach to the dozens of game teams that Microsoft has purchased. Ybarra said he expects the president to continue at Blizzard to the benefit of all. In the 2 years he has been in charge, Ybarra said he had to run many decisions up the chain of executives at Activision, slowing everything down. Going to Phil and saying, hey, can we do this? I think he would look at me and go, run your studio, Ybarra said. I do think our decision-making will be faster. Dude, how can you listen to this and not be incredibly excited about what you're hearing? Because, again, this lines up with what I've heard from people who work in companies that have been acquired by Microsoft. Phil Spencer doesn't give a shit. He genuinely doesn't care. The only time he wants to know about something is if there is a problem that only he can fix. But if it's a problem in your company, if it's something that you guys want to do, he doesn't really give a shit. It's your job to do it, right? You want to do something, go for it, do your thing. Before the acquisition, Blizzard's hits, misses, and delays could significantly impact the share price of Activision. Moving forward, Blizzard will account for a much smaller size of the $2.6 trillion Microsoft, a difference that, in theory, could ease the overall pressure on the studio and give Ybarra more leeway to share numbers and results with his employees. Those kinds of changes, I think, are going to increase transparency in an awesome way, he said. Devex, thanks so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. I just hate that Bobby's going to get a big bag after he leaves. Well, you have to pay the devil his dues. The devil is the devil needs to be paid. Would you rather we don't pay him the big bag and he stays at Activision, or fuck me, becomes the CEO of Microsoft? Like, would you rather he just take the bag and fuck off? I would rather that be the case. So let's just go with that for now, right? One frequent question among staff is whether Blizzard will now be allowed to experiment more freely. In recent years, Blizzard has increased the focus on billion-dollar franchises such as Warcraft, Diablo, and Overwatch, a narrower emphasis that was on full display at the company's recent BlizzCon convention in Anaheim, California. Meanwhile, both fans and employees have lamented the lack of attention for beloved yet less successful games such as long-dormant StarCraft. Oh, don't toy with me. Don't do this. You don't have to do this, Blizzard. Like, why? Why would you do this to me? Just dropping StarCraft in there for no reason whatsoever. Ybarra said that on the heels of the acquisition, he still intends to have big teams working on the largest franchises. But he is also open to less mainstream projects, including a possible return to StarCraft. Under Kotick, many Blizzard staff members with experience developing real-time strategy games left the company. So if the franchise does return, Ybarra hinted that the next iteration could be in a different genre altogether. It's not me saying, go make a StarCraft game, Ybarra said. I need to have someone who has the vision and passion that comes with the idea, and I'll bet on that team. At the moment, Spencer's broader vision for gaming revolves around the Xbox Game Pass, a subscription service in which users pay a monthly fee for access to a catalog of games. At Microsoft, the focus on a broad subscription offering can greatly influence what kinds of projects are valued. Developers can help bolster Game Pass with titles that strongly appeal to a particular demographic, even if they don't sell millions of copies to the masses. What did I say? Isn't this exactly what I... Dude, you guys should just start listening to me. I said this long ago, and I'm not a journalist, but I did say it, because that is the truth. Particular demographic, even if they don't sell millions of copies to the masses, yet another potentially major change for everyone at Blizzard. Ybarra, who spent more than 2 decades at Microsoft before joining Blizzard in 2019 and becoming president in 2021, said he has yet to discuss his own future with Spencer. He would like to stay at the studio as long as possible. Someone will drag me out of Blizzard, Ybarra said. That's how long I will be here. Yes, it's Jason Schreier. So that's how you know you can trust this. The story is by Jason Schreier. And for all the things that I disagree with Jason on, the one thing that I never disagree with Jason on is his exposés and his articles about video games. The dude knows what he's talking about. Forty Vigo, do I ever get tired of being right? I mean, it's a burden that I've had to live with for so long that I think I just got used to it, you know? When you're right about everything, it really makes life a lot easier, because no matter what I do, I know that it's the right thing. So yeah, you know, it has its ups and downs. No, I mean, the thing is, it was just an obvious thing to see, right? It was an obvious thing to understand, because if you listen to the interviews with Phil Spencer specifically, Phil Spencer has said multiple times the entire focus, his entire bet for Xbox is the Game Pass. And when you think about how Game Pass grows, it doesn't grow with very few but very large video games. Right? That's not how Game Pass grows. Game Pass only grows with lots of video games. And if you want to grow Game Pass to the biggest subscription service in the world, you are going to have to focus on IPs and genres that doesn't necessarily appeal to billions, but will appeal to some. You know, that's just the nature of it. You want to grab as many people as possible because ultimately you want to funnel them into your Game Pass subscription. So that's just, I mean, it's obvious. It's not a hard thing. But yeah, dude, this interview just got me even more hyped. Yeah, Cesar, that's actually the perfect way. For Game Pass to grow, you actually have the ability to jump into the niches. You don't just have to focus on the, right, we need to make a game that appeals to millions. You can't just go, right, this game will appeal to 5 million players maybe at most, but that's okay. Because that's all we need. We don't need all of the millions and millions of players to play it. We just need a couple of people that's willing to play it so that they can get the Game Pass. And then hopefully they start playing other games in the Game Pass. Because the whole point is, if someone loves RTS, you want to get them into Game Pass because of Age of Empires, right? Because Age of Empires RTS. But now you want other RTS games to offer to those people that love RTS games. So you want to do a Warcraft 4, and you want to do a StarCraft 3, and you maybe want to do even more games in the RTS version. Why? Because you want RTS players to find a home on Xbox, on the Xbox Game Pass. And the only way you do that is with many games in a specific genre, rather than having just one big game in that genre. So personally, I think really, really good. Now, the big question becomes, do you guys think World of Warcraft will come to Xbox? $10,000%? No, I hope so. Eventually, yes, they have to. Yes. Dude, I would be surprised if they don't. You see, the thing is, why wouldn't you? The only thing I can think of that may stop World of Warcraft from going to Xbox would probably be the engine. But if I'm not mistaken, there are other games that are on console that was developed on the Xbox engine, on the World of Warcraft engine. Wait, which games are developed on the World of Warcraft engine, though? I know World of Warcraft, and I think HOTS was also developed on the World of Warcraft engine. But HOTS isn't on console, as far as I know. Xanarath, that's very easy. Final Fantasy does it. ESO does it. Consoles have more, or controllers have more buttons than what you think they have. Especially when you start including things like switching between hotbars. So hotbar switching is one of those that you can absolutely implement very easily. So no, you can do it with console. It's not impossible. The add-ons might be the one big problem. That's true. Add-ons may actually unironically be the one big problem, but ESO has add-ons, and ESO is on console. The only difference is ESO players on console don't have add-ons, but ESO has add-ons, and you already see World of Warcraft slamming down on add-ons. Like, how many bosses do we now get that have just certain abilities completely closed to add-ons? So you're already kind of seeing Blizzard moving against add-ons. I believe that within the next few years, the only add-ons that will still be available on World of Warcraft will be cosmetic. Yeah, no console players. True. I would prefer if there were 0 add-ons as well, but at the end of the day, you've already allowed it. The problem is that once you've given players something, you really can't take it away. Losing something feels very, very bad. I mean, you all know this. It's not fun to lose stuff. So if you suddenly started telling players, oh, by the way, we know that you have your add-ons, but we're just going to disable all of the add-ons, you're fucked. Wow, on Wii U, Wayne. Dude, imagine playing World of Warcraft on Wii U. You would be so tired at the end of the raid night. Hey, bro, can you imagine that? End of raid night, your hand is just fucked. You're just standing there, dude, I can't hit anymore. Like, everyone's dying because the tank physically can't swing his arm anymore. He's just tired as shit. That WoW VR would have the same problem. Like, exactly the same problem. Raid breaks wouldn't just be a thing to go pee. It would literally be because the whole raid needs a fucking break. Everyone's just sweating as shit. You know, you'd actually start to get people go to the gym, not working out to get a six-pack, working out for raid night. Hey, what are you doing at the gym? Oh, I'm getting ready for raid night. Raid season is about to start, and I need to get fit. What do you mean raid season? Oh, yeah, new bosses coming out, and I have to do them. No, VR wouldn't work. I think it'd be fucked. Race to World First would actually unironically be sick. Out of mana. Well, not small, but athletic. Yeah, you would definitely be very athletic. That's true. Raycast on Athria like that, Echo? Dude, I would not want to do that. WoW could become much better on the back end. They could really change things. Mr. Unfamiliar, I don't necessarily know. I have it on very good authority that the Blizzard servers as they exist right now are top of the line. The problems that people have with World of Warcraft's operations, like, for example, lagging in the open world, has nothing to do with bad server infrastructure. It has to do with engine backends. That's the main problem. And as Ian have already expressed multiple times, the problem with a lot of those systems are that when they originally designed the game, they didn't expect the game to be as big as it is today. They obviously didn't expect that the game would be around for 20 fucking years. So the problem is a lot of the engine stuff that were designed are so interconnected with other things. So I'll give you guys the exact reason for why the engine is so bad in World of Warcraft. When you do a world boss, right, you're doing damage to the boss, your damage meter, or your logs rather, not even the damage meter, your logs are recording everything that's happening. The problem is that your log isn't just recording what you're doing. It's also recording what everyone else around you is doing. So the way this works is you do damage to the boss, your client sends your damage to the server, right? The actual server. The server then sends your damage out to everyone else, and everyone else's damage then gets sent back to the server and again back out to everyone else. So this is how it works in World of Warcraft. This creates a bottleneck. So you are running on the other side of the zone, but you're lagging out because the server is physically bottlenecking it. Just, there's not enough room for all of this data to go through in a single world boss. So this is bottlenecking it. The problem is that the engine was designed to send the data in these packets. That's how the engine sends the data. And now you could say, well, maybe we can change the data, but that's the problem with the engine again. How was the data designed? Like that code, how many other things rely on this code in order to operate? So it's not easy to just go, well, we'll just change the code, because you may be breaking the whole fucking game because everything else is built into this code and relies on this code to work. So in order to unravel it, you would basically have to rewrite the entire game from the ground up in order to actually, fix this problem, which is probably why Blizzard haven't fixed the problem yet. Because if you listen to Ian, when Ian spoke about why this happens, Ian said that Preach was pretty spot on. And this example I just gave you came from Preach. Preach was the first guy to say that this is what he thinks is happening in World of Warcraft. And Ian said Preach was pretty spot on, which tells you Blizzard knows exactly why the game and the engine suffers when there's like 100 people in one spot. The fact that they haven't fixed it yet suggests that they can't, or if they can, it's going to take so long to do that they're still busy doing it, because they literally have to unravel the whole of the game in order to finally be able to change that code. They have to write everything very differently. But, that's sort of it's sort of like this thing of you are kind of a victim of your own success here. Well, Euro Effect, you called it back in 2006 in your bedroom. We weren't there when you said it. So, unless you actually made a video and you said it and everyone watched the video and then we knew, Preach was absolutely the first one that said it that everyone heard from. Yeah, you're suffering from your own success. The game lasted much longer than what your engine could survive, right? Or what your engine was actually meant to have. It's just the nature of the beast. There's literally nothing you can do about that. Evans, not yet. No. Not yet. I'll quickly hang out a bit and answer your questions if you have any questions before we jump into the next interview, by the way. Because while I'm busy with the interviews, I can't really get to questions and stuff. Because that breaks the whole thing. If I'm uploading this to YouTube later, every one of the viewers on YouTube gets super confused because I'm answering questions. And I'm, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? We haven't even started going through the interviews. We've only covered a few. And I think there's going to be even more in the next few weeks, because a lot of the content creators that did interviews are only now on their way home to start and edit those interviews. So those interviews will only be coming out next week or maybe the week even after. What do you think happened to our favorite... Wait, what? What do you think happened to our favorite writer? Who's our favorite writer? Denuser. I don't think anything happened to Denuser. Did you see the Reddit thing about Eridicron's prison matching the art for The Last Titan? No, I haven't, but I can see the point there. Kind of makes sense. Because I think that is when Eridicron is truly going to show up. Look, I don't think Denuser is gone. I don't think Denuser is gone. I think the reason you didn't see Denuser at BlizzCon is because you almost never see Denuser at BlizzCon. If you've ever seen Denuser in interviews, he's pretty awkward. He's not really a showman. So would you really put him on the stage at BlizzCon to announce things when you have Metzen right there? Hey, look, guys, between Denuser and Metzen, who do you want announcing your game? You're probably going to go with Metzen, right? Well, Terran Gregory was on the stage before. It's not like this was the first time Terran Gregory went on stage. Steve Denuser, I don't think, has ever been on the stage. He's been on the stage before as part of a developer discussion, so when there's plenty of developers on the stage, but I don't think he's ever been on the stage alone. So it wasn't as telling to me that Denuser wasn't there. And the reason I don't mind that Denuser is still at World of Warcraft is that I don't think Denuser is a bad writer. I think Denuser is a bad creative writer. I don't think he's a bad writer. If you look at World of Warcraft and you look at the way the stories are handled, some of those stories aren't really that bad. Some of those stories were actually handled reasonably well. The problem was oftentimes timing, and the amount of time that stories had to breathe felt really bad. Now, I don't know exactly who's to blame for that. That's a difficult one to know, because it could be just how World of Warcraft works. There's just not enough time to really tell the story in the way that you want to tell the story. But the stories that were there weren't told badly. The problem was that the stories that were there were often kind of bad, right? So, and a bad story told well is still bad, right? It doesn't matter how good you want to tell a story. If the story is bad, the story is bad. And your good telling of it just means that you told a really bad story really good. But it's still a bad story. That's why I say he's a really bad creative writer. I don't think Denuser should be the one to come up with ideas for the future of WoW, because I think he has shown that he doesn't know how to do that. He doesn't know how to build a world, which I think is actually his biggest problem. I don't think Denuser knows how to build a world. I think he knows how to write within an already existing world. The problem was that all of the worlds that he tried to build, all of the stories that he tried to make himself, really didn't resonate with the player base. If you really think back to the stories that were sold as this is Denuser stories, did they actually, were they good stories? Were they stories that any of us remember, that stands out to any of us? No. But this is sort of the problem. A good writer isn't automatically a good world builder. The skills don't necessarily transfer. And I think that's where Denuser's problem always lay. I think Denuser struggles to build the world, to make something, and a lot of that is art imitates life. Sadly, a lot of the developers on World of Warcraft, a lot of the writers in World of Warcraft live in a California bubble. And everyone that I have ever met from California are fake as fuck. I don't think I've ever met a real human that lives in California. Just every single person that I have met from California tend to be weird. They speak weird. They believe weird things. They do weird things. They're just not normal human beings. They live sort of in this holier than thou thing. Now, the problem there is, if you're a writer, you are imitating life. You have to know how normal people live in order to write normal people. And you have to understand human beings in order to write human beings. The issue Steve Danuser and the team suffers from is they clearly don't understand human beings. That's why when you look at the way they write their redemption arcs, it's completely out of left field. Veranoth, for example. Veranoth goes from, in her cinematic 5 minutes earlier, telling Alexstrasza she doesn't care about the deals that Iridicron struck. This world is wrong, and it's now about victory and survival, right? That's what she tells Alexstrasza. She basically tells Alexstrasza to go fuck herself. 5 minutes later, she's on the steps of Aldraken going, I lied. Friends? Pinky swear, I don't mean what I said 5 minutes ago. The redemption arc is so shallow, right? But in their minds, well, that's just how it goes. You know, you have a disagreement with your fellow worker in the office, and then you go and you say, I'm sorry, and they go, cool, right? Because we're both equally, fake. So that's just how redemption arcs go. You just say sorry and you move on, right? Because you don't know how normal people act. You don't know how actual redemption arcs. Last night I'm playing through the storyline of the Drakthir. It's that final storyline. It starts in Valdraken, and you have to go save this Drakthir that was captured by the Sundered Flame, and you have to try and convince the Sundered Flame to come back, right? To come back and join Emberthal, because obviously Emberthal wants to make peace with these members of the Sundered Flame. The problem with that entire storyline is that none of it is believable. None of it. The conversation isn't believable. The way in which the Drakthir actually come to forgive Emberthal isn't believable at all. You end up killing their quartermaster, and even after their new leader is killed, they go, oh, never mind, we forgive you. Let's be friends again. That entire story just feels so incredibly forced and also very political. There's like a very strong political message within that storyline, especially for someone that isn't very political, but that knows how these storylines run. When you listen to the final words that Emberthal and the other Drakthir share with each other, it's very clearly this sort of preachy moment for Republicans that, may have voted for Trump. That's literally what it smacks of. Now, I think there are ways in which you can tell that story while it's still being political, make it make sense. But that to me was just a weird decision. I listened to it and I was just like, oh, this feels like it's directly aimed at Republicans and the wrong decisions that they make. It just feels weird, right? I don't think you should be preaching to people in that way. And if you are going to do it, I think you should do it very, very intelligently. It needs to be done intelligently. Otherwise, it's a bit of a problem. Aklon, I was curious. I saw your vid on Anduin in the cutscenes and what Blizzard were trying to portray. I don't know if you've said it or anyone else has, but it reminded me heavily of the cutscene with Arthas in the Wrath of the Lich King trailer out of the Ice Take. Aiming his sword, it shows Anduin. Voromir, my breakdown of the cinematic was sent to Holy this afternoon. So you will literally get it tomorrow. But you'll see in my breakdown, I talk about that exactly. Child with the symbol of union. leftists, we play games to escape real life and politics and society. Well, I think most people do. Right? I don't think that's a unique thing. I think even if you speak to most people on the left, I think there's a lot of people on the left and the right that agree with this. Right? They don't want politics in their video game. We play games to escape. We don't play to, be preached to. I think the only people that want to be preached to are the crazy people on Twitter. Those are the only people that care about that. Everyone else just wants to play a video game, It's one of the reasons I get sick and tired of people looking at the different races in World of Warcraft and trying to explain how this race is actually a stand-in for this thing. I play games to learn about tax reform. Sebi, you're in luck. The thing is, so you get these people that go, oh, goblins are clearly Jews. I'm like, dude, the only people that would say that are deeply racist people. Like, if you are deeply racist, you would view goblins as Jews. It actually just shows your racism. Because you don't think that you look at how goblins act and you immediately think, oh, Jews. Must be Jews. I look at goblins and I go, oh, here's a race that doesn't exist in the real world. Because they don't exist in the real world. They're made up. So I didn't once look at them and thought, yeah, must be Jews, this. Right? When I look at trolls, I don't think Jamaicans. The accent might be Jamaican, might be from that area. But I don't think, oh, these are clearly Jamaicans. I think these are trolls. That's it. That's literally as far as it goes. And as far as I know, there are no trolls that live in Jamaica. So until someone finds this troll empire that proves that they are real, they're just made up. It's made up bullshit. Like, it doesn't matter. But everyone wants to do this massive song and dance about, cultural appropriation and nonsense that isn't even real. It isn't even real. If you speak to the vast majority of people from different cultures and from different races, they actually appreciate it when people, wear stuff or use stuff from their culture because it happens to celebrate the fucking culture. It's nice. It is. I'm not going to lie to you. There was this British comedy show where the guy played a character and he took it's a specific Afrikaner hat, right? So my culture, it's a hat from South Africa. And he did a South African accent, like a proper Boer South African accent. I felt proud of that. I didn't even think that he would fucking know that accent. I didn't feel oppressed. I was like, holy shit. How did he even know that? Like, that's interesting as shit, right? You feel pride when you see shit like that. You don't get annoyed at it unless you're a moron. Well, bold with the knowledge that the human race has learned upon, i.e. creating the Zandalari with similarities to the Mayan and Aztecs, but people are taking it too far when saying they're demeaning races with fictional characters. I absolutely agree with you. Look, all art is always going to borrow from the real world, right? You are not going to be able to create a culture that doesn't exist in some way, shape, or form in our world. We can only, how do you create something that you don't know? Imagine for a second I told you to create a completely unique culture that doesn't exist anywhere on Earth, and none of its elements exist anywhere on Earth. Did a show in Australia and called us cunts and gronks, KW. I'm used to Americans just using the shrimp on the Barbie line. You can't create what you do not know. You can't. The only way you can create is by taking from something that already exists and then adapting it. Tell someone to come up with a new color. J Ward, exactly the same point, right? Exactly the same point. How? How do you even begin to fathom coming up with a new color? Most of the time when shit like that does happen, it's by accident, right? It's not because they're trying to do it. It's a completely like an accidental thing that just happens and they realize, oh shit, look at what I just did, right? But at the end of the day, we borrow from real life. And we can't judge what we borrow from real life because it's not real. The very act of borrowing it means we've changed things. We've made changes to it. And yeah, we've made changes to it to make it more interesting. But try telling that to the mentally deranged people on Twitter. Good luck. They will cancel you. They will cancel you hard, bro. They're fucking nuts, those people. Playing WoW, or are you even playing now? Radner, I'm not planning on playing WoW today, but if there are drops, because I see a lot of you asking about it, if there are drops, do you want me to switch to the World of Warcraft category so you guys can get your fucking drops? Is that why you're all bothering me to play WoW? You want your free shit? If there are drops, I'm just quickly going through it now to see if there are. Here we go. All right, so you guys want your pet. Fine. Fucking fine, chat. Fucking fine. I'll give you your pet. It's fine. It's fine. You've bullied me into this, chat. You're a bunch of bullies. I hope you know that. Like, I didn't want to do this, but here we are. Where the fuck are my drops? What? Where's my custom drop command? Wait, am I in the right one? No, I'm not in the right one. Sebi, it's a hard life being a streamer, bro. Chat has no limitations. No limits. They'll just bully the fuck out of you for no reason. Why do I have so many things? I don't know why I have so many things. Alright, I have so many things. It's fine. Alright, so what's this drop about? Celebrate the release of Dragonflight's new patch, Guardians of the Dream, with 2 new furry friends. Watch 4 hours between... Yeah, that's good enough. Save, and now here we go. Let's do drops enabled. And then we swap to World of Warcraft here. Done. Now you guys are getting drops. Congratulations, chat. Congratulations. If you're watching on Twitch, you're getting free pets and shit. Well, it's already on this, so it should be. No, it isn't. But it is. It's usually not here yet. It says November 7th. No, it has started. Fuck yeah. Look at that. Watch 4 hours between November 7th and November 14th to get the... If it's on this, it's already started. So, it must have started already. Doesn't give it time when it starts, though. Oh, it starts tonight at 8. Chat, I fucking hate you. But it's fine. Well, let's do this instead. Soon. Bam! I fixed it. It'll start soon. And I'm not lying. It's 2 hours. Yeah. It's fixed now. Still get it. Fuck it. Have you looked Steam? Some guys, I have not. No. I don't even have it open right now. Wyvern Faith Enganigi? Ammon Wolves, thank you so much for the follow. Sir Golden, Devex, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Brisket is always good, bro. My brisket is always phenomenal. I'll quickly look at Steam. Sun Goddess, hold up, I'm opening it now. Some of my page, welcome, Cray. Wyvern. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be live the whole week, so you'll get your drop. Don't worry. I'll be here with the drops. Oh, shit. The Wandering Village. Ooh. Another good game. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some hearts in chat? I got another fucking free game from Sun Goddess. I don't know where you get all of these games, but still, really love you. Thank you so much, Sun Goddess. Reject Forsaken Froglogs. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll accept this. Thank you very much. Really appreciate ya. And Mistist. Thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Now that I have my free game, I really appreciate that. I was going through this. This is what I was doing. Phenomenal. Pick of Akko's head underneath. Dude, I fucking love brisket. I have another brisket for tonight. Just lined up, ready to go. Okay, here we have a BlizzCon interview with classic developers by Crix. We'll open that one. Because why not? We'll have this one open. This week in WoW, all class and role combinations, combat, BlizzCon community night, 4 phases, Guardian of the Dream, campaign spoilers, BlizzCon spoilers, the gauntlet. Oh shit, Yubel Doll Felix, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, love this channel. Dude, very happy to have you guys here. I'm especially happy that the YouTube viewers are finally getting to join in, you know, and finally getting to see the live streams. I think the stream is a little bit different to how most people are used to streams happening on YouTube. Because all the YouTube streams that I ever see are from streamers that don't even look at chat. They're just talking about shit and chat's just sort of keeping themselves busy. So I do love this very, very much. Dragon Knight, thanks for the follow. And then Yuba, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate ya. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cool to finally catch you live. How excited are you for the War Within? I think it's a gigantic step forward with solo in-game content and account-wide openness. I'm super excited. Cloudy, yeah, obviously. Super, super happy. Just ignore chat and act like you're better than us. But I am better than you, though, Sebi. Like, big boy streamer now, bro. Over 100 viewers. I'm famous. Right? Like, I have to. I have to now. I have to be famous now, chat. So I have to ignore you guys. Right? I can't talk to you anymore. Because that's what all the famous streamers do. They don't read chat. They just sort of, you know, speak at chat. I have to do that now because I'm famous now. The conversation is important. In my opinion, it is. It's the only reason I stream. Genuinely is growing. How did you see Pyro's reaction to the World Soul Saga? He was really emotional and was crying. Kind of amazing to see. No, I didn't watch Pyromancer. I don't watch Pyromancer. I just don't. Like, I also wouldn't start. I'm perfectly fine with not seeing Pyromancer. I don't have any personal problems with Pyro. I just, there were some things that happened that I just, didn't sit right with me. There are a few things that happened with Pyro that did not sit right with me. A few things that were said that did not sit right with me. So yeah, I mean, like what you like, do what you do. I don't really care, right? It is what it is. Wait, what was 7 years ago? Pyroman's not bad these days. He's kind of trying to reform himself. CCS, that's not what I'm referring to. What I'm not even going to go into it with you guys. What I am referring to, none of you would even know about. Because these are private conversations that me and Pyro had. And it's not something that would even affect you. Just to be clear. It is personal things that I don't like. But it has fuck all to do with you guys. Right? That's the only reason why I said, I have my reasons. It's got nothing to do with you. But yeah, enjoy Pyromonster. He's a very good content creator. He's a very good speculator. I think it would be an absolute boon for World of Warcraft to get Pyromonster back to speculation. He's obviously really good at it, right? Baz, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Cloudy, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. BlizzCon roundup. Xal'atath confirmed the Harbinger will have a unique rivalry with Illyria Windrunner. I'm really looking forward to this. Yes, I think he would. Bao, how you doing? I like your emojis within your chat. Thank you. Yes. Zero effort, by the way. They're just made and they just sort of exist. But I really appreciate... Oh, shit. Bosco. Thank you so much for joining the DJ Nation. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What does Harbinger... Harbinger sort of means the one that prepares... So, for example, if you're the Harbinger of Doom, you are preparing the way for the Doom, so to speak, right? So the Harbinger of the Void is literally the one that's preparing the way for the Void. It's sort of like the front runner of it. In the Bible, the 4 horsemen are the harbingers of the apocalypse. They come before the apocalypse. I don't know if that's the official definition, but that's usually how it's used. No Wrath Era servers planned currently. Blizzard is listening to feedback. It's interesting. Okay, Wings of Anarius, Season Journey. I don't want to read anything about Diablo. Think of the approaches of an... There we go. Thank you, Massey. Thank you. Have you already talked about the markings on Zal? No. Speculation will happen, I promise. Right now, every single day, I make a video in order to get through everything. But there's a lot of speculation coming. I did the analysis for the opening cinematic today. Tomorrow, I'm going to do the analysis and the discussions for the Xal'atath cinematic. And then after that, I'm going to do speculation on the new expansions coming and what those names might mean. Then I have speculation theories about the old gods, about Xal'atath. There's so many videos coming. I'm basically doing one a day so I can still do everything else. Because that's sort of... that's the only way I can do streams and YouTube at the same time. I have to do one a day. I can't do more. There are all spells already. Check out the demo, Season of Discovery. I don't want to, Equal. I'll get into it when I get into it. We're going to be playing it on the 30th. Did Blizzard say anything about more races being able to spec as more classes like H-Blood of Druid? They haven't... LowCQ, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. They haven't said anything specifically about that. But I think that's stuff that they'll announce closer to launch. I can't remember if they said anything specific about it. Maybe someone in chat knows better. But... right now, I have no idea. Mary, very, very true. Okay, so this is 2 days ago. I don't think we're getting... Here we go. Dragonflight will have Season 4 with Fated Raid. So here's another interview. This was 2 days ago. Classic WoW group interview. I don't really want to... fuck it. Why not? Don't want to do a Diablo 4 one. Interview with WoW Classic developer, Season of Discovery. I can only do so many classic stuff. It's fine. Wow, it's exclusive Blizzcon 23 with Anne Stickney and Tino Wang. Okay. Wait, these are the two that fucked up the story originally, right? Pretty sure. But okay. We'll go through that one as well. Bound to give some good shit there. 100% sure we will see Paladin for all races at the Midnight expansion because of the whole Light versus Void with the new Dwarf race not having Druids. I'm 100% sure Druids will be the last race class. Phobos Strike Team finally shipped today. Keen for some more Blood Angels soon. So Shaman and Paladins are first in line. We'll see what Blizzard wants to do. I will be honest though, the Dwarves getting... what was it? Someone mentioned it and I was actually like well surprised for it as well. There's one of the class combinations for the dwarf that made very little sense to me. Where I would much rather have, like, they could have included DK rather than... I think they included DK and they kept, like, others off of it. And it was just annoying. Oh, it was weird. No, Earthen being paladins makes sense. Like, being paladin makes sense. The Titans have always had some kind of connection. Oh yeah, the Earthen Warlock was actually one that really sort of confused me. Like, you're not going to give them DK, which is something that is made, but you're going to make them warlocks? Like, literally beings who... what was made by the Titans, who would arguably... But then again, you could argue... because there is a group of Earthen who completely neglected or neglects the Titans' teachings, maybe they joined the Fel. Right? Maybe they joined the Fel. So, I guess there's a way to pretty much explain all of it. And maybe druids make sense because they are creatures of stone. They're not creatures of nature. So that probably just does make sense. Okay. I think that's it. It's like you have Christians that turned atheists that later turned to Satanism. Yeah, it can make sense. So I do agree, it can make sense. I wonder what the origin of their free will is. So we already know that that is established within the game, right? So that's not actually a new thing specifically. We already know that that has been established in the game because we know that there are some of the Titan constructs that fled to Avaloran. Right? Now, we don't know yet where Avaloran is, and I'm sure that's going to be an expansion that will be explored probably after the World Soul Saga. But it's already been confirmed that not all constructs were sort of tied to the, shall we say, the vision of the Titans. Let's put it that way. All right, so we have the Season of Discovery classic interview with Crix. Let's hear what they have to say.
Yo, what's up, boys? My voice is shot. I just got back from Blizzcon. I'm fucking tore back, okay? But I'm here and I had to do a quick video for you guys because this is huge, all right? I'm sure you guys have heard all about Cata Classic, sorry, and Classic Plus, what's essentially Classic Plus, with Seasons of Discovery. However,
to be fair, though, it is kind of Cata Plus as well. I don't know if you guys have taken or if you heard how Blizzard was talking about what's happening with Cataclysm and how they're going to be looking at the player base for what comes next in Cataclysm. I genuinely believe that the only reason Blizzard went with Cataclysm Classic is so that they can bring all of that unfinished content to Cataclysm. Like, mark my words, that is what they will announce. They're gonna do Cataclysm, but with all of the unfinished content that should have been in Cataclysm now finally added into it. Because otherwise, it doesn't make a lot of sense why you would have Cataclysm Classic. It only makes sense if you're gonna include all of the other stuff. J-War, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you have drops on? I have drops on, but drops aren't available yet. That's why it says drops enabled soon.
However, thanks to Icy Veins, I had the honor to interview two of the top devs for Cata Classic and Seasons of Discovery with Agrind and Nora. Okay, so that's what this is. This is going to be a short little interview. It's about 30 minutes long. My voice is shot. Nora's voice is shot. So I had to tweak with the audio a little bit to try to help you guys be able to hear everybody. It's also just recorded from my phone, so it's not some phenomenal.
Sebi, I don't think it overwrites it.
We learn a lot of stuff.
I don't think so.
A lot of stuff. A ton of it.
I'm not sure.
Like I said, I just got back in town today from Blizzcon. I've been gone for like 16 days or something. I literally recorded every class Rune. I played it all. I'm gonna start the videos tomorrow with that and keep you guys in touch. Okay. We talked a little bit about Wrath right now. We talk about Kata.
16 days.
Obviously,
what the
Seasons
fuck?
Discovery. I had a lot of questions. They were very nice and answered most of them, to be honest. So that was pretty cool. So kick your feet up, my boys. Grab some popcorn and let's get it.
I'm happy to be talking for Icy Veins.
Yes, that's what we're here for. We're here for Icy Veins. Yeah. They were like, anybody want to do an interview? I was like, yeah. Just did one. I'll do another one. Yeah. So like, I'm gonna obviously there's classic.
Wait a second. Let me get over to YouTube on this one. Fuck me. Much easier to watch on YouTube.
Classic Plus, which I don't even know what to ask about that. So I want to start with some Lich King stuff, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure.
Okay, fine. I'll move myself. Fuck no. Chill out, guys. Like, chill out, man. Let me move myself over here, I guess. Zenturian, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, now you can see the chick's face. Are you happy, chat? Are you happy? Can we watch the? Can we watch the interview? All right, cool stuff. Let's go.
We're at the end of it, right? With it wrapping up, are you guys happy with how the expansion went? Like, did it play out how you guys wanted it to, and with the words and stuff in the beginning?
Centurion, thank you very much,
you know,
man.
I think we had to kind of like grow into like the Titan Root Dungeon thing a little bit, but we were very happy with how it ended up. Like, you know, we kind of got to the point where it's like press W and blast, and that it's pretty fun. And you know, old pre-nerf Old War was a blast. It was probably one of the most technically challenging things we've done from a pre-nerf, but it played out really, really well. And honestly, ICC has been everything we wanted. Like, you know, Lich King is a mythic boss. Right?
Yeah, that was the next question. Are you? There's like 80 guilds that have killed him. Are you guys happy with that? Did you expect that, or were you kind of like, damn, I thought more would kill it by now?
We were worried that it would just get blasted through because of how, you know, just players are just better, right? But for the most part, yeah, we're pretty happy with it.
It's nice for people to have to kind of earn that, you know, the joy of having accomplished something. So I like it personally. Yeah.
That's good. Are you allowed to say anything about Ruby Sanctum, or not, when it's going to come at least, or something?
It'll be early next year.
Yeah,
we're just going to very soon into 2024.
What about the ICC buffs?
TBD. So this is a tough thing. We want to wait until guilds. Like, there's a lot of guilds that really want to prog this as it was, right? And we learned a lot of good lessons from Serpent Shrine Cavern and stuff, where we kind of tried to like pull that nerf in a little bit too soon, and that really kind of upset some people. And it's like, so we're just going to
Big Baines, thanks for the 50, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What would you rate the upcoming expansion we've seen so far? And do you think there will be any division in the Alliance now that Anduin is back? I don't think just yet. I don't think there will be any division just yet. I rate it very high, but I don't rate it officially because we will have to wait and see. There's still much that needs to happen, a lot of water that needs to flow into the ocean before I'm willing to put my name to anything, but I am very excited for it. The Alliance, the fissures within the Alliance, I think it all depends on how Blizzard approaches the new storytelling, because obviously war has been kind of removed from the game, you know, in terms of war between the Horde and the Alliance, but this does open the way for a lot of interesting storylines that may actually come from infighting. So that can happen, where we get a lot more infighting between the Horde and the Alliance. So the Alliance may have different factions that sort of fight each other over time, and the Horde may have the same thing. And that is sort of what the war could be. So you could do that. I don't know. It sounds more, if you listen to these expansions specifically, it does sound like we're dealing with two of our oldest threats, or at least one of our oldest threats, which is the Void, and then, in my opinion, the Titans as well. Dino, by the way, thanks for the hype, chat, man. $1.20, really appreciate it. To celebrate my country government. Be arrested, take this. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We're waiting for people to tell us that they're ready for it a little bit. There's probably a period of time where, like, okay, we just need to do it. But at the same point, like, we don't want to rush it. So no specific time frame.
I like it. Yeah. Would you guys ever, because you know there's people that like, they love Lich King. They love TBC, Lich King. They don't want to play Kata, or they don't want to. Have you ever thought about, like, or talked about, like, the TBC or an era version of him, kind of for Lich King or TBC, kind of like how there is with Season, for people that want to just stay in that meta of Lich King or TBC.
It's something we've talked about. We don't have plans of doing, but again, it's one of those things that we continue to listen to player feedback and kind of go based on what the community is asking for.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to kind of read some commentary after this. I haven't really had a chance to read forums really on social media. We've just been a kind of a whirlwind, but it's something that never say never. It's not something we have necessarily in the cards right now, but we could someday maybe.
Okay. Well, what are you the most excited about then?
Here we
what
go.
Are you excited to see?
Here we go.
Do, feel, or let us, or what are you excited to have us react to? You know what I mean?
I think for me personally,
I'll be honest with you. What she just did there fucking hurts me into my soul. Sebi will know exactly what I'm talking about here. Clearing your throat is one of the worst things you can do for your voice. It is so bad for your voice. And your voice is already shot because of overuse. And now you're doing... Dude, what the fuck? You're making it worse. You're actively making it worse. Your voice, your vocal cords are already screaming for rest. And you're deciding just to, grunt a little bit. That hurts as fuck, man. Exactly, Warlock. Is he going to lose himself in his grief and go void or redeem himself? I would love to see Anduin at least dip a little bit void. Maybe not full-blown void, but dip a little void. That could be really cool.
I'm excited to see us carrying over the new dungeon difficulties similar to Titan Rune dungeons over into Cataclysm. I think
Narcotic, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that.
We've learned a lot, like Josh said, we've learned a lot through that, sort of letting players earn that power and then blast through, right? And basically making it easier for folks to catch them earlier as well as the expansion progresses. Another thing too is we're making adjustments to the length of our patch cadence basically and how long a raid tier has been released. We don't want folks to kind of, get through a raid, continue to clear it, and have it kind of drag on. And so we do plan on kind of speeding things up a little bit there.
Yeah, we've talked about this in a couple of other interviews that I think it's really interesting to see what people think of Cataclysm with that faster cadence, because this is sort of an assumption, but I think it's a fair assumption that a lot of the reason that Cataclysm was divisive was because of the cadence. It was. Especially Dragon Soul.
That's the main complaint is how long Dragon Soul was.
You know what I mean? You can only do Spine of Deathwing so many times, right? And that's the benefit of Classic, is that we're obviously...
I'm really glad that they said Spine of Deathwing, because that fucking boss may have actually been one of the worst bosses Blizzard ever developed. Ever. It was terrible. Geeksy Girl, thanks for the follow, really appreciate it. Narcotic, thanks for the follow, really appreciate you. But yeah, that boss killed so many guilds, bro, and not even in a good way. It wasn't a great fight that was just very difficult to do. It was a stupid fight that was incredibly hard to do as well. And so many guilds just died there. Luckily, my guild just barely made it out of that. We were limping at the end of that fight. But we managed to do it in quick-timed Deathwing after that. So that was fine. Dude, I think the Classic party is about to come to an end, though. Where do you go after this? Even if we stretch the definition of Classic, right? And we have to stretch it by the time we get to Cataclysm. Because as I've already explained, Cataclysm is very close to retail in a lot of ways. Do you go to Mist? Because are you at this point not just starting to relaunch all of the fucking game? You're just relaunching all of the expansions. So after Mist, you do what? Classic Water to Draenor? Or do you skip Water to Draenor because that's shit? Right? So you skip that and you go Classic Legion. And then you go Classic BFA, or maybe you skip Classic BFA as well because that was shit too. And you skip Classic Shadowlands and then you go Classic Dragonfight. At some point, this party has to end. At some point, a true Classic Plus needs to be announced. I mean, a true one, where you kind of take the story in a whole new direction. You kind of bring new stories, bring new content, bring new everything. but only for Classic, and maybe use something like the different time ways in order to make that work. They're gonna add Classic 13.0 before Retail 13.0 comes out. Dude, yeah, it seems like it, but it has to end at some point. Maybe I can see them still pushing for Mist of Pandaria Classic, and the only reason for that is I think Mist of Pandaria is arguably one of the most loved expansions that World of Warcraft has ever had. And I would unironically actually go back and play, because I never played Mist of Pandaria. I think I told you guys this before, but just before Mist of Pandaria came out, I broke up with my girlfriend, and I finished college, started to work, and all of that together just made the whole, I don't know if you guys remember the early time, like the first few months of Mist was basically World of Dailycraft, where you would just be doing dailies the whole fucking time, trying to get your gear and shit, which was really shit at the time. So I was dealing with all that shit and dealing with real life and work and all, and I was just like, no, I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to play like this. And I only came back towards the tail end of Mist of Pandaria. Like right at the end, I came back just in time for Warlords of Draenor. Love that, by the way. I'm one of the few people that thought Warlords of Draenor was an absolutely phenomenal expansion. But that was only because I raided. And that was the only thing I did. And Warlords of Draenor was really good for raiders. Zenath, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Making adjustments, making changes and stuff, but we're not building the content. And so that's really the lag time for that's what dictates how long it is before another patch can come, is like building the content. Well, it's already built for the most part. We're pulling a few levers on it, but we have a lot of agency in how fast to do that. And I'm really curious to see if sort of like a lot of people who are maybe like kind of never catas, like turn a corner on it.
I think they are. I think they will.
Yeah. I know a bunch of people that a couple of years ago, like my guild, like they're like, I'm done at Lich King, but they're all just like, well, actually, this is pretty good.
Now that it's here,
like, we're all still together. Let's just keep the party rolling. So it's like, I think that's cool.
I think that's one of the cool things of working on Classic is as we release, as we work on our progression servers, it's one of those things that like we can sort of reimagine these experiences and make adjustments where it makes sense for a modern audience.
Yeah, totally. But objectively the content I'm looking forward to the most is Firelands.
Yeah, me too.
I love Firelands.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a banger.
King Julian, I'm going to take the bait this once, and then I'm probably going to ignore you for the rest of the stream. But the only reason I'm taking the bait is purely by accident. You said something relatively intelligent, but also very stupid, right? So we'll take the bait on this one. Warlords of Draenor was not trash. If you were a raider and that was literally the only thing you cared about, Warlords of Draenor was probably the best expansion that has ever existed. Better than Legion, better than BFA, better than Shadowlands, better than Dragonflight. Why was it amazing? Because you literally leveled an alt and the very next day you were raiding. There's nothing else to do. You didn't have to fucking worry about anything else. You leveled your alt, got to max level, spammed a couple of dungeons, got your gear, got into the raid, done. The raids were also some of the best the best raids the game has ever had. It was some of the most fun fights that were ever in game. So no, like actually, unironically, as a raider, Warlords of Draenor was phenomenal. If you didn't raid, you hated it because let's be real, there was nothing for you in that expansion. But for the raiders, dude, I had so many alts that I was raiding on in Warlords of Draenor. I think I had something like 6 or 7 alts that I was actually full-blown raiding on every single day of my life. We would just, every day of the week, we would be raiding and having fun, because that's all I did back in the day. So no, it was actually really, really good. But it was very bad for casual players. Like, the way I play now, I would hate Warlords of Draenor. I would absolutely hate it. I remember in Warlords of Draenor, I would wake up in the morning, shower, grab my coffee, go sit down. My girlfriend would call me. We were still using TeamSpeak at the time. Then me and my girlfriend would hang out. Then eventually my friends would join in TeamSpeak. And it would just be like 15 of us on TeamSpeak, pugging raids, going raiding. And we would do that for 14, 15 hours a day. Just chill out, just play the game. On weekends, though, because I had a full-time job at that point, so obviously couldn't do that during the week. But yeah, it was super fun. Feel like I'm too casual for raiding. Yeah, well, raiding in World of Warcraft requires a lot more now than what it used to be fair.
It's one of my favorites.
That's like, I think it's the best raid ever in the world.
Yeah.
I've ever done. I Karazhan was my favorite for a while, but now that I think it's Firelands.
The funny thing about Firelands too is I had kind of just gotten I changed positions at Blizzard when it came out, and I was working a night shift, so I couldn't do heroic.
Oh.
I did heroic later, but I didn't do it when it was current. So I'm super jazzed. I did some of it when it was current, but I didn't do all of it. I never killed Ragnaros when it was current, so I'm super jazzed to go back and actually do that this time.
Ragnaros when it was current was so good.
How the lockouts work with the 10 man and 25 man sharing a lockout and then same eye level loot? Are you guys going to mess with that at all? Or are you thinking about keeping that the same?
I mean, probably not. Well, I think it's likely that we'll make some adjustments. I don't know. I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't want to make a promise, honestly. I think we're still going to probably just be evaluating that. One of the problems...
I actually unironically think that was one of their biggest mistakes. Was sharing lockout between 10 and 25 man. Because it kind of killed the raiding scene in a very weird way, because it especially killed the pugging scene quite heavily, because for a lot of us, it was sort of this thing of we would do 10 man for gear, and then we would do 25 man for gear. And because back in the day, 10 man and 25 man gear was a little bit higher item level than 10 man gear, you would sometimes do the 10 man gear for pieces that wasn't going to drop in 25 man until much later on. So it was sort of like a nice thing to have, but you were never forced to do 10 man because 25 man was still the highest content or the highest quality content gear that you could get. But then when they merged it, it was sort of like you had to make that choice. You couldn't go 10 man into 25 man. You now had to make a choice. Either you're a 10 man guild or you're a 25 man guild. And this is where a lot of that conversation started to happen, because if you guys didn't know, that was back when Paragon, because Paragon used to be, I don't know, how many of you remember Paragon? Christus Kruger, €5, really appreciate you, man. Thank you. Have been making me genuinely depressed since mid-Shadowlands or so. Hearing the news about classic SOD made me excited for WoW again. I'm right there with you. But yeah, okay, so Paragon used to be the #1 guild in World of Warcraft. They were better than Method. They used to kill in the raiding scene. This was back when World First Race was still very infant, right? And people would literally be online on the server waiting to see who got the world first, and then you would get all of these chats going out. Oh my god, congratulations Paragon, congratulations Paragon. And what happened in Cataclysm when Blizzard did the shared lockout was Paragon, because they were an all Finnish guild, they didn't have enough players for a 25 man guild, and they went down to 10 man, and they managed to get the world first on 10 man purely because a lot of the bosses were a lot easier to do on 10 man than what they were on 25 man, just because of bad sort of balancing. So you kind of got this, they were a Finnish only guild, so they didn't take anyone that wasn't Finnish, but it screwed things up. So I personally would actually change it back. The real Zerberus, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate you, man.
Well, one of the challenges, let's say, with Cataclysm was that, there wasn't a very good incentive to be in a 25-player guild.
Yeah, that was Paragon. So one of the reasons Paragon managed to always win world first is they were the best guild at finding exploits in the game. Like, if there was an exploit in order to fix a problem that the Blizzard developers created in a boss, they would find the exploit. That's how they won almost every single world first that they took part in. And you would usually find out much later on, oh, by the way, fuck, right? Does this count for the Twitch drop? Not yet. That's why it says soon. Chat made me switch to the World of Warcraft category, but since everyone's being confused by it, let me just remove it and wait for it to actually go live, because no one reads the soon thing. There we go. It starts in about, what, an hour, hour and a half is when the drops start, but I'm still in the WoW category, so we'll just hang out here until it fully starts. Chat bullied me because they all wanted the drop. Then we activated the drop, and then we checked when the drop starts, and the drop wasn't even live yet. So chat basically just bullied me for no reason whatsoever. Just for funsies. Chat's really mean. Like, every single one of the people in chat would probably have been in the principal's office the whole time.
When you could kind of just go do the same thing in 10. But on the same note, some encounters are way harder on 10 mode, like super hard. And others are a lot easier. Yep. So I think that might be kind of a differentiator that might keep people in that 25 player. And also, like, you know, if it depends on your guild too. We really like the idea of being flexible. That if you do have a smaller guild, you know, letting you kind of keep rolling with that smaller guild seems to make sense. And
but we did that. People did that anyway. I don't remember anyone ever complaining in World of Warcraft because, you know, they were stuck doing 10-mans. I don't remember anyone ever complaining about that. I knew a couple of people that were in 10-man guilds and they were happy with it. Even though they didn't have the item level of the 25-man guilds, it didn't matter because they just did 10-man. And then sometimes you would get these 10-man guilds that would, you know, some of their players would pug to 25-man. But that was, again, just, you know, that was just something that they did for fun. It wasn't something that they did on a regular basis. So I feel like this was like one of those examples of Blizzard fixing a problem that didn't really exist. It wasn't actually a problem. It was just Blizzard going in and saying, well, we should probably fix this. I would just not have that shared lockout. Just let the two be different and let the item level be different. Invictus, thank you so much. Or Invicious. Really appreciate you, man. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. And that was when, to be honest, a lot of the toxicity came from, was during WoD. I don't exactly know when the toxicity in World of Warcraft starts, but let's be real. It has kicked the fuck off. Lord Kirion, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I do plan on making some adjustments to the guild progression system because initially when Kata launched back in the day,
that's good.
You know, the guild rewards very much rewarded big mega guilds. And so what I saw personally, and I think what a lot of other people saw, was their cute little mom and pop type guilds ended up kind of dispersing as we were like, hey, really want to collect those sweet rewards, and went and, you know, joined mega guilds. And then
it actually killed. So I didn't even remember this, but yes, in Cataclysm was when guild rewards, guild leveling became a thing. They sort of, I don't know how many of you played Cataclysm, but you leveled your guild. And at level 25, you get mass raise and you get mass summon and all the rest. Like really good perks that you would get as the guild levels. This killed any guild that wasn't level 25. It basically killed new guilds. If you wanted to start a new guild, good luck. No one's joining it. We were a level 25-man guild, and we had applications coming out of our assholes, bro. People who literally just wanted to join for the rewards. They didn't care about raiding. They just wanted to be in the guild for the rewards. And they were leaving some of their old-time guilds, like guilds that they've been in for a very long time, just because those guilds were too small to actually handle it. So yeah, they need to update this to not be that bad. And your new guild wouldn't have any guild achievements, new mounts, rewards. Yep. It was really, really bad. And it would be so easy to fix as well. Like, all you do is that it's not the guild that levels up. It's the player that levels within the guild. Like, that's all you have to do, and you fixed all of the problems. So if you start a new guild, if you join a new guild, you start at level 1. As you play, you level up within the guild. By joining the guild, you get access to any of the very strong stuff immediately, but all of the nice to have stuff that you have to level for by yourself. That, I think, yeah, guild renown. Basically, you call it guild renown, and the player gains renown within their guild as they're playing the game. That fixes that entire problem. Metabolic, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was saying that that's where the toxicity came from, Akko. That was a big part of the reason. I can see that. As a lock, I could pop up and SS and raise everyone. I remember back in Kata, the only guild on my server was called Gold Bank after the first patch. The GM of that guild was the only one with access to Guild Bank, and the entire server was basically feeding him money for completing dungeons, and he also ran the auction house. Wow, what a guy. Yeah, I think it would be required for non-MMO titles. Microsoft will help them in Unreal Engine 5. Should tie it to guild rape, but rape doesn't reset upon changing guild. Big surprise. No, I would say that rape has to reset because you are leveling with a new guild, right? You are joining a new guild. This means that the only people that would leave a guild are people that actively, their current guild is so bad that they really want to go to a new guild, which would probably help a lot with just general cohesion. Because I can tell you, as someone that used to run a very low-end guild, and then later on a very high-end guilds are awesome. When you get members, those members stay for a long time. When you're a mid-level guild, dude, the turnover of players is nuts. You get someone joining, they're in your guild for about a month, and by the time you've taught them everything they need to know, they're already gone to a bigger guild, a better guild. It's just, you're like constantly trying to teach new people how to raid. It's really tiring.
And they got kind of large and wieldy when the purpose of people like getting together to play is just for those rewards. Like it got a little bit like cold and impersonal.
Or on the other side of it too, like my guild eventually broke up, but we kept inviting just randoms just to get more bodies, and that diluted the culture a little bit. Yeah. And so that's like, we just want to steer away from that. So we really want to enable those mom and pop guilds to continue to exist or start to exist. But we're just going to have to really take a look at the reward structure. What we did in Next Ramus, whenever we went and added the 25 player league to 10 man, is we made the 25 player version drop an extra item. Yeah. So that might be something that's on in the cards to make it a little bit more incentive to actually do a larger raid size.
But you keep the eye level pretty much the same.
Oh yeah, I don't think there'd be any adjustments there. But honestly, it could still change. We're still kind of evaluating the design there.
Okay. What about the talent structure? I know one complaint was you're locked into one. Like you can't hybrid. It took out the ability to go hybrid, where you needed to get that last point in order to get into a next tree.
You know, the thing about talents that's funny is we really strongly considered like a major talent overhaul, but by the end of Cataclysm had a ride, right, of class talents and class design. But by the end of it, for the most part, a lot of classes ended up in a very good place. Mm-hmm. And so there's a risk of doing more damage than good.
Yeah, I play Warlock, so I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Warlock rocked in Cataclysm, bro.
Classes are really good by the end.
Well, that's the best thing about Cata is a lot of classes are good. It's not like warriors only in Classic, or warlocks and hunters in TBC. Like this is like a big broad. Like people ask me all the time what's good, and I'm naming like 6 classes. I'm like
So it's kind of like we have like a weird situation where it's like the system itself is like, maybe if we could change it, we could, but it's like we don't want to do damage to what works, right? So I think a lot of what we're going to do, like we made very tactical changes to classes in Wrath, and we learned some lessons there too. But I think we're going to look at it and try and make as few sort of tactical adjustments as possible. But any kind of major system overhaul, probably not. Don't want to do more harm.
Yeah, it makes sense. This is super random, but you know how ZA and ZG is phase 2 would be like a phase 2? Because in the beginning, would you ever like just?
I think the way we're going to handle ZA and ZG, I don't know if we talked about this, but we're doing it, I guess. I think what we're doing with ZA and ZG is we'll probably do it like an interstitial, like half phase. Like we might not do a full patch for it, but there will be like, the launch and then, Bastion and Twilight, all those raids and stuff. And then some midpoint between that and Firelands, we'll just release them.
I like that. That's what was big, because that was like a whole phase. For
it's not going to be a whole phase.
Yeah. Like, that's good. A lot of people are going to like that.
We're spacing it out by raid tier, for sure. Good. But that would be like a midpoint thing, right?
You mentioned, so for hardcore, you said SSF's coming.
Yeah.
That's going to be cool. Is
it?
SF?
Yeah.
Okay, true. Is it, like on the same server, or is it going to be a different server? Or are we going to be playing like with the people we're playing with now?
Same server. So it'll be basically on character creation. It'll be a checkbox.
This is the new one where you're not allowed to buy gear. You can only use gear that you picked up. I still don't get why someone would want to play like this. I don't understand why anyone would want to play like this.
That will basically enable self-found mode for that character.
That's dope.
So from character creation, you're entering the world with your restrictions, mailbox, trading, auction house, and at any point you can, remove those restrictions if you're like, hey, this isn't for me, but you can't, re-enable it, obviously. So.
Well, you can take it off at some point?
You can.
You just...
But the way it'll work is you'll never be like shit, never be able to put it back. And it's going to key off of this Soul of Iron system that, there's like the badges and the buff. And if you ever take it off, then you just lose it. But if you get to 60, you get a little badge up there that says I made it to 60.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. And we're investigating some things to make it a little bit more interesting. I don't want to say too much right now. We're going to talk about it more in the next probably few weeks and months. As we get closer to the launch, but we got a couple little.
It really seems like these developers of Classic are having a shit ton of fun.
We're looking forward to that. Yeah. How about that?
They're just having fun adding whatever.
You guys like that? Was that magical to watch?
I love the thing. It was incredible.
Do you guys plan to do any events, or are you kind of leaving it up to the community like that? I know you sponsor. I know you guys are partnered with them.
Yeah, and I think we're open. I mean, this is kind of actually outside of our department as the developers. No. We don't do event planning or anything. But I know that for my part, I would love to see more of that thing, more partnerships like that. So I'm hoping we can do more. I'm hoping the community wants to do more, wants to see more. I think we probably have a pretty good idea that they do. It was the most watched WoW event ever.
That was crazy.
That's pretty crazy, and it was super entertaining. Just I was flying around on a GM account watching it, and it was great. It was awesome to watch.
I was shirking my work duties watching this.
Yeah, we all were. No one got work done that day.
Why, Flamart?
One more about hardcore is: would you ever, or have you guys talked about a fresh, having a new fresh on it, or is it going to be that server for? Whenever.
Not really something we've considered doing. Again, with the never say never thing. But for the most part, we think it's not quite as impactful as, say, just any other classic fresh server.
Yeah, it's also too. We don't there's people who played classic WoW for a while. There's always a call for fresh.
That was my next question.
And it's one of those things that it's we don't want to get in the habit of kind of almost setting an expectation that we're going to let a server run for 6 months and then basically intentionally
you have to do it fresh. Yeah.
And so it's people like persistence too. There's a contingent that's I just love the first 3 months of a server, right? And I think for those folks, there's a little bit of a distance makes the heart grow fonder thing. Where it's if we do it every 3 or 4 months, then at a certain point that's probably going to get a little stale, right? So it's let it breathe for a minute. Let it see where it goes. It's going to be interesting to see.
It's going to get stale at some point. I don't expect the consistency of Classic or the consistent popularity of Classic to survive forever. The hardcore thing has been really good, and you can see it on Twitter, on Twitch. You could see just how popular it was on Twitch, how popular it was on YouTube. But is that going to continue? Do you think that's just always going to keep being popular? Black Waltz, the problem with anyone linking private servers at me is you're ignoring one big thing when it comes to private servers. They are free. People are a lot more likely to keep playing something if it's completely free to play. The second you add $15 a month to the playtime, I'm only going to play for as long as I'm actually able to justify the $15 a month that I'm paying to play it. And if I'm no longer really having that much fun, maybe I find myself only logging in once a month, once every 2 months. Now I'm starting to think, well, is this even worth it for me? And I'm probably going to stop at some point. So yeah, like I said before, Classic will have to start doing something different, I think, if it's going to continue to ride the success.
Kind of the impact that injecting self-found into the mix has. And like I said, we got a couple little surprises for that we might,
Black Waltz, okay. I could be wrong about this, obviously. I don't have a crystal ball, and I don't exactly know what Blizzard is doing. But I will go out on a limb right now and say I highly doubt that World of Warcraft is ever coming to the Xbox Game Pass. Ever. There's no need for it. It already has a $15 a month price tag. People are already willing to pay the $15 a month. Why would I remove the $15 a month only to then get them to pay the $15 on Game Pass, where they can also play a bunch of other games as well? So I am technically losing a bunch of money. Where what I could be doing instead is just have the game be the game, and that's it. The only way I can see Blizzard bringing World of Warcraft to the Game Pass would be by still having the $15 a month subscription, but if you have Game Pass, you don't pay for the expansions. Like, that's a way in which I can see Blizzard doing that, right? So through Game Pass, you gain access, like all of the expansions and stuff is included in the Game Pass, but there is still the $15 a month price tag that you have to pay. And the only people that will then have Game Pass and play WoW are people like myself, right? I play World of Warcraft, but I also have Game Pass. So I'll just score by not having to pay for the expansions because I'm getting them through Xbox Game Pass. So that's the only way I can see it work. I don't see how Blizzard would do it any other way, if I'm honest. Because they didn't do that for ESO. If you go on PC, ESO is not available on the PC Game Pass. It's available on the Xbox Game Pass for the console. It's not available for the PC version. And ESO mostly is a free-to-play game. Well, buy-to-play, but you don't have to pay a subscription for it.
That's exciting.
So, yeah. We'll see that.
How about LFR and Kata? You gonna let it in? What was the talks on LFR?
That's kind of something we're still discussing internally because, we're aware of there being a potential for the dynamic where...
I don't know how it would be a genius move, though. Like, in what way do you guys envision that being a genius move? I mean, the game already has players. Rebema, how you doing? 6 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you. Love your videos. Thank you so much, Rebema. Really appreciate you. Like, how is that a genius move? Yeah, but if they did, that wouldn't everyone get both? Because pay $10 extra a month up front seems cheaper than paying 80 plus for the new expansion, even though people might, but not a lot of people have. What is it? I'm currently paying $30 because it's $15 a month for Xbox Game Pass and it's $10 for WoW because I do the 6 month sub. But so I'm paying about $25 a month for WoW and Xbox Game Pass or PC Game Pass, but not everyone has $25 a month to just throw around. I don't know. I mean, the fact that they didn't do it for ESO suggests to me that they're probably not going to do it for WoW. Unless there's some weird reason why they decided to do it for... Why they decided to not do it for ESO, but somehow it is possible to do it on WoW. Like, maybe it wasn't a business decision that led to ESO not being available on PC Game Pass. Maybe it was some other decision, and WoW doesn't have those restrictions, so they can actually do it. How MSFT uses Game Pass, everything is case by case, and it still comes down to dollars and cents. Yeah, of course. Of course, it is down to the money. They need to give WoW to Xbox Jimmy for free. True, Xbox players need to learn about WoW, I think.
Players kind of just queue for LFR, and it maybe deteriorates some of that, community feel of having to be part of a guild, a part of a group, core group to experience that content.
True.
But we are still actively discussing it behind closed doors. We do want to hear feedback from the community, and what do players want? What do they want to see out of Cataclysm?
Yeah, I think after Wrath, and we like learning lessons, right? And Wrath, we kind of went into it sort of with the assumption that the majority of people would not want.
To be fair, getting new players into WoW, I don't think at this point is a limitation of advertising. I don't think it's an advertising problem. It is like WoW's player numbers right now is a result of very bad decisions that was made in the last 4 years. That's it. It's like, I don't think there's a single gamer in the world that doesn't know at least something about World of Warcraft. It's been around for so long, everyone must at least know about it. The problem is that you're gonna... WoW will get its players back. It just needs time to breathe. It just needs time now. I could see a world in which World of Warcraft launches on Steam. That world I can see, since most other Blizzard games are going to Steam, because that would actually be a massive push in terms of getting new players introduced to the game. Xbox Game Pass seems like just there's so many different layers to that. Like, what about the $15 a month for Game Pass? Are you also paying $15 a month for the game? Like, how exactly does that all operate? It just seems like a lot of, I don't know, like a very convoluted system that you would actually end up with.
Want random dungeon finder, and that was wrong. That was just wrong. and we don't want to get into a situation where we dig in on it, right? And then people start screaming at us for it.
Tourniquet, that is true, though.
Like, really, it's also like from a production perspective, I kind of in charge of schedules for the team, right? And I don't want to have to shoehorn in a feature later.
Very cost, take care of yourself, bro.
For. So it's one of those things that we're not closing the door on it, but I think that we probably prefer not to, for the reasons that Mark said.
What about some like solo queue stuff?
That's great
PvPs?
news. That is great news. I said it when they announced it as well during the BlizzCon. The fact that they're thinking of removing looking for group and looking for raid and looking for all of those things is such good news, dude. At least for obviously the the Cataclysm. Vicenia Draconi, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. I'm not sure if I said your name correctly, but still, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate you. Abominizer, thanks for the Prime sub, man. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ever flirted with? I feel like I should have more PvP questions. I'm just a PvE Andy, so I just like solo queues. I hear people talk about that.
Not quite. Like, I would say it's on the periphery of our radar, if that makes sense. We're like, there's nothing on the books right now, you know. I think if there were suddenly like an influx of people that were like, actually, you know, that would be great. I'm so glad you asked that question. You know, we do want to see something like that. Then, you know, we would I think spend a lot more time, you know, discussing it, thinking about it.
Okay.
Yeah, we put out like a survey. We put out a couple of surveys about Cataclysm, and one of those things.
Algor and Gato, we're talking about Cataclysm Classic here, right? We're not talking about retail, because it will absolutely not fix anything in retail. What will fix something in retail is the overhaul of looking for raid and looking for group, or looking for dungeon. Looking for group is fine. Looking for dungeon is criminal. Looking for raid members would be fine. Looking for raid is criminal. It destroys the aspect of viewing other players as players rather than just viewing them as AI NPCs, which is currently what happens in retail. I did a dungeon last night. 2 dungeons, actually, last night on Heroic, just for fun, because one of the things I have to do is do 5 Heroic dungeons. So I did, like, 2 of the 5 last night, and I can't name a single person I was in the dungeon with. Not a single person. I have no idea who the fuck I was playing with. I didn't say hello. I didn't say goodbye. I went in, I did the dungeon, and I left. That's it. I don't know who they are. Back in the day, I met some of my best friends in dungeons. Like, all of my WoW friends I met in dungeons. The first guild I ever joined, I joined because I met a guy in a dungeon. We started talking, and he was like, bro, let me invite you into my guild. I see you don't have a guild. And I was like, oh shit, yeah, let's go, bro. And I didn't even know what a guild was at the time, but it was good to be included, right? Biffy, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So it was sort of like, the problem right now in World of Warcraft is because everything is completely optimized and automated, you don't view the other people in your group as players. You view them as AI NPCs. They're there simply to help you achieve your goal, much like every other AI NPC is in the game. What is required for World of Warcraft to operate again like a social game is some kind of thing where players are seen as players, which is why looking for group is fine if you start to remake it in such a way that you can find players within the system. So it's a nice place to find other players that want to do the stuff that you want to do, but it doesn't automatically take you to the dungeon. So that immediately forces you to type in chat. Because you have to let people know, right, I'm going there to summon. And this is the thing, right? Psychologically speaking, the second someone have already typed in chat, they're far more likely to type in chat. That's just human psychology. So I'm typing, all right, guys, I'm heading there, going to summon, need one more person. Someone else goes, yeah, I'll summon. Someone says, can't come right now, please summon me. Or whatever the case may be. So everyone's chatting already, and now you start seeing these, hello, hi, how you doing, blah, 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 blah. And I see this actually, when I sign up for Mythic Plus dungeons, everyone says hello in chat. When you sign up for a Mythic Plus dungeon, everyone says hello. When you go into a heroic dungeon, no one says hello. No one speaks in heroic dungeons. But as soon as you go into Mythic Plus, people say hello. Why? Because you're very much aware of who is playing and that it is another human being that is playing. Why are they going to hate me for this opinion, Leolek?
We get from that, and we kind of look at the data, and it's like very impressive data models that we can use to like really gauge kind of like popularity of one feature over another. That was one of those things that was kind of like middling. Like we had a question about that on there, and it was like sort of middle of the pack. So it's one of those.
If I'm going to introduce a group finder system in World of Warcraft, it would probably be something very similar to what Final Fantasy has, where you tell the system what it is you want, and the system gives you players from what you said you want. Flynn Doinkies, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Lost my Park Mythic Plus. I ended up not playing for 2 months. Like, look, at the end of the day, the toxicity in World of Warcraft, I firmly believe, comes from the fact that players no longer see each other as players. You're an NPC. Your job is to help me achieve my goal. So why would I treat you as a human being? You're not a human being to me. In the past, this was actually much easier to do. So I remember playing way back in the day. There were certain people at my server that no one would go in a group with. No one. You would see this one fucking druid. There was a druid specifically that would always be spamming, looking for people to raid with. And then right after he said, looking for XXX to join my raid, you would see like 4 or 5 people saying, don't join this guy's group. He ninjas items. Don't join this guy's group. He ninjas items. And then like 2 or 3 months later, you just see that guy stopped. So he probably transferred off the server after he realized that everyone had figured him out. Because what ended up happening was he kept making groups, then getting to the final boss, and when items dropped that he wanted, he would literally ninja the items and leave. And so players started to know his name, and so they would warn other people, don't go into a fucking group with this guy because he will ninja the items for either him or his friends. And because you could only play with your community, what are you gonna do, right? You only play with your server. So people on the server start to realize you're a big fucking dick, and they're not gonna play with you. That was removed from the game, obviously, when Blizzard decided to go, open up to all of the realms being able to play together. That kind of went away. That ability for people to self-govern within their communities completely went away. There's now so many people that there's a good chance you'll never see the same person twice in any activity that you do. So there's no, like, I genuinely think I don't know how you fix that, because do we want to bring servers back? I mean, servers have been a pretty big problem in World of Warcraft for a while. You could maybe bring servers back, but then make four much larger servers, but these 4 servers are the 4 servers. That's probably going to run into problems again. I don't know. I don't know what the fix is for this. I genuinely don't know how you solve the toxicity in World of Warcraft. The answer isn't just to ban people for toxicity, though, because all of the evidence we have shows that that doesn't fix toxicity. So, you know. Hi, Aklon. Good to see you again. Are you going to play 10.2 when it's live? Moiche, how you doing, bro? Welcome to the channel. Very good to see you as well. Yeah, well, isn't it live now? I'm pretty sure 10.2 is live right now, but we're looking at interviews. Although I feel like we're ignoring this interview mostly and just having fucking completely separate conversations. But that's usually what we do when we watch an interview that we don't really care about that much. But yeah, I will be playing it. I just usually play I usually play the start of patches on my own because I want to see the story. And when I'm streaming, it's not as easy to follow the story and spend as much time on the story as I would want to.
Those things that I think we have in the back of our head, but I think there's definitely some things we need to work out. I mean, even modern WoW has some challenges with that, right? And it's a
Dr. Solas, how can you incentivize patience and kindness, though? I don't think you have to incentivize it. Most people have kindness and patience for human beings. But the problem is you have to be able to convince players that the people that they're playing with are actually people. That's why the internet tends to be so much more toxic than IRL. Because on the internet, you're just a name on a screen. There's no person, at least for us, our brain does not make that connection between this is an actual human being. So you can react in whichever way you want, fuck the person, right? Who gives a shit about the person? The only way you incentivize that is by allowing people to realize that the person they're speaking to is another human being. And it's not obvious to me that you can do that, because the crowd that always speaks about love and acceptance and, you know, that kind of stuff become the most feral and brutal group when it's someone that they disagree with. Right? Also, again, to the point where you would not see that IRL. In real life, they would not ever be that bad. So, I don't know. I don't necessarily know what the answer is there. Member, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you.
Incredibly fun mode, but like, this is a good opportunity, too, for us to kind of partner up with Modern. And if we were going to do something like that, we'd really want to take some cues from them and learn from them.
G-Land or J-Land, please no. Like, please no. Implementing voice chat into dungeons, unless it's like what it is currently, which is opt-in, I would just never do another dungeon ever. Like, can you imagine, and everyone has had this happen in the past, you have this one random fuck with his kid screaming in the mic, and you're just like, oh my God, no, this is torture. And then you have the other guy whose mic is just going the whole fucking time. You're like, oh wow, this is nuts. What is going on? So absolutely not. It has to be opt-in, right? As it is right now, and no one opts into it. It's as simple as that.
And what they learned from it and some things like that. So, I mean, I'm kind of using a lot of words to say the same thing Nora said, that like never say never, but it is, yeah, not really.
Okay, well, Classic Plus, or I guess Seasons of Discovery.
Yeah, sure.
I think the biggest question change, I've done the demo so many times now, but that is...
Speed running it?
Yeah, we sped run.
I think what Blizzard should have done, and this I think was Blizzard's biggest mistake, Blizzard tried to create Discord inside World of Warcraft. You know what Blizzard should have done? Discord integration. That's all that was needed. The only thing that was needed was Discord integration into World of Warcraft. The second you join a dungeon and you want to join a voice group, there's a pop-up that says, do you want to join this voice group? The Discord creates a separate chat automatically for everyone to come in. You can use a very specific name so that you don't give away your real name or your Discord name. You choose a name in-game, and that's how that name will show up in Discord. And bam, there you go, right? Because Discord is much better than the WoW shit is. And most gamers have Discord. So that would solve, I think, most of the issues on WoW without having Discord, then okay. Liam, you could probably, with Discord integration, you could have like a Discord Lite version that you don't need to install Discord. It's just part of your WoW stuff, but obviously limited.
Yeah. You know,
yeah, it shows your character name.
Where'd the
rather
Rune
than your real
idea
name
come from? The Rune system. Yeah, I guess let's start that. Where'd that
Discord
come from?
web page is another one, right?
I feel like I'm hogging the mic here. Do you want to try to take a stab at this?
I think it was more of a group effort.
Yeah,
a little
really.
bit.
Yeah.
I was about to start throwing out names, and I was like, I shouldn't do that. But I really do think, like, in general, we got together as a team. There was lots of brainstorming. There was lots of like, what should this system look like? How do we want players to interact with these abilities, these class
I'm on EU.
abilities, right? Do we want them to be?
So for anyone that wants to know, I play on EU Kazakh. Horde. Always Horde. Fuck the Alliance.
Like hot swappable, like you can just change them at any time, learn them like a book of spells, you know what I mean? Like, or do we want them to be like on use, it's used up or something like that? And we went basically the spells route, right? So you can at any time swap your abilities out, come up with some interesting builds. We decided to add quite a few runes, like 12 runes per class in the...
I'm so interested in these runes, by the way.
Is it 12 per class period, or is it going to be more?
Just in the 1 to 25.
Okay. So like what I saw in my Warlock, for example, those are my runes.
Yeah.
For now.
So in the example of like my Metamorphosis rune was in my glove slot, is that always going to be the glove slot? Or can you put the rune in your pants slot?
That will be
it'll be the glove slot, okay.
I mean, unless some like rebalance happens at some point, which we would try really hard to avoid that. Yeah. So the plan is for that to be done. To kind of build on that, like a little bit of deep lore for sort of the season is we have been talking about sort of the general
we'll definitely
idea of this season since.
For those of you that want to chat after every interview, I wait before I get into the other interviews so I don't just spam them off. If you have questions, if you want to discuss something, just wait until the end of the interview and we'll chat. Don't worry, guys. I actually like talking to you guys. That's why I stream. I'm not just sitting here reacting to stuff because I don't want to talk to you. I do want to talk to you, but I also want to watch the interview. So I sort of have to do, best of both worlds in a way.
Literally WoW Classic Beta. In 2019.
That's crazy.
Like, I remember being in a room with folks and we had, like, we're watching on, it was before the pandemic and we're together in the classic pit, the bull pit or whatever. And we had it on TV, we're watching, like, I think it was a dueling thing that S-Fan was doing in his guild or whatever. And it was so fun to watch them just pull all the stops out and just wacky combinations of items and talents at level 30 or whatever. And it was just so fun to watch. And we really loved that. And so when we kind of started working backwards from that idea, it was after Season of Mastery came out, we're like, what would we want to do next? We knew we wanted to do something a lot deeper than Season of Mastery. And when we started kind of working backwards from that idea, it was like, well, it would be really cool to have these level breaks, but what are you going to do during that? And one of the things is like, what if like there was like kind of like almost Easter egg hunts like kind of thing where, and at the time the idea was actually like, hey, why don't we just make these like new class abilities and stuff item set bonuses or something? And it's like, well,
it has to.
That's cool.
This has to be, Season of Discovery has to be the precursor to Classic Plus. Am I just wishful thinking here? Like, am I just suffering from like complete copium brain after seeing Chris Metzen on the stage? But like, how can it not be the precursor to Classic Plus? Because it's already fundamentally changing the way that Classic operates. The only thing that is necessary now is new dungeons and new zones and stuff to play through. And you've got it, right? Bam! There you go. You've got Classic Plus. Congratulations.
But it's like, what if they don't drop? Like, what if, there's a lot of things with that, like, that kind of gatekeep some of the coolest stuff that you'd want to do behind, like, you got to get lucky or you got to spend a bunch of gold or whatever. And so that's like, well, why don't we just have the runes be something that's discoverable, like, as those discoveries? And so that's kind of like the genesis of it, but it's almost something we've been talking about for so many years now. It's sort of evolved that, once we actually started working on it, we had a pretty good idea of kind of think what we wanted to do, and we just kind of barreled forward.
Yeah. And the thing I said in the panel, being excited for players to venture forth and discover them on their own, like, I mean that because some of them are actually quite funny.
Yeah. Are they going to be harder to find? Or is, like, can you give an example of what it's like finding, like, is it like you went to a Gold Shower Inn and there's like a box and it's there or something?
Some of them are that simple. Good,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, someone else asked us, like, are these all just like quests or something or newly added? And I was like, maybe some of them are newly added quests that weren't there before in the game. However, most of them are things like, I've discovered this object in the world. Let me interact with it. It tells me some kind of story and it gives me hints of where to go. Maybe look for the next clue. Right?
Oh,
shit!
So it's actually quite almost.
Dude, that's why they did that. Oh my God, Myokeen, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. You guys know in retail, we just had that Azeroth secrets, the secrets of Azeroth, thing. The people ran around collecting all of the secrets and following the clues in order to basically do the Secrets of Azeroth event. That's why they did this. It was a test run for this to see if it actually works in the game. Like, how do people actually respond to it? Yeah, the mount one. Because that's exactly what you said here. You'll just happen upon a thing, and then you have to follow the clues and go look for whatever it is that the clue sends you towards. Really cool. Like, that alone would make this worth playing.
Because we went into it knowing this was all going to be data mined eventually, right? And players were going to solve these and probably make an add-on for it or something. But we also realized that, like, even if data mining occurred, like, if players don't go and venture out and, like, actually solve the riddles, they're probably not going to piece it together just by looking at the game files alone.
Is it, like, random? Like, using a metaglyph, is that metaglyph found, or meta rune found everywhere in the world that one way, or is it... Yeah, of course. You know I am. Because that's just a simple example.
That's actually good. I'll go ahead and say that rune in particular is one.
This is where add-ons really destroy WoW. Is in things like this. Where all of that hard work that the developers put in to make the clues, to create the gameplay for players, will basically be dead within a week, as there's an add-on now that literally puts an arrow on your screen that sends you to every single one of the clues, and all you have to do is just follow the little arrow. It's going to lead you to wherever you need to go. And then you have websites that fix... Even if you don't have the add-ons, you know that Wowhead is going to have a guide that tells you exactly where to go and how to go in order to do all of the things that you need to do. I don't know. I wish there was a different way that WoW players did things. In Final Fantasy, for example, there's this unwritten rule that you are not allowed to speak about spoilers for 2 weeks after the game goes live. For 2 weeks, there's no mention of spoilers. You won't get a single YouTuber or about anything that could potentially spoil things. And if that YouTuber did make spoiled content, they would lose subs. Like, actively, people would unsub from that YouTuber and blacklist that YouTuber. Never again. I wish WoW would have this. Like, the community would just come together and be like, listen here, we don't want your data mine bullshit. We don't want you to spoil our game. Give us a month or a week or 2 weeks to play the game without spoilers before we get into the spoilers. And I don't blame the content creators for this. Because the problem is that the content creator that decides not to cover spoilers is just losing money. You're just losing money, because if you're not doing it, someone else is going to do it, and they're going to get all the money, because the community wants the spoilers. The community wants the story to be spoiled for them. So if you're not giving it to the community, they're just going to find someone else that does it. So you are sort of stuck between a rock and a very hard place, where you want the game to actually be played and you want people to be able to see the game for the first time on their own. Dang JT, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But at the same time, you also don't want the game spoiled, right? I know it sucks a lot of WoW content creators because of this. So often they would spoil major points with their titles and thumbnails. Rifology, the only problem I have with that is I once used Blizzard's thumbnail for my thumbnail, right? Like literally just Blizzard's thumbnail and my face over the thumbnail. And I had people going, oh my God, fucking spoilers. And I'm like, dude, what do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do? I'm using the official thumbnail because that's the thumbnail of the video that I'm reacting to. I don't know what you want me to do. So some people also don't know what spoilers actually are. It's sort of weird because all it was the face of a character. I mean, but it's not like a character that no one knew.
One that there's lots of categories of how they're discoverable, and that particular one is one that is part of kind of a chain. It's like, because that's really iconic.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
a very
I can't even explain to you how I felt when I sat down.
Right.
And then logged in and saw that icon.
That discovery isn't going to be going and looting a chest. There's a lot to that. It might span multiple zones. There's a lot to it. It's
good.
And it's going to be a minute.
So the good runes, you make them work for it.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
I
good.
mean, good is subjective, right? But like the ones that are like impressive, like visually impressive or really iconic, like those are the things that you might have to.
Metamorphosis is going to take years.
Some are chests. Some are you find an NPC, you speak to them, and they may have a special interaction, and they have you do a thing. Like some of them are traditional quests. It really is very varied, and there's hundreds and hundreds of them in the 1 through 25 because there's so many different starting zones that we had to duplicate the runes, but we didn't necessarily duplicate the discovery method. So some zones have their own flavorful discovery methods that are flavorful to that zone and classes in that zone.
So you can't earn the same rune.
So there's replayability, actually.
You can.
Is it like you get the rune in your bag, use it, and now it's a rune?
Yes.
Yep, you've learned it. Yeah.
You're going to want to level alts because there's different ways and different stories that you're going to see.
So I'm only going to find a warlock one. So I can't go find a mage one, right? Okay.
And some of the discoveries do have a cross-class element. Like, I don't think it's too spoilery to say, but like there's maybe one rune where you find a dead character and you have to do like a ritual to like send their soul to the shadow.
Mankirk's wife.
You need 2 healers for that, right?
Mankirk's wife. Did he just say that one of the runes is Mankirk's wife? Pretty sure that's what he said. You have to send her soul to the Shadowlands. Are they actually going to show us how Mankirk's wife died? And also, it has to be, right? that is definitely spoiler, but never mind.
Right? But like, either healer could get their own class rune.
Oh, that's well. That's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be fun, just like little Easter eggs running around trying to get them.
Exactly. There's a lot of stuff like that.
And it gives you like excuses to interact with other people too.
Yeah, totally. And you're gonna see a lot of people shouting. It's like, hey, I found this thing. I don't know what to do. Does anybody know? And it's like, oh, I know. It's like, oh, I need a buddy for that. Can you come and help me with it?
The best way to avoid spoilers is to leave the internet forever. Like, you can't avoid spoilers unless you leave the internet until such time that you watch it, right? Or you've experienced it. But if you're on the internet, things are going to get spoiled. There's sometimes people are so oblivious to spoilers. Like, I've had this before where, like, for example, you guys know I don't like watching series episode for episode. I prefer to wait for the entire season and then I watch the whole thing in one go. The amount of times that there's been series where I actively avoid all spoilers because I want to watch the series, and then someone will just casually write on Twitter, oh, by the way, I can't believe this guy died. And before I've even realized that I'm fucking reading something about my favorite series, I just read that one of my favorite characters in the series died. I'll give you guys a great example of this. Robb Stark in Game of Thrones. I waited until the final episode and then I started watching everything, and I believe it was on my second episode. And I read on, I think it was Twitter or it may have been YouTube, but someone just, the death of Robb Stark. And I was like, what the fuck? No! What? Why? It was, dude, if you're still saying spoiler, you are fucking nuts. Melanisa, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Want to hear some Wheel of Time spoilers? Elodie, I've already watched both of the seasons for Wheel of Time. I'm waiting for the third one. But I've already watched both of them, so you can't spoil those two at least.
Like that's the intent. That's what we hope.
That's the exciting part is people are saying like if it's capped at 25, that's going to take. Is it like you didn't change? Are you changing the experience gain from 1 to 20? It's just whatever it is right now.
Yeah, it's what it is.
So that's like super fast. And I'm like, yeah, but now you can go run around everywhere and find all your runes.
For sure.
Yeah.
And the way we kind of built it too is like we talked in the panel about there's like a tutorial rune, right? Honestly, if you find nothing but that tutorial rune until you hit 25, you're still going to be kind of pumping. Like the first paladin rune I showed was Crusader.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, that alone, like huge change to the paladin level.
Yeah.
And if you found nothing else until you hit 25, you'd be jamming.
Yeah.
And most other classes are like that.
The crowd cheered so loud when I said Crusader Strike. I knew they'd cheer, but I didn't expect that.
And then the first one's the taunt right into it. It was like the paladins were going crazy.
Yeah, I was so startled. Yeah.
Exactly.
You find them pretty easy level, and I'll just level out and find some runes. Maybe I'll find meta right away. Just like, drop it there for me. It's on the ground right there. She's like, check the dirt ground pile right there.
I mean, some of them are pretty, though they're on the critical path, and some of them are a little off the beaten path.
Okay, about the demo tanking, was your thought, like, can you main tank as a demo? Or is it supposed to be on par with like a warrior tank, paladin tank, feral druid, or is it more like off tank you're helping? I've noticed I'm holding threat easily, but like I don't, in gear.
It should be able to contend with other tanks.
So it's a tank. It's like
boys, my fantasy is complete. My fantasy is complete. I can now finally play as a demonology tank. I was waiting for this because I thought to myself, okay, so they're announcing this tank thing. Now, this was a thing for a short amount of time, I believe, in Cataclysm. In Cataclysm, in demon form, you could tank for a very, for the duration of your demon form, you could tank. That was it. So you had like a shit ton extra armor and you had a shit ton extra health. So you could tank for like a short period of time, but it was really only, I remember we killed one of our raid bosses. The tank was one shot, and I immediately went demon form, searing, what's it called again? Searing, can't remember what it's called, but it's searing something, right? Just searing, getting all of the fucking threat on me, and I tanked the last 5 seconds or so. Searing pain, that's the one. The last 5% or so of it, I tanked as my guild was just burning it down. I was just searing pain in order to keep this boss on me. So that could work, but the second, I literally died the second my group killed it because I went out of demon form and the boss fucking one-shot me. Just insta bam! One shot as soon as I exited the demo form. So it would be so cool if you could just be a Warlock tank, because I've always maintained Warlock should be tank.
Can be a main tank.
I think if you've noticed playing the demo enough too, you play a Horde, if you're trying to Shaman tank Baron and Quantus, you might have a bad time. You're not going to have enough mana, right? Because Shamans, they get a lot of their mana regen from blocking, right? So, you got a heavy physical fight, they're your guy. But for something like Baron and Quantus, you can hit them from range with Searing Pain, and you're good, you're chilling.
Yeah.
Even if you get knocked out, you're still going to hold aggro. So that's one of the things that we thought was cool, still letting them keep some unique flavor, but they're still, and that's how classic is, right? A warrior is good for something, a bear is good for something else. A bear can really pump threat with a MCP, manual crowd pummeler, and a warrior is just really good at just massive sustained threat over time or massive brick tanking if you really need to set those unbalancing strikes.
Yeah, I love Shaman tank as well because it makes so much sense.
Are you guys? A lot of people are questioning it. Are you guys worried or thinking about level 60, the raids at 60 with the runes, with the raids already being really, really easy without the system, and now that's going to make even everybody more powerful? Is there a buff to them or something?
I think we are doing to the open world in general even is we're increasing the damage output of mobs such that at least you should feel threatened. You shouldn't be able to pull an entire zone in classic and be able to just tank that. And so and we also thought about we initially talked about should we increase everything HP as well? And I was we also don't want stuff to be you're just sitting there
You want it to be more punishing rather than like just beating your head.
That's a very good idea.
That's really the thing about vanilla too, is that it's like it's not necessarily that stuff has a ton of health. It's just that things hit you hard, and if you pull too many, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
And that's we know that from hardcore. We know that for like so that was really the focus. Is like, well, let's just make things more deadly so that you're still if you're blasting, but if you pull 5 things, you're just gonna die.
This is such a good read on what made Classic classic. Such a good read. Just hearing them say that suggests to me that these guys actually play fucking Classic. Because, yeah, the problem in Classic isn't that mobs have too much HP. It's not that it takes too long to kill a mob. It's that the mobs do a lot of damage. So if you pull like 2 or 3 of them, they're going to kill you before you kill them. It's not that it takes you too long to kill them. It's just that, yeah. So I love the fact that they're actually increasing damage output so that you still need to feel that threat. Now the question is, what do they do in raids? And are they going to try and make raids difficult again? Do you think they can do that? Is it possible to not change any of the mechanics for raids, but actually make raids difficult?
No getting around it.
Do you plan to change anything about the 6 raids, like mechanically wise or anything, or it's like MC to MC?
It's honestly kind of too soon to say. I think it would be pretty surprising if we didn't make some adjustments, but it's just too soon to say specifics.
Yeah, that's fair. So what's the if you can even say that, like it's 25 and then it's going to be like 35 or 40? Is it going to, or you're going to do a couple before 60 eyes?
5D ego. So I think that's where your read is a little bit wrong. What Classic Andes don't want is that raids become complex, which I think is one of the problems in retail WoW. It's not that raids are difficult. There have been plenty of incredibly difficult bosses in World of Warcraft history. You go back to something like Arthas. Arthas was an incredibly difficult boss. It wasn't complex. It was just like pure difficulty. There were mechanics, and you had to do those mechanics right. But in terms of like doing it, if you just list off the mechanics and all against the Lich King, it's not impossible. Like, it's actually pretty easy. It's not a massive list of mechanics either that he has. It's just that the combination of those mechanics do mean that you have to pay attention to what you're doing. You can't just go apeshit. And it required a lot of target switching and fixing those things. The problem with modern day retail, or with retail raids, is that a lot of them have become super complex, like almost undoable without add-ons, because of how complex they are. Because you have, dude, every single person has had this in World of Warcraft in modern retail. You're pulling the boss, and then suddenly you get a combination of factors. So either the boss goes into the next phase at the wrong point, you push the boss too fast into the next phase or too slow into the next phase, and your raid leader goes wipe, because you just know this is a doomed run. You're not going to be able to do the next phase because you've accidentally made it so that you're going to get 2 abilities at the same time. That's going to be terrible, and it's not going to work. And that all happens because of just the complexity of World of Warcraft now, because in order to keep up with how very, very sophisticated add-ons have gotten, the game has had to become more complex. So you're almost now running into this weird scenario where a lot of kills on retail is by accident. Like you accidentally happen to kill the boss. It's not because you were perfect. It's because everything aligned just right on this one pull that you could finally kill the boss. And I remember in my raid guild, we had plenty of kills like this, where purely by accident, you manage to get the perfect pull. And then next week, you don't get the perfect pull, and you start wiping again. Because people didn't actually figure out the fight. It just happened to work out that everything was coming exactly when it was supposed to come. So, yeah, hard and complex aren't the same thing. I think vanilla players or classic players would love harder raids, but not more complex raids.
Take it, right?
So I think
we're being coy. We're
Yeah.
being coy a little bit about what the next
That's fair.
level band is and what the next raid is and everything.
But you said it'd be a month, right?
No, it will be some number of weeks. We're trying to be unspecific about that. It's probably more than a month, less than 3 or 4 months. It'll be enough time for you to dig in, make sure you can find all the runes, make sure you can do the raid, get your best in slot from the.
It's yanked. I'm not making an argument here comparing Classic to retail in terms of add-on usage or anything like that. I think you're missing the argument here, right? The argument is, why are people having fun in Classic dungeons and raids? Why are so many people on Twitch, watching Classic and not really watching retail? It's because on Classic, a viewer can watch for 5 minutes and know exactly what's going on. Right? They can know exactly what's going on in 5 minutes. Why? Because the boss doesn't have an entire list of timers that's counting down, and you can see how these timers are going to do this, and then this, and then stack here, move here, spray here. This is like, oh my god, what the hell happened? Wait, they wiped? How did they wipe? What the fuck just happened? I didn't see anything. They just wiped. It's become so complex that from both a viewer perspective but also a player perspective, there's very little fun. The only fun that really still exists in World of Warcraft is the puzzle. And that is really only the top 1% of the player base that actually plays the puzzle. If you think about it, all other guilds are basically just watching the guide and then trying to figure out how to copy the guide perfectly. So they're not solving the puzzle. Most of them are literally just playing for the gear that the boss will drop them. They're not playing because the raid itself is fun, because why would it be fun? You're just following someone else's instructions on how to do it. And one of the key things that I noticed throughout my time as a raider was how quiet Discord and voice channels became as we, as the expansions rolled on. I remember back in the day, Wrath of the Lich King, we wiped 300 plus times on Arthur's Heroic. We wiped a lot, but we were always joking, always chatting, even during the pull, because we all knew the boss at that point so well. We were just talking mad shit, right? And just having fun. Because what else are you going to do, right? You're here, you've kind of already figured out the boss. Now you're just trying to get it down, and everyone just needs to do their job right. And then as time rolled on, more and more, it would become commonplace for people to say, stop talking. Everyone quiet now. And at that point, I started to lose my interest in raiding, because quiet for what? I'm not in high school. I'm not sitting here in the biology class and I have to listen to the fucking teacher. I'm here to play a video game with my friends, and I'm not allowed to talk to my friends? Why am I here then? If I'm not allowed to talk to my friends, why the hell am I here? Right? And that's where I sort of just eventually lost the interest in raiding. Because I don't want to be quiet. I want to sit here and talk to my friend. Sure, we'll kill the boss. It's not that hard. But you need quiet because you now have a raid leader that needs to basically call out a million things happening, and the raid leader has to tell exactly, this guy go there, that guy go there, that guy go there, everyone move, everyone do this, everyone do that. And if you're talking, no one can hear the raid leader. And the reason you need a raid leader is there's so many abilities coming down the pipeline that most people are incapable of actually just following along with what those abilities are. I do think complexity is what in a lot of ways kills the fun in WoW. And again, that is the fault of add-ons. So it's yanked. If your argument was, well, Classic has add-ons and it doesn't have the same problem, that's because the developers actively ignore the add-ons. They know the game is easy. The add-ons just make it a bit more easy, right? At least the whole point of Classic is that the world is hard, but the raids are easy. So they just ignore the add-ons. In retail, they can't ignore the add-ons because the add-ons are so advanced. And remember, there's a race to world first. So they have to keep up with what these people can do on add-ons. And if you've ever seen what these guilds do on with add-ons, There are guilds that build their own add-ons for a specific boss just to be able to do certain things much easier, right? If you can't shoot the shit and have fun with your teammates, that's not a content issue, that's your group issue. You can 100% have fun and talk and focus at the same time. But it's yanked. That would be the argument for literally every single problem in this world. It doesn't make it a good argument. Because if the complexity of the game is as such that 80% of the population of the game requires absolute focus in order to get it done, then the game itself creates this issue where you can't shoot the shit with your friends because 80% of the gaming population requires absolute focus just to be able to do the boss because it's too complex. So, you know, that argument would not, I think, hold up.
The raid, if you want to get it, you know, there's some discoveries that take you into the raid and things like that. Make sure that you have the ability to do all that.
I'm more worried if it's a couple months, unless you add more to it. If it's just BFD, right? It's going to be BFD. There's the one raid in that one bracket.
There's bracket right now.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's something too, like if we too far in advance, if we decide hard dates on things and just say, okay, this is going to be out for this long, we really run the risk of too short or too long, right? And so we're trying to be really flexible, especially with given our team size, we can pivot relatively quickly. And so that's why we're always like ear to the ground, you know, trying to figure out like, okay, like what feels good.
Okay, last raid question. Are they all going to be 10-man during these brackets?
Not sure yet, honestly. Yeah. Like, this is one of the cool things about kind of the power of creating content. Wow, actually, we've got very robust tools that we've built up over decades, right? And it's not terribly difficult to kind of turn the knob and say like, oh, yeah, let's start working on this as a 10 player. It's like, you know what, this would feel better as 20. Let's just
like what, Yang?
Crank some numbers up and it works.
What works in retail but doesn't work in classic?
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say. I think the thing we're a little concerned about too is that the nature of Season of Discovery too is that, you know, you may level to 25, find all the runes, level an altar too, and maybe you want to just kind of
initiate. I feel that in my soul,
like,
bro.
We don't want to shackle you to the game. Approachability and respecting your time is a big goal here. So we don't also want to get in a situation where it's like, well, you need 40 people, and if 5 people decide they want to take a break, your raid is in trouble, right? So that was part of the reason for, like, during the level up process, smaller raid sizes kind of made sense for that.
Are the battlegrounds in at the first phase?
Yes.
Warsong Gulch will be.
Yeah. Are you going to do like the same thing, where it'll be like all level 25 one only, or like how's the brackets going to work with it? Just the normal way?
Yeah, it'll be the normal way for the most part. Yeah, PvP's honor system's on. People won't be able to grind out rank 14 because we're still scaling based on your level, how much honor rewards you can actually earn, right? So
yeah,
that's cool.
You won't be able to get past a certain point.
Yeah.
There's really good, like, I think we mentioned this in the panel, that the Ashenvale PvP event gives Warsong Gulch rep for Horde and Alliance, right?
Yeah.
And there's some pretty spicy rewards there. I don't know if you noticed what on the VOD and stuff, it's hard to see, but those mount models, those are the original unarmored mount models.
Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. That Ashenvale is a brilliant idea.
And so you're going to get those from Warsong Gulch rep now.
That's
so very cool.
I'm actually looking forward to that, and I don't even like PvP.
They're very, very enticing rewards for that. So we're hoping PvP takes off really well.
All right, that's the end of that interview, by the way. But Celtic Bastion, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Just ask it to code a Lua script. Lord knows that I always try to focus in raids, adrenaline gaming. In my mind, a boss is meant to be a dance. In my mind, at least, the boss is meant to be a dance. It's meant to be a thing that, with practice, you figure it out, and once you have it down, you have it down, right? I don't think bosses that have incredibly random mechanics that is meant to catch you off guard, I don't think those bosses are necessarily the best, because I think that's where the whole quiet comes in. Because if you're dealing with a bunch of randomized mechanics that can hit at different times and really make life very, very difficult for the group, you automatically start running into this. Everyone has to be quiet because you need to be able to hear when someone's calling for a pivot or when someone's calling like something changed. And it also makes it hard to ever really learn the fight for a lot of people because the fight is almost always going to be random to some extent. Now, keep in mind, I am saying this as someone that has never had trouble in raids. Ever. And this is going to sound like I'm bragging, and I promise you it's not meant as that, but it would take me about 3 pulls on a boss maximum, and then I would know what the fuck I'm doing. Because it's not hard. You see what the boss is doing and you see what you need to do. Very easy. And also, when you eventually figure out that you don't focus on DPS until you know what the hell you're doing, raiding becomes super easy. The problem for most people, and the problem why most people fail, is because they focus on DPS while not yet knowing what the boss does. Right? And now you're overly focusing on trying to get your rotations perfect. You're overly focusing on trying to really get all the damage out. And that is what causes you to fail. Whereas if you realize that the first few kills on a boss is probably not going to be high DPS, you would survive, because the most important thing in the beginning is to learn how to survive. You don't put on the greatest numbers in the first few pulls or even in the first kill. You just want to get the boss down. And, who was it that said, I think it was one of the Method Raiders that said, a dead player does 0 DPS. I believe it was one of the Method Raiders that says the DPS for a dead player is 0. So it's much better to do less DPS but actually stay alive. The issue is that most people don't do this. So it's not like a pro gamer thing. It's just that I learned that very early on. In the beginning, just focus on your shit. So I'm not speaking here as someone that wants the raids easier for myself. Because the raids are already pretty easy for me. If I'm very honest with you, the raids are already pretty easy for me. I don't think World of Warcraft raids are hard, but I can see how it can be hard for a lot of people, especially for people who don't do this for a living. People who don't play video games for a living. I can see how for them, the bosses can actually be quite challenging. Excessively focused on mechanics are tedious and ultimately not enticing to do. Another reason to love Classic due to simplicity. Fahrenheiting, how you doing? First boss in Aberrus on Mythic was just annoying. The hard part is finding 19 other people who can do the same. Yeah, you'll never find 19 people who can do the same. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. That is not possible. I have had a guild for a very long time in World of Warcraft. I was the guild master of that guild. And the best raiding group I've ever managed to assemble was a raiding group with about 11 phenomenal raiders in it, 5 decent enough raiders, and about 4 idiots. And you could never actually replace the idiots because they happen to be friends with some of your best fucking raiders. And so you're stuck with this, all right, I have to take the idiot because otherwise I lose the best one. Nailem, thank you for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's just the nature of it. I quickly need to go pee. So I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Bathroom break, and then we continue.
Oh yeah.
It's not always about the ooh, sometimes it's about the ara.
Alright, I'm back. What did I miss, boys? What did I miss?
Emotional damage.
Yeah, we need to probably at some point add more of those sounds. Why is the WoW music? Wait, no way did we listen to all 3 hours of the WoW music track. What? That's nuts, bro. We finished it? Holy shit. All right, here we go. 3 pumpers and everyone know mechanics, or 7 pumpers, no one knows mechanics? No, I would rather have mechanics. Twitch drop, it's not coming up on my drops. Liam, it won't be yet. It's only, so if you look at the, if you look at Twitch here, I'll quickly show you. Here you go. It's only starting at 7:59 GMT plus 2. So that is in 20 minutes or so. Yeah, it'll start in about 20 minutes. All right, but now we can talk, guys. Now we can actually have discussions. The initiate, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I see, okay, Euro Effect, writing ara isn't going to do anything. If you want to have those, if you want to use those, you're going to have to do this, right? Let me play.
It's not always about the
you see these things on the side here?
It's not always about the
Fuck me. So these things here, right, is how you redeem these. Like either one of these you can use. This one charges bits, so don't use that if you don't want to spend money. And then this one, you can use channel points for. You can also do bets, but channel points will do that for you. So yeah. What are you most excited for in War Within? Okay, what am I most excited for in War Within? I think overall, I'm very excited for the renewed scope, but also a little cautious about the renewed scope. But I love the fact that the team seems to be going into this with an actual goal rather than just throwing everything at the wall and then hoping that something sticks, which is kind of what we got in the last 3 expansions really in World of Warcraft, where it would just be consistently chasing their tails, hoping that, oh, this is it, right? We can hopefully get players involved in this. I'm also very excited with the clearly learning from their mistakes. Like, there's a very clear bit of learning here. You take Torghast, for example, and we already found out that Torghast has been one of the big inspirations for Delves. So taking what they learned there and actually applying it to something that is finally being made evergreen, more importantly, and perhaps fundamentally, what really stood out to me was when Ian himself admitted that one of the mistakes that they made with Torghast was tying player power to it. And sort of thereby forcing players into doing Torghast even if they didn't want to, and they were very careful not to do it this time around. If you don't want to do Delves, you shouldn't have to do Delves. It's not something that you will have to be forced to do. But if you're asking me in a nutshell, like, what is my most hype for feature, it'd have to be warbands, right? It would almost be criminal to say anything other than warbands. Partly because of what warbands represent and what they are going to be. I mean, this is something I remember one of my first ever videos where I sort of talked about some of the bad stuff in World of Warcraft. One of those was reputations. I never understood Blizzard's argument that your character is your character, but is also a character within the game. And just because your character, your main, got too exalted with a specific faction or a specific group doesn't automatically mean that all of your others got exalted as well. That never made sense to me, and not from an RP perspective. I understand from an RP perspective that that is the truth. What I never understood was, why would it be fun for me to get exalted on an alt? Like, there's nothing fun about having to once again get exalted on an alt. So why the hell am I having to do this again? So I guess the other reason why warbands truly excite me is for future application. Like, what could this potentially lead to in the future? Because I do think there's a few. For example, faster leveling. Clearly now, the engine recognizes when you are playing something on your account and it's not just another character, but it's actually part of a greater whole. You could very easily see Blizzard implement things like faster XP or more XP for alts, which I think would be super cool. Just being able to get more alts at the max level, at max level would be really cool. I'm hoping they make some kind of change to the, like, maybe give us more freedom in terms of level gear, rather than just the, you know, the buying an account, what is it called again? You guys know the leveling gear I'm talking about? Because those feel like they've gotten very stale since Blizzard. The heirlooms, there we go. Thank you. Yes, the heirlooms. Those feel very stale. I was going through them the other day with my mage that I'm leveling, and I was looking at it and I was like, I mean, it kind of removes a lot of the fun of leveling as well, because for the whole of the leveling experience, gear doesn't matter because you already have the base gear. This thing is going to keep upgrading and just be the best. And I wonder if Blizzard might actually... I can't load any streams on Twitch. Anyone else having issues? Psychomiku, that's not good. I don't know why that would be happening. Is anyone else having issues? Well, I guess no one would fucking hear if they had issues with it. Speaking of leveling, you think they'll ever rework the leveling for new players? Well, they are kind of reworking it now. 5D. So we already know that new players are going to start on the island, and right after the island they're going to Dragon Islands, and then they're leveling through the Dragon Isles, and then they're going into the first expansion, or the first part of the, you know, saga. So it's already fixed. You don't have to go through the old world. If you're talking about a complete old world revamp, I'll tell you in a second what I think is going to happen there, but I think it's already starting. So, yeah. But I do think there is a major change coming. I'll talk about that in a second. Let me just quickly finish the previous question. I'm cautiously optimistic about the new expansion, mainly because if they do everything correctly, this is going to be phenomenal. Let's be honest. If they do everything correctly, this is going to be such a good expansion. But they have to do everything correctly. As I said at the beginning of the stream, the Goodwill bank is empty. There is no Goodwill bank. It's empty. Mistakes will not be forgiven easily. There are a number of people waiting for Blizzard to fuck up so that they can go, I told you so. And so that they can once again shut on the game. So I do think I do want Blizzard to understand. I want Blizzard to know this. I need Blizzard to know this. Top row confirmed. Evans, what are you talking about? When they say we are going to the old world in midnight, are they referring to pre-sundering Azeroth? No. So in midnight, we're just going back to Quel'Thalas. We're just going to Quel'Thalas. We're not going to the old world. So yeah, no, that's not happening. I think no one should wish for that at all. Even though that would make such a good saga. Like, can you imagine a saga where they literally just call it the Eternal Saga, and we go back to the land of eternal stars, like back to the days of the Black Empire? Oh, wow. 3 whole expansions during the days of the Black Empire? Like, how cool could that be? That would be so good. But no, in terms of the updated... So, someone asked if they're ever going to redo the leveling experience. The answer is no, because the leveling experience in World of Warcraft doesn't have to be redone. They're not going to do it, and it's because they don't have to do it. So, if I am correct, and I'm not necessarily saying that I am, because I obviously don't know, but if I am correct, the next expansion takes us from a new zone into Quel'Thalas, which is an old zone, which probably includes a major overhaul of the Quel'Thalas area, as well as Silvermoon, Ghostlands. All of that will probably get completely revamped. We'll probably, for the first time ever, or finally, see the portal be removed in order to get into the Ghostlands, which I think is great, right? I think that's fine. I then think the next one takes us to Northrend. That obviously includes a massive revamp of Northrend, as well as most of the raids and dungeons there. Then what does the next saga look like? Like, after the Lost Titan, what does that saga look like? Well, probably it's going to follow very much the same trend. A new continent zone for the first patch, or for the first expansion. The next expansion goes back to some place in the old world. The expansion after that goes back to another place in the old world. And all of that includes revamps. Because I think what World of Warcraft is going to do is they're going to change all of the old world and make it the new world, rather than try and build a completely, like, revamped Azeroth. A revamped Azeroth would take a phenomenal amount of effort and work. The kind of effort and work that I'm not entirely sure Blizzard can pull off. Even if you gave them 10 years, I'm not sure if they could do that. Because you are talking about, there's a shit ton of zones in World of Warcraft. There's a shit ton of content in World of Warcraft. And you need to tell a story in such a way that it all connects together, while preserving all of the expansions, including all of... It's just not possible. So I think instead what Blizzard is going to do is they're going to change a lot of the current classic zones into new zones, part of new stories. And then what they could do is they could maybe choose, let's say, 10 zones in Eastern Kingdoms, 10 zones in Kalimdor, and make those new player zones. So now all you have left is 10 zones that you have to make a full-blown new player experience story on, with all of the other zones now being max level zones. Nozon, thank you very much for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's what I think they could do. I mean, again, they could do anything. Maybe they do surprise us. Maybe they do announce a full world revamp. But I don't see... I don't know if that's the right amount. Like, I don't know if that's the right place to spend your resources. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys think, no, they should. Their bar for quality at this point is too high to redo all of those areas at that level now. Panasync, I definitely agree with you. I think if you want to do evergreen content in there and you want to make sure that those zones live forever, I think that's also the other problem with World of Warcraft. Most players don't expect the world to live forever. I mean, the current world to live forever. And so it kind of makes it difficult to, like, how are you going to build a world that lives forever, but then most players don't want the world to live forever, you know? I don't know if I even make sense there to myself. Do you think there is value in keeping all the zones that are present today? Couldn't they just have Classic to have those old zones available? Max, that's my thinking. So my thinking, the reason I have this thought is I think what Blizzard is trying to do is basically change all of the old zones in retail to new zones, part of new stories, but then have all of the old zones in classic versions of the game. So if you do want to see what the old world looked like, you can go play the classic versions of the game. Because, I mean, it's all part of the same subscription. It's not like players are going to have to pay more in order to see the classic versions of the game. And if they exist, why would you need to keep the classic version of the game alive in retail? I think, again, World of Warcraft is one of those games that is suffering from its own success. I don't think they ever planned on having this many expansions. I don't think they ever planned on having this much content. But now, after this many years, World of Warcraft is one of the largest games in the world. In terms of pure size and content. It is one of the largest games in the world. Like, trying to revamp that is it's such an undertaking. Like, the amount of work that goes into that is nuts. The amount of areas that need to be updated, the amount of storylines and quest lines that need to be updated. I mean, you are talking about a monumental task. The man is drinking straight out of a 2-liter. What a boss. Dude, if you, like, I don't know why people use glasses. Glasses get dirty and then you have to wash them. Straight out of the bottle means nothing gets dirty. It's much more optimal. Plus, it tastes the fucking same. How many gigabytes is Warcraft now? Oh, fuck, I have no idea. Let me see. Let me venture over. Did I install it on my fast game or my slow game? Fast game. Okay, 107 gigabytes. Dr. Solus, I don't drink brandy. I don't drink, right? And I don't drink Pepsi Max anymore. I drink this stuff. I'm a bit tired of Pepsi Max. I might go back to it eventually, but I drink this Stony ginger beer. I don't know why. I just one day decided I'm in the mood for ginger beer, and now this is what I drink. Ginger beer, a man of fine taste. I never used to like ginger beer. I used to hate ginger beer. But then I got a massive craving for it, and now I just, yeah. Now I just drink ginger beer. I'll probably go back to Pepsi Max at some point. Real gamers only know what it means to drink straight from the liter. It's Jordan. I don't understand people's glass. I don't even own a glass, though. I mean, I've gone through this before, but I own this. And this is for my coffee. Then I own this whenever I have cold drink. This is what I drink it out of, but it's the bottle that it comes in, so I do own it technically, but it's always a new one. And then I have this as my water bottle, and then that's it. How do I not own a glass? I don't need a glass. Why would I need a glass? What do I drink that would require a glass? I don't drink milk. I'm not a fucking child. And if you wanted to drink milk, you could just drink it from the bottle. Although, don't put it back in the fridge after you've drank from the bottle. That's disgusting. But, no, but I have a cup. Cesius, that's where this comes in. If I need coffee, I can drink it in this. I don't drink tea. But if I need coffee, I can drink it in this. This is the coffee mug. Put the bottle back in the fridge. Yeah, no, but this bottle is mine. I don't share my shit with anyone. I never share. This is the one thing that people need to know about me. I do not fucking share. If I buy cold drink for me and you want cold drink, you buy some for yourself. If you come to my house and you want to come visit and you didn't buy drinks, that's on you. You should have thought about that before you came to my fucking house. I will not offer you some of my cold drink. I'll offer you coffee because I don't expect you to buy your own fucking coffee, but I will not offer you my drinks. This is my drinks. You need to buy your own drinks. I don't drink beer, so where would I get the beer? I don't consume alcohol, chat. I haven't in many, many years. So no, I wouldn't give you alcohol because I don't even remember the last time I've been in a bottle store. Yeah, but ginger beer is cool. It doesn't have alcohol in it. It's fine. What food should we bring? Whatever you want to eat. And you also have to bring your own plates because I only have one plate and I only have one knife and one fork because that's all I need. So if you are going to come visit, bring your own plate, bring your own knife and your own fork, and then you're more than welcome to come visit. But I only own enough for me, and that's all I need, so I'm good. Kane, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Bring a box of fat Cubans. How's that? Cubans is cigars, right? I don't smoke, though. Well, I smoke vape, but I don't do that. By Firelight, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Approved, only for me. Tongs, firewood. I own one pair of tongs, and I obviously have firewood, but that's it. I own one pan, and I own one pot. I own an air fryer. That's it, I think. Yeah, I think that's it. No, I don't wear thongs. How many of us could fit in your house, Akko, is the true question. Depends. South African homes are pretty large, but the house I live in is not that large. It's like a small house by South African standards. I would say you could probably easily fit about 50 people in here before you'd like really start to be crammed and not really enjoying yourself. I think about 50 people, but it's a small house by South African standards, so you know, a normal South African house, you could probably do 200. Back in my college days, we would do 400 on a weekend easy in our commune. You're moving to New York, Elodie? Why? Why would you be moving to New York? Dr. Me and my brother live together. I don't live with my brother. We live together. But just because we're both single and it just makes sense. We're good friends. And my job's lonely. Like, if I didn't live with someone, I'd probably go fucking mental. It makes sense to live with someone. What do you mean, what's the difference, Coach Zenith? In the one, I sound like an absolute loser that live with family because I can't live on my own. When the truth is, I live with someone, but it's with, right? It's not living in someone else's house. I would say I'm probably, as far as normal societal standards go, I am probably a loser, at least by South African standards. I think most people in South Africa would consider me a loser by South African standards. I don't own a car because I don't see the point. I don't drive enough. I would go out, buy a car for what? Using it once a fucking month? No point. So I don't own a car. I don't need it. I only own a PC. That's the only thing I own. I don't have mortgages. I don't have, like, yeah, I own nothing but my PC and my chair. That's basically it. So I think most people would consider me a loser because I don't own stuff. I don't buy stuff. I don't have a house filled with stuff. I don't even have a fucking couch. Good family and friends live together in America and work from home. It is what it is. Yeah, I like living with my brother. Like, we get along fucking swimmingly. So why would I move? 99 people are losers by society's ridiculous standards. Stropian, this is true. I can agree with that. How do you get groceries? Do you walk? If I need to, I can borrow my brother's car, or I can just take Uber. Like, either one is fine. Whichever one's available. Or I can just order. Pretty much every single one of the supermarkets here do delivery now. So you just order whatever you need and you don't have to go anywhere. But no, I do like going out. I prefer not to order things. I think it's important to go out, to go outside, be with people. I think if you just stay inside the whole time, you'll get socially anxious, and then you'll start struggling with things like anxiety, which I genuinely believe is a self-inflicted disease. And I don't mean they bring it upon themselves. I think because our society has become so incredibly cordoned off, because most people now live in their own little bubbles with very little sort of mixing required, we get to a place where we don't know what it's like to be out in the real world, and so it scares us. And the only reason I think that is because the treatment for anxiety is to go outside. That's how you treat it. You go for therapy, and your therapist helps you to start going outside and start, actually pushing yourself. I think a lot of that has to do with our society. I think there are, so Alta, for example, you just said there that it comes from childhood. There are obviously things that happen in childhood that can have severe effects on people, right? But when you look at the actual rights, right? So I'm not making an argument here that everyone that suffers from anxiety is just because they don't go outside. That's obviously not true, right? But if you look at the rights in which people suffer from anxiety, it has to have something to do with how our society has become, because it's much worse now than it's ever been in the history of mankind. Now, another thing that it could be that I literally just thought about is, how old are you now, Alta? Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm asking a lady her age now, but if I am, I really apologize. Can you give us ballpark? 34, and I have healed a lot since. Okay, so at 34, it may actually still be society, but it could be as parents stop being home. Because as a child, growing up with both of your parents working, I think could actually lead to a lot of anxiety. Because children actually need their their parents around. So it could be, it could be still societal. Abuse obviously is going to cause that. I'm sort of not trying to think about your anxiety here. I'm trying to think sort of more meta level, right? So why the whole of society has more anxiety. But the good thing is, it's not my job to fix it. And if it was my job to fix it, we'd all be fucked. Because I don't know shit. I just like to sometimes think about these problems and go, how could this potentially have happened? I'm 49. Holy shit, Night Wasp. We're about to retire, right? Andreasen, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm 38 at the minute. So also, very old. Dr. Solus, you are not fucking 84. There's no chance. At 84, you would be retiring already, though. Like, or you would be retired already, no? I'm 36. I'm 84, fresh out of college. 29, not here. Life is all about coping. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's guaranteed in life is suffering, right? You all know that you're going to suffer. Everything else is a bonus. That's just life, but it's also part of the fun. You kind of have to make that, make that work for you. Is this a video or is it all written? No, man. Why not have, why not have the physical, like, why not have an actual video? Why have... Man, I hate this. It's mobile shit, but have you tried Rumble? It's low-key fun. Eternal, no, I have not. You guys know my stance on mobile video games. Mobiles are for sexting, calls, and messages from people that you don't want, and mostly spam calls. Mobiles are not for video games. If mobiles were for video games, they would have bigger screens, and they would have controllers or maybe a mouse and a keyboard, which they do not. So why the fuck would you play games on your mobile? If I want to play video games, I have a 34-inch or a 32-inch monitor with a very nice mouse and keyboard. So I play video games on my PC. I got an important question for Ak. What wattage do you vape at? Just curious. Oh my god, I don't know. 30 watts. Look, if you guys like Rumble, go for it. More power to you. But I am not a mobile gamer. I hate mobile games. I hate my mobile phone, if I'm honest with you. I don't like mobile phones in general. So I'm not interested in playing games on my mobile phone. My mobile barely gets used. I basically check Twitter on my mobile and I check Discord on my mobile. That's about it. Oh, and I check Instagram. I've never even installed Pokemon Go. And what wattage do you get coil leak? I have no fucking clue what that even is, Volashon. What are you talking about? What is coil leak? Don't you like Questa, Stony Echo? What the hell is Questa? I don't know what Questa is. Just know this one. Juice goes through your smoke. Okay, so the coils that I use are these ones, right? So these are the coils that I use. It's Vaporesso coils. And the maximum that they can go is 35 watts because they're ceramic. It's a ceramic coil. It's not a mesh coil. Now, the reason I use these coils, a mesh coil lasts for about a week, maybe 2 weeks if you're lucky. This one, this coil right here, it's a month and a half old. I installed it a month and a half ago. And it's still fucking chugging along beautifully. It hasn't burnt yet. It usually burns at about the 2-month mark is when the coil finally starts to burn. And then you install it. And it's the same price as the mesh. So you're saving money. And sure, you're giving up apparently some of the flavor, but the flavor still comes through perfectly. No, hashtag not sponsored. I would never accept a sponsorship from a vape company. As much as I do this, I know it's not proven to be healthy. So I would just not accept it. Did you change from regular cigs? Yes. I used to smoke a lot. I used to smoke 2 packs of cigarette a day. And I just quit I just literally one morning woke up and I was like, oh shit, I haven't smoked for 2 days. What the hell is this? I don't know how. I don't know. I was never on the cards. I never planned on quitting. Like, genuinely didn't plan on it. I remember it was December last year. I remember waking up one morning and I was like, okay, I'm going to make my coffee, then I'm going to have my cigarette. But I had a lot of work to do, like a lot of videos and stuff to make. And I thought, okay, wait. Before I go outside for my cigarette, let me quickly go do some videos, and then I'll have more freedom to really go sit outside and just enjoy the sun and have a cigarette. So I went into my studio, started recording. After the recording, kept working, then streamed, and then went to bed. And the next day, woke up, I did the exact same thing. And on the third day, I realized, wait, when's the last time I smoked? And that's when I realized, shit, I didn't smoke for 2 days. Holy shit. And that was it. That was the last time that I ever touched cigarettes. And I'm very grateful for it. You wake up feeling a hell of a lot better after a day of vaping than what you wake up after a day of 2 packets of cigarettes. You were on the vape a lot longer than just a year. Don't know where I got that from. Oh, I've been vaping for a really long time. Big surprise. I used to vape and smoke at the same time. So the reason I don't smoke in the house, because smoking smells really fucking shit in the house. So what I would do is I would vape when I can't be outside to smoke. And then I would go outside to smoke. So when I was streaming, I would vape because I can't go outside the whole time to smoke. And then as soon as I was done streaming, I would go downstairs, light up, and I used to stand outside. I would smoke one, kill it, and immediately light the next one, kill it, and I'll do like 5 or 6, just chaining 5 or 6, and then I'd go inside again and chill out for a bit, and then I'll go outside again and chain 5. So yeah, I smoke a lot. But I felt horrible. That's why I'm still vaping. I would still smoke if I had reason to quit. Sleep on those nicotine patches gives vivid dreams. Dude, yeah, it's sad that smoking is what it is. If I could go back to my younger self and just tell my younger self not to start smoking, I would do it. Because you don't think about it then, you don't even fucking realize it then, but it is one of the hardest things to kick. It is such a hard habit to kick because it becomes an extension of you. Like, the cigarette becomes the extension of you, right? It's part of you. You can't imagine, like, smokers will know exactly what I'm talking about. Imagine going out for a drink at a bar and not smoking. What would your other hand be doing while your right hand is holding your drink? What are you doing with this hand? Is it just hanging there fucking lifelessly? What is it doing? Right? You can't think about that shit because it's so much a part of you. So it would be nice if I could just never have started. I think vaping makes it 10 times easier. Oh yeah, vaping definitely helps. Definitely. In US, you can't smoke at the bar. It depends on the bar here. Like a lot of restaurants here, a lot of bars in South Africa have restaurants attached to them. And the reason they have the restaurant attached to them is the law states that if you have an establishment, at least 90% of that establishment has to be smoke-free. So what the bars do is they have the restaurant area that is the 90% and the bar that is the 10%. So smoking is allowed. Plus, and I have to say this, most South Africans don't give a fuck about following the law. So that should probably also be mentioned. No one really cares. I'm gonna have fire pits and giant heaters for the winter. Yeah, every state in America will probably have its own rules and like laws around how they govern that shit. Europe regulations won't let you smoke inside regular restaurants. True. That is definitely true. I know, because South Africa copies all of the shit that comes from Europe and America. I used to be very angry about that, by the way. Like, when I was a smoker, I genuinely wanted to lose my shit, man. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Just, if you don't like me smoking, just walk away. Like, why can't I just smoke inside? Because it always felt like they're making it so impossible for me to smoke and just enjoy my cigarette. But now that I'm no longer a cigarette smoker, I should say, I fully get it. That shit stinks, bro. That shit really fucking stinks. It is so not fun to sit at a table and someone's smoking right behind you and you're just breathing this guy's fucking smoke. And you're like, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. Why are you doing this to me? So I fully get why people don't want smoking in any of them. Plus, it stains stuff with enough smoke. I can visiting someone in the hospital trying to smoke. You guys know that used to be legal, by the way. Like, you used to be allowed to smoke inside, you know, a hospital. No questions fucking asked. It would just be like, yeah, sure, you know, do your thing. Smoke as much as you want. Like, how many cigarettes do you need? I know this because my dad's a medical doctor and he used to be a smoker. And he used to sit inside his practice and smoke. Like, inside his medical practice. Like, when you walked in, there'd just be this air of fucking smoke. You know, and his patients would walk in and they would light up. And then they finally said, whoa. This needs to end right now. You can't keep doing this. You used to be able... This is the one part that I'm actually really sad about, is that they removed smoking from airplanes. Do you guys know why they removed smoking from airplanes? Like, a lot of people might actually think, oh, it's because they really cared about, like, people's health. But that's not why smoking was removed. It's money. Your air on an airplane that used to allow smoking was a lot cleaner than what it is now. Because planes used to have incredible filters on them to filter out all of the smoke as quickly as possible and bring in fresh, clean air. And that costs money. So they decided, fuck it. It's just, you know, let's just remove those filters, put in cheap filters, and ban the smoking. You know, they can breathe in crappy air for a few hours. Or sometimes a few days, depending on where you fucking fly. Yeah, I don't fly though, so it's not really a problem for me. But I imagine COVID spread in an airplane would have been a fucking nightmare. Can you imagine that? Like, bro, you can't open a window, which is one of the key things in a taxi, because you can actually not get COVID if you're in an open air space. But you're in a plane where the air can go nowhere. Like, what the fuck, man? That was rough for people that actually flew. So COVID could have been avoided. Dude, I don't know if COVID could have been avoided. How can you avoid a virus? How could anyone avoid a virus? It's never gonna happen. I'd rather walk or ride a bike. Fuck walking, though. There's only one place that I enjoy walking, and that's on the beach. Everywhere else, I would not walk. Like, walking is just not worth it for me. Omi, don't start with the mask bullshit. I'm still really salty about the whole mask thing. I don't want to talk about that. There's another interview that I want us to watch. If I can fucking find it. Here we go. Here we go. I found another interview for us. This one is not about Classic. Don't worry. Don't worry. This is not about Classic. So this one is World of Warcraft developers talk war within an MCU-style future. It's Morgan Day, and I don't know who that guy is. But all right, let's check this out, shall we?
Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Matt Kim with IGN. I'm here at BlizzCon 2023, and I'm here with Morgan Day and George Vela from the World of Warcraft team. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good show so far?
Absolutely.
Wait, is the drops active? The drop should be active now, no? It should show in your chat. Is it active? All right, then I'll quickly do. Drops enabled. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. Now you guys are getting... Well, you got drops from literally the start. I'm just letting everyone else know because I know soon people are going to start flowing in going, oh my god, dude, do you have drops? So yes, there are drops. You are getting your pet. Congratulations.
Wow. Big news. Not one expansion, not 2 expansions, 3 expansions. Tell us a little bit more about the decision to drop the roadmap that far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think Metzen did a great job of kind of laying out the goals there, right? We were talking a lot about, you know, hey, 20 years of World of Warcraft, that's super exciting.
Yeah.
You know, how can we meet this moment with something equally as epic? So something like the World Soul Saga was kind of our answer to that. And, you know, we don't want to get into too many details on what's coming in the future, but right now we're just really excited about the War Within and kind of kicking off this, you know, epic storyline with some really fun you know, characters and both new and old that we might have seen in the past. And also, you know, one of the things I'm really excited about with The War Within is just kind of seeing these characters that have been with us for so long, right? When
you know what's my favorite part of this entire thing? You guys know the Arathians that was announced? Like, the Arathians are the guys from the light, and they're the ones that's being attacked currently by the Nerubians. Do you know that those Arathians are not from Arathi? Well, they are, but they're also not. So these Arathians left Arathi to another world. They left very, very long ago, and they went to another world, a world that we have never discovered before. And from that world did they go to this new continent. So there is somewhere out in the universe this unknown lost human kingdom that we've just never seen before. We don't know where it is. We don't know what it is, what happened there. Maybe it's Avaloran, maybe it's something else. Like, just that little bit of just lore that's just sort of randomly dropped. And, well, what? Where did these people come from? What was the story like? Why did they leave? There's so much that we're going to have to learn there. Night Wasp, Phonics, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate both of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
When I see, you know, Anduin in the cinematic, it's like, oh, wow, I remember him when he was this tall, right? So having these characters that we've seen kind of grow, and now they're kind of taking a much larger role in the limelight, and watching how they are a part of this saga is going to be something that I think is really fun to see play out.
Yeah, for me, I think it's going to be a lot about the focus on these evergreen features, you know, warbands, delves, hero talents, things that are going to last more than one expansion, then we can sort of focus on going into the rest of the World Soul Saga.
So, I mean, you know, it's still early days, but I'd like you to help set this up. You know, Chris went on stage, he says, you know, there's all these questions.
So, Dr. Sodas, they are from Arathi Highlands, right? They're from the Arathi or Arathi Highlands, but they left the Arathi Highlands long ago. Like, long ago. Josh, continuing props for voice acting on Anduin. Oh yeah, true. So true. But yeah, they left and they went somewhere else. So we don't quite know. They're part of the original Arathian kingdom, but then they fucked off and we don't know why they went or where they went or what exactly was the circumstances of them leaving. How fleshed out and insane Euro talents are going to be, or what new Euro talents will get by the time we're in Midnight and the Last Titan. Shadow, yeah.
And all these things that we want to try answering for you, and we will eventually. But starting with War Within, like set us up a little bit here.
I'll tell your guess is
what's leading into it. What should we expect?
We have the Guardians of the Dream update coming up really soon, I believe on next week, and it'll roll out across the different regions.
Live tomorrow.
So there's a lot of story left to be told
in Europe.
Dragonflight, and something that it's always one of those fun parts about game development where, hey, we're talking about the next expansion. But
do you guys want to play 10.2 tomorrow live? Like, I don't usually play the new patches and stuff live, but to be fair, I don't usually play fucking video games live, so may as well.
But like the previous one isn't done yet.
All right, we'll do it.
So that's definitely a part of the remaining story to be told with Dragonflight is, how do we get from Guardians of the Dream to where we're going with the War Within? And I don't want to spoil too much, but there's definitely a lot of really interesting things that'll come up there. But like we saw, and like we mentioned,
badass,
there's
by the way.
this voice
Illyria
that's coming, this call happening from all around the world, and there are some other people who are seeing different things. Or I'm not sure if everyone caught that, but essentially Illyria is seeing different things than everyone else, and there's a lot of really fun details to come out between.
Okay, so there's something very interesting, and I'm gonna do the breakdown for this cinematic specifically tomorrow. But there's something very interesting because in Illyria's vision, she also sees the exact same ball of fire that Anduin and Thrall sees, right? Only difference is the voices she hears around it and the visions that shows her is different. It's different. It's not the same, Metabolic. That's the point. She sees the same. So in other words, it's as if the visions are coming from the same being, but it's different for Illyria than what it is for Thrall and for Anduin. Now, Illyria has the void stuff behind her, right? And Thrall, obviously, they don't have the void stuff behind them. So there's this interesting sort of discussion about, could Azeroth be part void, and that is why she's showing Illyria. Now, we know that there's been some void corruption within Azeroth. That has been confirmed already back in Ulduar. But why is Azeroth showing Illyria void-related stuff, and specifically showing her stuff about what we think is Xal'atath, at least? We think that she's seeing visions of Xal'atath. Why aren't Anduin and Thrall seeing those visions? What is actually going on?
Between, the relationship between Illyria and Xal'atath, and how that will lead us not only into the War Within, but also all throughout it.
Speaking of Anduin, who says has gone through a lot, let's say, are you familiar with what they're calling him now online? Are you Manduin? Are you familiar with this?
Absolutely, I'm a huge fan of Manduin.
I think that was like 3 seconds into watching the live stream, that was getting spammed in chat. I was like, that didn't take long, and it caught on instantly. Which
So the Manduin thing, I don't know if they're proud of that, but they shouldn't be proud of that, because it started with the BFA cinematic and Anduin crying about shit. And it just sort of grew stronger and stronger as a result of this. So I don't know. The thing that I want to hear from them, and I said this in my breakdown video today as well, I now need to desperately see character progression from Anduin. It's enough. I mean, for the love of fuck, he's cried enough. He's gone through, the problem is that he goes through, he has these moments where you think, right, now he's going to become a man. And then the next expansion, he's crying again about the same thing. So there's no character progression. And Harmony, probably, no one is saying that there is anything wrong with crying. But it's not just crying. It's not tears. We're not physically talking about tears. When people say Anduin just never stops crying, they're not talking about tears. What we're talking about is Anduin is consistently pissing about something. He's either he doesn't feel good enough, or he's doubting himself, or he's doubting everyone around him, or he feels like he's not worthy. And you're sort of going through this thing of, all right, you were very young. when your father was taken from you. So that kind of makes sense that you weren't entirely sure where you're supposed to fit in, and you needed to find yourself. And then came BFA cinematic, yeah? And in the BFA cinematic, if you remember watching that, for a while, Anduin tries to roleplay as his father, yeah? But it doesn't work for him, because he's not a warrior. He's not good with a sword. He doesn't have the skill that his father used to have. And Saurfang beats his ass, right? Saurfang literally just puts him, and you see him get up and he throws the sword down. And in that moment, there's that look in his eye that you think, right, Anduin has finally become a man. He's finally realized what he is. He's becoming aware of the fact that I'm not a fighter. I'm a priest. But that's okay. I'm still strong enough to lead my people, right? And he has that moment where he heals all of his people and he lifts up his sword and he goes, for Azeroth, and everyone charges in. And that's a huge moment. The very next cinematic with Anduin, he's right back to questioning himself about everything, right? He's right back to not being sure where I'm supposed to go, or what am I, is this the right thing? Isn't this the right thing? More pissing about stuff. And you go, wait, what the fuck just happened? We had character progression in that cinematic, and it seems like you have forgotten all of the character progression, like in the time since. And then you think, okay, well, maybe next patch, and again, it doesn't happen. And the reason all of this is so bad is because Blizzard have basically used Anduin as a cheap story prop. They've used him as a story prop. Whenever they need a cheap emotional moment, they throw Anduin in and he starts crying about something, and that's supposed to elicit a reaction from the player base, right? The player base is meant to have this very visceral reaction to Anduin's emotion. The issue is that, and Alta, you said emotional growth isn't linear. It is in stories. Remember what I said earlier. Art is an imitation of life. It is not life. In real life, people's growth goes up and down. You can have setbacks. You can go forward. You know, there are things that happen, and it's a lot more complex. The problem with stories is you're not dealing with real emotion, right? Anduin isn't a real person. In order to make Anduin make sense, his growth has to be linear. It's why we call it character progression. There must be character progression. Otherwise, it starts to feel cheap. And what's more important, you could see that it was cheap. Towards the end, every single time Anduin would cry about stuff, people were like, oh my god, Anduin's back crying. Why? Because it had lost all of its value because of its overuse. You didn't allow him to grow at all. Now, the other sad thing here is, in this cinematic, Anduin is actually not crying. If you really look at Anduin, those are tears of frustration and anger. It's not even necessarily crying. He's angry and he's frustrated because the person that did this to him, he can't do anything against because that person is already dead. So he can't actually give outing to the anger that he feels inside of him. And so he takes it out on Thrall, because who else is he supposed to take it out on? Like, who else is there that he can actually just, you know, but he's angry. You can see it in his face. You can see it in his eyes. And we've all been there, right? Every single person here in this chat have been in that situation where you're so angry, but there's nothing you can do about this anger. So you just sort of, you know, you tear up because you're overflowed with emotion and there's no way of getting rid of it. But because it's been cheapened by the misuse of Anduin over the last 4 years, this still doesn't hit well. Now, let me give you a completely different scenario which would have made this even stronger. Anduin, after Battle for Azeroth, becomes a man. He becomes the king of the Alliance. He is strong. He is strong-willed. He knows who he is. He's discovered himself. and he leads his people valiantly against Sylvanas, batting aside her every whim, trying to stand against her as the strong leader that his people requires him to be. He loses Sourfang, he gets captured by Zuval, and you see him go through the whole ordeal with Zuval, finally being freed from Zuval, and he still puts up this very brave face of, you know, this happened to me, but let's go on. I'm your king. Here we go. Then this cinematic happens, and you see Anduin's tears. You see this moment for Anduin. In which version does this cinematic hit harder? In my version or in current version? I would argue in mine. Because in my version, it is, you've shown character progress, and then there's a specific moment that breaks that character, which then also makes that breaking moment far more impactful. Because that breaking moment shows it just shows how traumatic that moment was for Anduin. Right? But you can't have this just, he's crying about everything all the time, and now he's crying some more. And by the way, you know that Chris Metzen knew how this was going to come across because he warned us. Even before it came out, Chris Metzen said, sometimes great stories have to start with a lot of emotion. That was him warning us. Yes, I know Anduin is crying again, but I promise you, there is a good moment here. And he wasn't wrong. There is a very good payoff here in this. I didn't hate the cinematic at all. I hated the cinematics before this cinematic because I feel like the cinematics before this cinematic cheapened this cinematic. Because in this cinematic, I actually fully understand why Anduin is crying. I understand his emotion because it makes sense in this cinematic. The other cinematics felt really cheap.
We've got, we call Khadgar sometimes is referred to as Dadgar, so it's only, it's only right that Anduin now has his own little moniker.
Tonally, it seems like the cinematic for War Within was very low key, very somber. What was the sort of idea behind that? There was normally a lot of not explosions, but expansive music and themes and stuff like that. But this was very much the opposite of that. What's that?
I can't speak too much.
I wouldn't actually agree with him here. That this cinematic was a lot more somber and the tone was a lot more chill. Because I feel like the last 10 seconds of this cinematic changes all of it. Yes, it starts off very dramatic, very just talking, but then the last 10 seconds of the cinematic changes it into a oh shit moment, right? Like those last 10 seconds is like, oh, what? All right, here we go. This is heavy. So I wouldn't actually, this was masterfully done. The playing on two different levels. You sort of go into this and you feel like, oh, this is going to be another heavy cinematic. And then the last 10 seconds happen like, oh shit, we're here to play now. Let's go.
As involved in that kind of creative process, but from my perspective, just kind of reflecting on that, I think it really just kind of speaks to, like something I was saying earlier, with these characters that we've seen grow up and we've seen kind of the impact on their lives, or rather, we get to see that play out within the game, but I think when you see it happen in the cinematic is really where you see that sink in.
Troubleshooter, so the reason I don't think that this cinematic should show this, if you look at the name of this cinematic, it's not actually the opening cinematic. It's not actually the announcement cinematic even. This was really the announcement for the World Soul Saga. Right? This is like, I think we are going to get another cinematic that will be very much filled with combat and filled with that adrenaline shit going. But I did feel like this was actually a really good cinematic. All things considered, it was still a very good cinematic.
And right, like seeing, you know, like
I don't think we'll ever get the same amount, Harmony, of higher CGI cinematics that we got in BFA. I don't think that will ever happen again. From a budget perspective, that just doesn't make sense. It's $1 million a minute for CGI cinematics. I highly doubt that they'll ever do that again. That was something that they really thought that they could pull off, and they thought maybe that it was going to lead to much higher player numbers. And I think what ultimately happened in those was they realized the only people that really enjoyed it were the people that enjoyed the expansion. And even if people really enjoyed it, they did not enjoy it enough to like the expansion. So I highly doubt that we'll get that again. It's just too expensive. It doesn't make sense. That money could be spent elsewhere much better. Because it doesn't matter like how many developers you have. The technology that is required. So first and foremost, I don't think Blizzard actually owns a motion capture. I don't think they own the equipment for all this motion capture. I think they use a mocap studio for this shit, because you have the motion capture itself that needs to be done, but then you also have this entire, it's like a dome with cameras literally 360 degrees around you that's tracking every single thing. All of that with all of the development time is $1 million. So even with more developers, you would not be able to, you wouldn't be able to do any of this, right? I heard that this wasn't mocapped. Wait, this wasn't mocapped? How? Wait, I'll look at the... We can watch it afterwards. That would be very interesting if they didn't mocap this. Well, I mean, with... Let's see, because that would actually be interesting if Blizzard found a cheaper way of doing cinematics this well. That would be very interesting, because mocap is the expensive part. But we'd have to watch the
Anduin's
lips.
face
That
as
will
you
give it
kind of
away.
reflect on, like, yeah, he did see some stuff recently, right? And he had to go away for a while, and we really wanted to look at this as an opportunity to take, you know, that cast of, you know, Anduin, and there's some other, you know, again, I don't want to get into spoilers, but there's some other characters that we've seen kind of grow up with us that will play a major role in the War Within. And we really just wanted to kind of set the stage for that kind of tone moving forward. But again, that's not to say that we're going to, you know, kind of lose sight of that kind of whimsy, silly that you also see with World of Warcraft. I think that's one of the things I love the most about our, you know, IP and our game is, you know, not only is there space for these like really deep emotional moments, but, you know, then there's also like really silly jokes and fun, whimsy things and all kinds of interesting characters that'll pop up along the way that'll make us laugh. Yep. It's just such a broad spectrum of characters.
And those hats with Prodels?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Phonics, I have noticed that.
There's always the hats for a little bit of brevity.
You've always been allowed to post links.
I imagine if all the characters were sad all the time, it would make for a very different...
Yeah, you know, we want World of Warcraft to be, you know, a place that is inspirational and brings joy to people's lives. So we don't want to lose sight of that. But also, you know, there is the other side of the coin where these characters have, you know, we want to make sure that they feel real and you can join them in their journey to, you know, become who they're meant to be.
And now I know the main focus is wrapping up Dragonflight and then going into War Within, but unfortunately our readers are freaking out just about just the release style or the announcement style, I guess, of the World Soul Saga. And it's very MCU-esque almost, the announcement. I don't know if that's what was the feeling like when the team was finding out, oh, we're gonna announce 3 expansions at BlizzCon.
Oh, it was super exciting the first time I found out. Like, what a fun endeavor on our end, because, you know, we've announced expansions time after time, but like, yeah, why not 3? We have a vision in mind. Let's see how the...
I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared or angry. And sometimes, all I need is a look.
On a mobile phone? Like, really? Dude, this shit is nuts, man.
I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared or angry. And sometimes, all I need is a look. I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared or angry.
Dude, this is nuts. The fucking shit that they can do. Wow. This is nuts that they can do this shit, man. And it's just going to get worse. You know it's going to get worse. Like, you know there's going to be so much more in the future. But this is ultimately what happens, right? Like, as the technology matures, so too it becomes cheaper, but also better. So, yeah, maybe in the future we can see a lot more cinematics and a lot better quality for cinematics.
Players react to it, and I think we can all attest to people seem to be digging it.
Yeah. I've definitely been reading, the internets and the comments around like, oh, but I love speculating about what's gonna come next. And what was the name? Avalon. What was the name of the one that everyone was? Avaloran or something that everyone was like speculating based on some leaks that was gonna be. And it's like, you're gonna miss out on those moments where there's that, stretch of speculation. But, certainly with the War Within.
No, this is, oh my God. Do you guys not understand how speculation works? You have just opened the door to so much more speculation because that is literally what fuels speculation. Your next expansion is called Midnight. The one after that is called The Last Titan, Breadcrumbs. But we don't actually know what's in it. So now we start speculating. Now we start talking about what potentially could be happening there because we now know. The problem with Steve the Newser's whole, this is going to be great for speculation, was there's nothing to speculate on because there's no breadcrumbs. You don't know what's going to happen because they don't know what's going to happen. So no one's speculating about anything. This is great for speculation because this is what opens that door. I already have a million speculation theories in my head just for Midnight. Just Midnight. What could that mean? What could that be? And I would not have had these speculation theories if they didn't give us the names of the next expansions. Why did people speculate so much with the Whispers? The Whispers worked because they were little bits of breadcrumbs, but they weren't definitive. But the breadcrumb was enough to really get us going onto what could this mean? And that's where all the speculation theories come from. It's leaving those little clues all throughout the game that we then start running with and have fun with. I don't know why you would say this isn't good for speculation, because it's fucking brilliant for speculation.
Stretch of speculation, but certainly with The War Within, there's going to be a lot of really awesome story that will lead us into the future. We've been developing this game for coming on 20 years, and we're excited to kind of continue it forward for, like John said, another 20.
For sure. And, speaking of the 20 years thing, which is a huge milestone, congratulations. How big was that anniversary, for you as a team when you were looking forward to where to go and take the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's very much something that's almost surreal to think about, right? Like there's so many stories, and especially coming to BlizzCon, I think that's a great reminder of just the impact that this game has had on people. And really that's what energizes us, is seeing our community, hearing their feedback, and getting a chance to interact with them. I was talking to some people who were sharing stories with me where it's like, oh yeah, I taught my son how to play the game so he could farm herbs for me, and now we play, reeds together. And I was like, wow, that's so fun. It's like a generational game, and it's brought so many people together.
And those are the stories that I think make things like BlizzCon great. Like hearing what people sort of come together with and experience is, it's part of the reason why I personally find BlizzCon going to be refreshing and recharging for my creative batteries.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not going to make any comments on that parenting style. I just have to ask though, and this is the last thing, but it's not, this if this was just WoW, I would sort of leave it, right? But it's not just WoW. Like WoW announced 3 expansions. The Overwatch 2 team announced not one hero, but they announced the second hero after that, and even a concept for a third hero. Hearthstone is announced catch-up packs, to help these players. Like, is this a company-wide initiative in terms of like being more transparent with players for all the live service
he's just
teams,
asking the same questions over and over
that's
again.
That's a good question. I can't really speak for other teams, but I mean, really, there's just been. It was a little while ago, but really the philosophy shift really started back for us in, I would say, around the Shadowlands era, where we really took a huge step back and kind of revisited a lot of the things that we've been doing for a long time, and really, just came to the conclusion of like, hey, we've been building this game for a long time, but our audience has, changed and grown a lot, and we need to meet people where they are and really make the game that it will be exciting for our community and exciting for us to.
Thank you very much for the follow, Parzival. Really appreciate you. I mean, yeah, I think Shadowlands really kicked Blizzard in the balls. Like, if you want to talk about a wake-up call, I think Shadowlands was it. If you guys don't remember, there was the giant, just absolute radio silence from Blizzard during the 9 months that it took for patch 9.1 to come out. Or was it? Yeah, it was 9.1, Kothia. 9 months of a content drought. And Blizzard didn't say a word. Not a word. Not a blue post. Not a video. Not even a tweet from anyone at Blizzard saying, hey guys, we're working on it. And then the lawsuits happened, right? And the lawsuits was crazy. And then players got really angry because players started to go, the lawsuits happened and it's sad, everything that happened there. But then players started to go, where's my fucking content? Like, you guys keep talking about how, the lawsuits are there and you're fixing the company, but it's been 9 months. Where's our content? Like, where's the patch? And then you had these developers in World of Warcraft that would attack the player base for, like, I remember reading one developer's tweet where she said, any player that asks, where is 9.1 is part of the problem. Because of during the tough times that Blizzard is going through, the player dares to demand that, their money be actually paid back to them is part of the problem. And that was sort of like my first time ever that I lost my shit at something a developer said in a very real IRL way. Like, I got so angry in that moment because I was like, listen here, bitch. We get that you guys are going through hell in your company, but guess what? That's not our fucking problem. Our problem is that we've been paying you for 9 months, and you've not even told us that, hey guys, it's going to take 9 months before you get any content. In fact, you sold us a 6-month mount during that 9-month period. So don't come at us. Like, look, we are all sad that these things are happening in the company that we used to love, but that's not completely our fault, right? We didn't do anything. It wasn't the player base that drank breast milk and fucking touched women in ways that they didn't want to be touched in. That was idiots at Blizzard doing that, but we also want our video games, no? Like, what the hell? So I got really angry during that. And I think that entire period is where Blizzard finally woke up and realized we're going to need to adapt here. Like, we're going to need to adapt how we deal with the player base. Our philosophy, because this used to be Blizzard's philosophy, by the way. Blizzard used to be tight-lipped when, like, they would speak when everything went well. They would not speak when things went bad. That used to be Blizzard's rule. If things go bad, you don't speak about it. You just keep quiet, let the player base vent. That's their problem. But I think Shadowlands was so bad. I mean, the lawsuits happened, and that made things even worse. And so Blizzard realized, wait, we need to start speaking to our player base. We need to start being open and honest with our player base about what's going on. And I've said this before. People are willing to forgive a lot if you're honest with them. If you come out and you tell players, listen here, guys, we fucked up. Kothia is going to be 9 months. People will forgive that. Yeah, they may unsub for a while, waiting for the new patch to come out, but they'll forgive it. They'll be like, all right, take your time, do your thing, it's ready when it's ready. It's cool. It's the lies. It's when you keep hiding stuff from them or you blame them for the mistakes. That's when people get really pissy.
To create. So there's just been so many shifts that have been happening over time for our team, and certainly an element of that is just really increasing communication. We've been trying really hard to create things like those roadmaps that we've had with all throughout Dragonflight, where it kind of shows like, hey, here's what's coming up, and that was something we haven't done before. But if people have enjoyed that, that's certainly something that we'll take back and talk to the team about. But ultimately, we're here to create a game and listen to our community and really make changes based on what excites them. That's
we
one of the
die
things
here.
That I think, going back into work Monday, I'm sure we'll all have our list of things like, hey, what surprised you? Like, oh wow, people really liked that. Okay, cool. We should talk about that one a bit more.
And we're giving ourselves the time to sort of iterate and listen to player feedback as well, because ultimately, players play our game more than anyone else. We play a lot too, but it's really the game that we're making is for us, but also the majority is for our players. So player feedback is really important for us. So,
and they never cease to surprise us.
The funny thing is, in an MMO, you are actually not like World of Warcraft started as a game that the developers wanted to play. But I feel like with an MMO specifically, you aren't really making the game for you. You're making the game for your player base. Your players have certain expectations for what they want to see with the game. And your job as the developer is to give the players what they want. Right? You have to fulfill the promises that players expect. So you kind of have to. And again, for a long time, Blizzard had this mantra of not listening to the player base at all. If you guys remember the days of Legion, like how long in Legion did all content creators and all players say, the legendary system sucks, give us a vendor? It was only added in 7.3. By the time no one really needed legendaries anymore, we finally got the vendor. Then, we had the fiasco of you think you do, but you don't. Even though all players were saying, give us classic, give us classic, give us classic, this developer stood up and said, by the way, you think you do, but you don't. You don't remember the bugs. You don't remember the this. You don't. And he proceeded to list off a bunch of reasons why people want classic in the first place. And it was like, what the fuck, bro? Good job reading the room. Like, all of the reasons you gave for why people don't want classic is the very reasons people want classic. He was the president, Psycho, not the CEO. The CEO was Bobby Kotick. He was the president. And then in BFA, Preach, I think, was the first person that warned Blizzard that the island expeditions aren't going to work and that the Azerite neck, the heart of the Azeroth, isn't going to work because of how bad it is. I warned about it. Balila warned about it. Everyone was warning about it. It didn't happen. Like, Blizzard just doubled down until finally they realized, okay, island expeditions really isn't a good feature. We should open it up and just add mounts and stuff in there because people do want to do it. They just don't want to be forced to do it in order to level their fucking necks. Then you had the Visions and the Vision vendor. The was it the Relic vendor or whatever? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? That vendor that you can buy these relics on. People said, don't make it randomized because every week it would sort of swap to a new one and you would sometimes have to wait weeks in order to get your relics. People said, don't do that. Blizzard still continued to do that. The corruptions. Thank you. Yes. The corruptions that people were like, dude, why are you doing this? Why are you taking a seemingly decent, good system and then making it shit? Like, I don't understand why you're doing this the whole time. So Blizzard have had a very long period of time where they actively ignored what the player did, or it sometimes even felt as if they do the exact opposite of what the players want. Like, the players say, please don't do this instead, and Blizzard goes, no, we'll do this. You'll see, you'll like it. And then the player goes, well, we don't like this, and Blizzard will be like, no, you really do. You just need to give it time. It'll come to you. Like, you'll grow to love it.
No. And always trying to, be agile and make changes based on, what the community is asking for.
And now, story implications aside, leading into War Within, and what can players expect in the coming months for Dragonflight?
Well, certainly, this upcoming week, we have Guardians of the Dream coming out, which it was not stressful at all to have Guardians of the Dream coming up as we're preparing for BlizzCon, but that's something that will be coming out. And, we talked about today during the deep dive panel, we're actually going to be bringing dragon riding across all of Azeroth. So that'll be something that happens in a future update. And like I mentioned earlier, there's still more story to be told with Dragonflight. We have to get from where we are today to where we saw that we're with the visions in the cinematic. And there's a lot of fun things that happen in between there that also lead us into the War Within and the adventures on Khazalgar.
Look, if you want to spoil, I'm not going to stop you, right? But obviously you've announced.
MF, what you're asking for is kind of impossible, right? Because when you think about some of the mistakes that Blizzard have made, their reasoning at the time can sometimes make sense. Not always. There are things that you just look at and you go, wow, why would you think this was a good idea? But sometimes their reasoning does sort of make sense, right? You can sort of make sense of why they thought this would actually happen. The problem is that getting it right the first time is just something that, because the kicker is that not everyone hated the way corruptions worked. There were some people that despised it, but there were people who didn't care at all, who thought that the corruption vendor was absolutely fine, and the way the corruptions worked was absolutely fine, who thought Azerite armor was absolutely fine. See, and the problem is that there are those people in the developer group as well, that the way that they play, the corruptions and the Azerite armor just doesn't have any real effect on how they play the game. And so it doesn't bother them. Titan Forging, Time to Die, No Time to Die, is actually giving a very good example here. Titan Forging was the bane of my existence as a raider. As a raider, it made gearing feel so shit, because you would get this best piece, but then it wasn't the best piece because it didn't Titan Forge to the highest bottom item level. So you were just still in the race. Here we go again. Let's hope it drops again, and this time at a higher item level. It was an absolute bane of my existence. I hated Titan Forging. But there were people that played the game in such a way that Titan Forging barely had an effect on them. And if anything, it felt sort of good getting an item that was 20 item levels higher than the one that it should have been. And it was just sort of a fun little thing. And there's developers in the team that are obviously exactly like this. They also play the game in the same way. So getting it right the first time is very difficult. This is where you kind of have to listen to your player base, because ultimately you are going to have to go with a democratic system whereby you listen to the majority of the voices. And then, yes, maybe the minority isn't as happy. Or if you can, you try to find some kind of middle ground, right? And I think that's what we've ended up with here. The upgrade system is the middle ground. It's no longer, you know what gear you're going to get and at what item level, but there is an upgrade system. So there is a way to make that a little bit higher than what it used to be. That's sort of the compromise between having Titan Forging and not having Titan Forging. So, and sadly, you do have to listen to player feedback in order to get those.
It's a very big storytelling initiative going forward. What are you most excited for players to experience in the coming years?
Personally, I'm really excited to see the players' reception to hero talents. I think it's really sort of, it's both...
Luna, I think... I'm assuming it's Luna Groot, not Groot, right? But Luna... I think you gauge it based on not just what players are saying, but what players are doing. So if you see a lot of outrage around, on Twitter or on the forums about Titan Forging, for example, but then you also see more and more players that is removing themselves from things like Mythic Plus or from dungeons or from raids. So you can see there's a correlation. There's a lot of outrage around Titan Forging, and there's also in the game far fewer people engaging with the raids and the dungeons. This suggests that there is the correlation about everyone being angry and everyone stopping playing suggests that this is why they're stopping the play. And that then gives you the data point. So the only way that you can really know is by looking at multiple data sets and seeing what are those data sets telling you. And all the outrage is good for is giving you things to compare against. So if you have 10 different reasons why people are outraged, you can start looking at all of your data points and you can start connecting them. And then whichever one of the complaints encompasses all of the data points, that's most likely the complaint that is leading the vast majority of people to leave the game or to at least quit doing something very specific. And that we already know that they have like an incredible amount of data points that they look at, right? Sorry, I enjoyed the cinematic, but my full analysis of the cinematic will be out tomorrow on YouTube. But overall, I thought it was a decent cinematic.
Concept and narrative driven, because these are based off of popular Warcraft franchise archetypes, but also something that were new ones that we're exploring as well. And it's that with a combination of sort of the gameplay aspect that these are going to sort of bring to players' rotations that I'm really looking forward to seeing players' reaction to.
Speaking about myself personally, I'm really stoked about Delves because I love to play, the kind of outdoor world content, play a bunch of different characters. And the closest thing, most recently at least, that I have to kind of use as a comparison is like Torghast back in Shadowlands. But the progression of Torghast was built for the entire player base. So that actually meant like if you're an outdoor world player, you might have not been able to complete all the different levels of Torghast, where Delves are built from the ground up with that audience in mind. So we're really excited to build this progression within this content that players can really like dive into and be excited about all the rewards that they're getting from it, and then have a clear...
I really hope the difficulty scaling keeps in mind that not all outdoor casual players are bad players. Because I'm a casual Andy, and Torghast was dirt easy. In fact, one of my biggest complaints with Torghast was that it was too easy. I wanted Torghast to be a hell of a lot harder. The reason it couldn't be harder is because you get your legendaries from there, and if you make it too hard, most players can't do it, and then they can't get their legendaries, and then they cry. So it kind of made it this weird thing. Whereas if there were no legendaries, you could make it super hard, and it didn't matter because there's no power there. Delves don't have that, so I really hope that the difficulty scaling on Delves do give us something super hard as well. Because I love Torghast. I thought Torghast was a phenomenal system, but it was ruined because power was added to it. The second you add power to that system, it dies, because now it can't be what it needs to be.
End point where they can be excited to feel like, yes, I've completed this feature, the same way that our raiders and stuff like that have, an end boss to kill. There's, some future things for Delves that are in that same vein, which I think is going to be really fun.
Morgan, George, thank you for joining us.
All right. Again, good interview. A bit more behind the scenes stuff. I think overall, very excited. Very excited about this. Everything I hear is just good. It's just really good. Now we just wait for the PTR to finally go live so we can actually test it out and see if they've delivered on what they've promised. Power is also attached to it. Fuluria, if you look at the gear that is dropping from the Delves, the highest that it can go is plus 15 Mythic or upper Heroic. So it can't go to Mythic gear. And there's also a very good chance that in that gear, you're going to get far more outdoor bonuses and stuff. So things that will actually help you in the Delve, but isn't necessarily going to help you anywhere else. So it does remove that idea of I have to do Delves every single day in order to fill out my vault, because the vault isn't necessarily... Because I think it's actually an outdoor tab, it's not a delve tab. So I think you'll actually, even if you're just doing world quests, you'd still get it, right? Like you'd still unlock things, even if it's just world quests. I don't think it's just tied to the delve system, although it might be. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, it's delves plus outdoor activities. So most likely you'll do you can get gear from anywhere. But I think there is something to be said. We'll have to test this again, because if the item level on heroic proves to be enough of an incentive to force people to feel like they have to do delves, then that's not good, right? It should be the kind of system where it is rewarding for people who like to do delves to do the delves and get some gear from it, but it should never be a case of if you don't like delves, you are forced to do them because there's gear in it. That would be where you've gone too far and maybe you should pull back a little. Dungeons ignore delves and still be okay loot-wise. Banadonna, that's my hope, right? Is if you want to spam just one type of content, you can absolutely do that and you'll be fine. That's the hope. Mythology, but the truth is for people like that, that is going to be true for literally everything. So people who are hardcore getting ready for raids, they're always going to do everything in their power to get hardcore ready for raids, right? Doesn't matter what you throw at them. It doesn't matter like how you try and do it. The only thing they won't do is something that gives them exact power. But if there's something that gives some kind of power, they will do it. Even if it means just a slight boost in raid gear. So, and I want to be honest, that is sort of part of the fun of hardcore raiding. I know Blizzard does a lot of work trying to minimize the min-maxing that takes place in World of Warcraft, but I've always found that to be a bit misleading or misguided maybe, because as an ex-raider, min-maxing is part of the fun. It is so fun figuring out the exact gear you need for the maximum amount of DPS on a specific boss, the exact talent composition for the maximum amount of DPS on a specific boss. Those are the fun things. That's part of the reason why I miss the old school hit rating and I miss the old school heist ratings that we used to have, where heist would actually be breakpoints and crit would actually have very different interactions depending on the class that you have. I miss those days because they were super cool for optimization. They didn't mean anything to most players. But to those of us that loved raiding, they were super fun, trying to figure out how can I get to 15 hit on my Warlock whilst also getting to 1,850 haste rating because my next breakpoint is 1,850. And then realizing, oh shit, if I get 15 on the hit, I'm not going to be able to hit 1850 on the haste. I could go for 14.5 on the hit, and then I could get 18.5 or 1850, but then I might miss a lot. So is that worth it? I'm going to try it out. We'll see how it goes. And then you miss a lot or you don't miss at all. And you're like, okay, never mind. So it was always like, it was fun to figure it out. And it was really good for those of us that loved playing that way, right? That enjoyed that type of video gaming. It was really good. Whereas I feel that's another one of those things that nowadays raiding or gear has sort of lost a lot of its character. Like gear is still complex insofar as, you know, what is my main stat at whatever given point of a rating that I have. But the complexity is no longer as fun as it used to be, at least in the past. You know, nowadays whenever, you know, like, for example, on Warlocks, on Affliction, it's haste, right? Like, that's the gems that you want is haste. The enchants you want is haste. Wherever you can get haste, you get haste. Whatever gear you can have is haste. And then you have a secondary stat. that I think is mastery, and I don't know what the secondary stat for affliction is right now. But if it's mastery, then you go for mastery full blown, right? On literally all of the pieces of gear. The only time you're sort of not sure what to take is if a piece of gear have, say, haste and crit, or haste and verse, or maybe crit and verse, so it doesn't have haste on it at all. Now you have to go to a third-party site to go figure out, is this better for you or isn't this good for you? What could possibly be better, depending on, you know, all of the stat breakdowns and stuff like that. But that's not part of really what I think people loved about Reforging back in the day, but also loved about, like, you know, the original gearing in World of Warcraft. I do miss Reforging. I do miss the old school, like, just the old school vibes of how World of Warcraft used to be. You know, the old school stats. I miss those. And I know I'm probably in the minority. I know a lot of people don't miss those, but I miss those. Brom, how you doing? Banadonna, you never have to ask me, what am I maining? You never have to ask me that question. I am always maining Warlock. Always. Like, that's the one thing that will never change. I will always main a Warlock. I miss old itemization as well. Yeah, also the elemental resist would be cool. I get why Blizzard removed it, but at the same time, it's also kind of annoying, right? But I get why Blizzard decided to remove it. Which one have you liked the most throughout all expansions? Troubleshooter, it's always been Affliction for me. In my mind, Affliction is the peak of Warlock fantasy. It's peak Warlock fantasy. Every other spec for Warlocks is... It kind of makes thematic sense. Summoning demons, it makes thematic sense. You know, using fire magic, sure, it's thematic insofar as it's foul fire, you know, that makes sense. But Affliction is sort of what I would consider to be the peak of what a Warlock is. It's curses, it's using the enemy's health against them, being able to drain the enemy to fuel yourself. That to me is just what a Warlock is. So I've always been an Affliction Warlock first. Like always, even before specs were actually even a thing. I always went into, like, I remember during Classic and TBC, I always favored dot specs. Like, it's just always been my thing. Oh yeah, I did see this. There will be a story about this at some point. I did see this. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure if it means anything, but I did see it. Yes, I saw it in the cinematic already. It stood out to me. Whether it means what people think it means, that's a different discussion, right? That was fun, Deacon. Yeah. So people think that Elune may have something to do with this, and I'll be honest, I mean, I had a speculation theory in Legion already that suggested that Elune may, at least in part, be connected to the old gods. Parzival, okay, so what you are doing there is, remember, the speculation that Azeroth is fueling everything is a speculation theory that I came up with, right? It doesn't have to be true. It's just right now the theory that makes the most sense and explains the biggest part of of all of the things that we know in World of Warcraft. That being said, remember Sargeras no longer follows the plan of order. And Sargeras desperately is trying to break reality. He's desperately trying to break the cycle. That's his whole shtick, is breaking the cycle, so that everything can reset. And his thinking is that I can probably end all life and it will start again. So it is one of two things is very possible here. One, Sargeras truly tried to kill Azeroth, and as a result of trying to kill Azeroth, or the result of that would have been the complete eradication of all life in the Great Cosmos, which would have led to exactly what he wanted, which is a full reset of the entire system. But I think there's even some evidence to show that that may not be what Sargeras was trying to do. I want to show you guys something that I at least think is very interesting. Wait, we have to go back a bit. Okay, so you see this picture, right? This is Azeroth. At least this is what we think is Azeroth. Yeah? What do you see in this picture? Heatwave, I agree with you. It does kind of look like that. See an Azerite sun, a blue shell around the inner core, a sun-like sphere, darkness, a boring ball, shadow flame, radiance, planet core, darkness, soul, light void, and something red. So the first thing that stands out is Azerite, right? You see the colors of Azerite, the orange and the blue, right? That's what the Azerite looked like. It kind of makes sense that it would be there. But then there's a weird third color, the red. And the red doesn't make sense because Azerite didn't have the red in it. Right? Azerite didn't have the red in it. Azerite had the blue and the yellow. But it didn't really have the red in it. What does the red remind you of? The sword. Gorobol. If you looked at the core of Gorobol when it was active, it was that color of red. The eye, it was that color of red. Which to me suggests that Sargeras' sword was fueling Azeroth or infusing Azeroth. Those red flames show the infusion of the power of Azeroth, of the sword. Now the question becomes, was he trying to change her into a Death Titan? Was he trying to change her from who she used to be? Or was he actually really just trying to empower her? Domago, the flames at the top there are red. They're not orange. Like, not even necessarily dark orange. They are red. Like, you see shades of orange. There's definitely a lot of shades of orange, even some yellow. But the red there, that's red. I don't believe that is orange. Yeah, maybe you could get away with, like, deep, deep orange. But again, that's a color that we've never seen before. Not in terms of stuff that we know comes from Azeroth. Let's put it that way. And it just so happens that that color matches perfectly with Sargeras' sword. With Gorobol. It's a perfect match. No, obviously, I'm not saying that any of this is true. This is speculation, 100%. But the fact that, remember, and I should probably say this, nothing in World of Warcraft cinematics makes it into those cinematics unless they get approved by the whoever is the lead narrative designer. Every frame, and I have this on the authority of the very guy that makes all of the World of Warcraft cinematics, Terran Gregory. Frame by frame, they choose and decide everything that goes into a cinematic. It's never it's never by accident. Colors are not chosen by accident. Nothing is ever chosen by accident. If they made it this color, it's because they wanted to make it this color. Eustace Quaker, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Those nests in Zandalar with the lower raptor. The environment also goes red too. Also the red moon above Zandalar. There's a lot of red in World of Warcraft, obviously, but think more about what is directly related to Azeroth and what would potentially have influenced Azeroth's core. Would the sword not be the thing that would have touched Azeroth's core far more than the Blood Moon, for example, would? Argus was red, and how did Argus become red? He was infused by power from Sargeras. Most likely using Gorobol. It is actually possible that the very power that exists within Gorobol is the power from Argus. And that what Sargeras did here is he infused Azeroth with the power of Argus. Now, my thinking around this is, if I were to allow myself to speculate a little bit, I don't like the story that Sargeras tried to kill Azeroth. I don't like that story. Instead, I prefer to think that Sargeras was trying to free Azeroth from the prison of the Titans. That Sargeras, he knew what the Titans had done because he knew how the Titans think, because he is one of them. He knows what they've done everywhere else they've been. And so his thinking was, if he can empower Azeroth to the point where she can break free from the Titan control, then she will help end the cycle. Because I also think that the Titans lied about what Sargeras actually wanted. Remember, the only evidence we have for what Sargeras wants comes from the Chronicles that we now know was written by the Titans. That's it. That's the only evidence we have. The Titans told us that Sargeras wants to end all life in the universe. But what if Sargeras didn't want to end all life in the universe? What if what Sargeras wanted to end? Now, remember, you have to think about this not from the point of view of the Titans lying, but rather from the Titans' point of view. The Titans believe that all life on Azeroth, or all life in the universe exists because of order, because of their systems. They are the ones that cause life to come into existence. Without them, something would not exist. If you go back and you look at the book, the Edicts of Tyr, Tyr says this to his fellow keepers. He says, after all, nothing can be created if it was not ordered first. So they believe that they are the creators of life. So in their mind, if Sargeras tried to to slay or destroy their sense of order, Sargeras would be destroying life. Because in their mind, they created it. Their system protects it, even though their system actually enslaves it. Odin. No, Odin's edict. It's not Tyr's edict. Tyr's edict says stuff as well, but yeah, Odin's edict. So from the Titans' perspective, if Sargeras truly was trying to bring an end to their control, they would believe that he was destroying things. What do I have to explain about Draenor, Celtic Bastion? Yeah, Draenor did have an overgrowth of life. It basically just proved what happens if life is left rampant. What do you want me, like, what's your objection there? Remember, the Titans spent the better part of the last, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of years, make a guess, I guess. But the Titans spent a very long time, well, actually, for the better part of the last 20,000 years at least that we know of, they spent dead. Well, not quite dead, but basically floating through space. Because they went to fight Sargeras, and he basically spanked their little backsides. Kicked their ass, and then they were dead floating through space trying to get back to their bodies. So the fact is, the order on Draenor probably just slowly started to decay, because that's the problem with order. Order is not a permanent thing. Everything in this universe is subject to decay, subject to entropy. And so unless you have very strict systems in place and you continuously empower those systems, it will always fall to entropy. Surprises me that Amanthul lost to Sargeras. I thought he would be stronger. Okay, so Goskia. The Titans have one single weakness. Foul. You can kill a Titan very easily with Foul. They take 3,000% increased damage from Foul. Sargeras literally used the Foul that he was now infused with from breaking open Mardoon against the Titans, because he understood that this is a weakness to them. And that's why he was able to kill them, because Titans are naturally weak to Foul. Yes, it's literally a hard counter. Warlocks, I think if we had more power, would probably be a hard counter to them. Alcogorosa, how you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, and it should probably also be mentioned that the reason Sargeras was sent out to fight the demons was because he was the strongest of all of the Titans. He was the warrior. Funnily enough, though, in the original working, Sargeras was considered to be the strongest warrior, but also the smartest in terms of strategy. He was the strategist of the Titans. Which again makes Zuval just such an ugly character, because, you know, somehow Zuval managed to not only play one of the smartest and also one of the most strategic of Titans and turn him into a puppet, but he then also managed to do it to Sylvanas. Also a character that is considered to be incredibly strategic, and also you think they're going to pivot to making the Titans evil? Uninhibition, how you doing, bro? Welcome to everyone. Nico Spider, 22 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do I think they're going to pivot to make the Titans evil? I hope so. I've never liked the Titans. I've never been a fan of the Titans. There's enough evidence of the Titans being, let's call it, morally questionable, but I think evil is a strong word. You see, the problem with evil is it very much relies on our understanding of morality. Right? Like, something is evil viewed from our perspective. Let's put it this way. Let's use a real-world example. The Vikings of old would raid and sack England and English towns and kill literally everyone in the town because in their mind these were people who did not follow Odin, and they were happy to do this because if they were to die they would go to the halls of Odin, and the only way for them to actually go to the halls of Odin was to kill and fight for Odin. Were they evil? From their perspective, not at all. Right? In their mind, what they were doing was like, how would you not do that? Why wouldn't you do that? Do you not want to go to the halls of Odin? Were they evil from the perspective of the English, who, you know, sort of got a spanking for a couple of 100 years from the Vikings? Yes, of course. The English thought they were very evil, but that's the point, right? It's very difficult to ascribe. There are people out in the world that want to dream up. Sam Harris is a great example of what I would consider to be, in this specific instance, just completely wrong, because there are people who believe in this concept of a universal morality, right? So there is such a thing as a universal morality, and every human being actually believes in this universal morality, but then other things happen and it sort of changes our perspective of it. I don't believe in that. I believe morality is shaped by culture. I believe that your culture very much impacts the way your morality works. So in Africa, for example, there are certain cultures that burn, to this day, suspected witches. If they find someone that they think is a witch, they burn them. Are they evil? Probably not. It's part of their culture. It's how they believe. They believe they keep themselves safe by, you know, burning the imaginary evil person, right? It doesn't make them evil to them. It makes them evil to us because our morality is very different, because our culture is very different. The Titans, in the way that they do things and what they're tied to, probably don't have the same sense of morality as you and I have. They probably don't think about good and evil the same way that you and I do. So when you say, is Blizzard trying to make the Titans evil? It's kind of like, no. I think Blizzard is trying to show that the Titans aren't our friends. The Titans have their own agendas. They have their own goals and their own wants. Now, sometimes those wants and agendas may align with ours, in which case, great success. Other times, it may not align with ours, in which case, big battles ahead. Because fundamentally, they are not like us, so we cannot judge them. One of my favorite sort of stories about this was from H.P. Lovecraft, when he was asked about the outer gods. And he was specifically asked, are the outer gods evil? And he said the outer gods exist outside the realms of good and evil, outside the realms of space and time. And he went on to explain that these beings are so much larger than us mere mortals that what you and I consider to be good and evil it doesn't register to them, because the plans that they have are cosmic level plans. It's not just so you and I think about Azeroth and this is our home. The Titans don't think about Azeroth as their home. Azeroth is just another piece of a much larger cosmological thing that they're building, right? A plan that they're playing over. And so while for us, our planet is very important, to them, our planet is only important so far as what role does it actually play in the greater game. And a good example of this is if you play through the time rifts. If you go to the order time, you go through the time rift for the order campaign, there is no mortal life in the order campaign. In the future that order won. And the reason there's no life there, mortal life specifically, is because the Titans basically ordered it to the point where no life could exist. Freya went apeshit in ordering life to the point where there are giant monsters walking the earth. To the point where they argue, Dormy sort of speculated, if there is mortal life here, they're probably hiding, and there's most likely so few of them left that they will soon be extinct, effectively. That's what happened when Order won. Because as far as Order is concerned, or as far as the Titans are concerned, you and I don't really matter. We matter as long as we're useful, but the second you and I become, or are no longer useful, they will probably treat us as we treat ants, or as we treat bacteria or viruses. Get rid of them. Well, this is actually a great example. Is COVID evil? Like, is the COVID virus evil? No. It's not evil. It's just a virus. It does what it does. It is what it is. Now, you and I can look at it and say it makes people incredibly sick. It even kills people at times. It's a terrible, terrible thing. But for it is only doing what it does, right? It is what it does, and it does it good. It doesn't think of itself. If it could think of itself, it wouldn't think of itself as evil, because it is only doing what it's doing. That's the same thing for the Titans. It would not consider itself evil because it is only doing what it's doing and what it was meant to do. Now, your question does encompass, do I think? It's what I want. I want Blizzard to remove our friends on a cosmic scale. I don't like the idea that we work with the cosmic forces against other forces. And there's a couple of reasons for it. Number one, I think it closes a lot of avenues to storytelling. I think having all 6 cosmic forces open to storytelling, in my opinion, makes sense, and I think is how it should be. I specifically don't like it because you're oftentimes forced to play with cosmic forces that you may not agree with. In my case, if we are forced to side with the Titans against the Void, you're literally asking me to side with a side that I trust less than I trust the Void, and I don't trust the Void much. Right? But I don't have a choice because that's the way you wrote the story. Whereas if you kept it completely, like, agnostic and both sides were a problem, I think that would be far better from a storytelling perspective, because now you can tell the story in whichever way you want. You know, you don't have to worry about it. And then for those of you that saying the servers are up and whatnot, the servers are not up for me. I play on EU, so the servers for me will only be up tomorrow. But the servers may be up for the rest of you, so you guys can go play. I'm here. You're still getting your drops. I don't have to be logged into the game for you to get your drops. I just need to be in the WoW category. And we are talking about WoW, so fuck it. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Apparently there's a launch trailer. Link, please. Yeah, there's you're getting a drop, some pet. What's the pet called again? I'm not sure if it's going to pop up for me. I don't think I can get drops from watching myself. But here you go. Yeah, these drops. You get Dotty. It's a little alpaca. There you go. That thing. You just have to watch for 4 hours continuously on any stream you want. I don't think I can get drops. I don't think you get drops while watching your own stream. That's pretty much like a guarantee. I doubt that would happen. That would be weird. Where's this launch trailer that I heard so much about? All right, let's watch this. I'll start by saying I am absolutely minus hyped for Guardians of the Dream. The only thing that hypes me about Guardians of the Dream is the fact that it's one step closer to the War Within. It's the only thing I'm hyped for in this. There's a bunch of problems I have with the Guardians of the Dream. And I just last night learned of an even bigger problem that I have with World of Warcraft Dragonflight. And that is in the Mega Dungeon. You know, in the Mega Dungeon where you talk to the aspects before they were aspects, but they were proto-drakes? You guys know that scene? It completely retconned Dawn of the Aspects in its entirety. They literally took Dawn of the Aspects and threw it out the window in a very fundamental way. In Dawn of the Aspects are not super intelligent. They speak incredibly broken English. Well, English, common, but they speak broken. They speak sort of, good, go eat, right? Because they are incredibly intelligent for proto-drakes, but they're still proto-drakes. So their English was very broken, very matter-of-factly, and they were actually incredibly savage. They weren't friends. So when you get Alexstrasza saying to Crummy, "You're a strange little dragon, but there is kindness in you," that is such a cringe thing, and it doesn't hold true to how she was at the time. Also, the fact that as a proto-drake, she wasn't actually the leader of the pack. The proto-drakes actually mostly looked to Malygos. Malygos was the basically the smartest of all of them, and so most of them followed Malygos. They didn't follow Alexstrasza. Not at all. They followed Malygos. It was only once they were turned into aspects that all of them decided that Alexstrasza would be the best of all of them. That was when they decided to go with Alexstrasza, but Malygos was the leader, at least in those early days, and Naltharion was always up for a fight, so there's a good chance he would probably have attacked us if he saw us looking as weird as we fucking did. Nosdormu also having this, I don't know why, but I feel a connection to you. No, you don't. Like, there's no evidence anywhere in the books that he had any connection to time whatsoever. In fact, we know that his connection to time only came due to the blessing from Amanthol. Like, before that, he had no connection to time. It was Amanthol's connection or blessing that gave him the connection to time. So it was just, like, as someone that's read the Dawn of the Aspects, I saw, I mean, it's like 5 minutes. But it, like, not even, it's like 2 minutes. But in those 2 minutes, it just completely, like, I just cringed so hard watching that in game. And I was like, what? This is not at all how the Proto-Drakes would have been. This is not at all how Alexstrasza would have been, or Nosdormu would have been. In fact, I think Nosdormu barely speaks during the whole of Dawn of the Aspects. He barely speaks. Nosdormu doesn't say much. The few times he does speak, it's like one word. At best, it's like one word and then it's over. Nalfarian is pretty much just always angry. Just wants to fight everyone. But anyways, I just needed to share that with you guys because I did that last night and it just immediately caught me. I was like, what? Why? Murazon is probably the one that speaks the most. No, but Morazon isn't in... No. Nosdormu in the Dawn of the Aspects doesn't speak much. He speaks very little. I think the only time he speaks is when they're with Tyr. Before they even knew it was Tyr. There's a bit there where he speaks a little. They're humanizing other races and species a bit much. I agree. I do think that the Aspects as proto-drakes should not be humanized. They're proto-drakes. They're scary as fuck. You know? So the real Zerberus, that's exactly what I'm talking about here, right? That line, first and foremost, the English is way too advanced. They did not speak that way. And secondly, how does he know we should trust Chromie? How would he in any way, shape, or form? How would he know to trust Chromie in any way, shape, or form? He has no connection to time. He's not yet Nosdormu, the aspect of time. What connection? You could probably make the argument that it's his kin, but Chromie has been influenced by Order to the point that it would almost not even be remotely the same as him. But never mind. Screw it. Let's just watch this.
Aspects believed they could imprison me, but my hatred cannot be contained.
All of Azeroth stands united. We cannot allow the World Tree to fall to him. I have opened the Dreamways for you. Tread carefully. If Farak reaches the heart of Emir Drasil, all of Azeroth shall burn. Farak must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Their suffering has just begun.
Azeroth has answered us. Defenders of the Dream!
Fight to save our world! My fury will not be sated.
I can't... You know why I can't get hyped for this? Because we all know exactly how this ends. And this is not necessarily this patch's fault, because the patch looks actually beautiful, and I am actually looking forward to the story. It's the ending. We know we win. We know we win. So it's sort of difficult to... It's difficult to really get into it when you know what the outcome is. You already know the ending. You know, the ending is we win, like somehow. And that... I wish we could get an expansion where we lose, man. We have to lose, because that's the only way that I think like at this point, if we had an expansion where we actually lost, do you know how weird that would feel for players to realize that we lost? Especially if we lost and we actually lost some good characters along the way, you know, and we are to blame because we couldn't win. And now those characters are dead because of us. Can you imagine just how, like, what a twist that would be? Yeah, but in Shadowlands, we lost on a meta level. It's a whole different discussion. Broken Shore was great exactly because of that. We lost very, very strong characters at the Broken Shore. So yeah, Broken Shore was a great example of that. Do you know what created the old gods or corrupted them, or what the conspiracy could be? Metzen said. So we know exactly what the old gods are and how they were created, or at least I should say, we know what the Titans told us about what the old gods are. The Titans say that they are elements or aspects or fragments of the Void Lords that was flung into the Great Beyond, because the Void Lords can't actually exist in the Great Beyond. So they are from the Void Gods. They are part of the Void Gods. That's how they were created. And, they weren't corrupted. They were always that way. But that, of course, is from the Titans. So take that with whatever, grain of salt you want. And you should take it with a grain of salt. Going around that old gods are a corrupted form of life and not of the void at all. If they are a corrupted part of life, Psycho, the problem with that would be as they themselves call themselves of the void. Xalatath is the herald of the void. And she herself calls herself of the void. So the whole corrupted life thing is a theory that I've had myself before. But what I would argue is, does that even matter? Because whether they were corrupted by the void or created by the void, they serve the same purpose. They serve the same purpose, no? Do you think have been most retconned or lore pooped on during the X-Pack so far, at least? During this expansion. This expansion didn't really poop on a lot of characters. In fact, this expansion was actually quite, I think, forgiving of a lot of characters. I would say probably I would probably agree with No Time to Die and Rathian. I would probably agree with you there. I think what happened to Rathian in this expansion was actually kind of sad, because again, Rathian had no character progression whatsoever. You know, he sort of forgot everything that he used to be, and for a time he just once again became that child that he used to be. And you kind of think to yourself, but what about all of the things that you went through that, you know, made you not a child, and now suddenly you are a child again? So maybe Rathian. The whole Alexstrasza and the essay that Alexstrasza went through, I think that's always a very difficult one. Now, I do agree that I think Alexstrasza's treatment by the Dragonmaw clan should have been shown in game. The reason being, it is an incredibly serious part of her character, who Alexstrasza is now. In fact, I think the SA of Alexstrasza sort of goes to what a phenomenal person Alexstrasza is. Even after everything that happened to her, she still chooses to preserve life. Even though she could slaughter all of the Dragonmaw, she wouldn't do it because they are still part of life. And so she refuses to do that. Which actually goes to just how you know, what kind of character Alexstrasza is, and also explains why the Aspects ultimately chose her as their leader. But I think the problem that Blizzard had, and I don't know who the fuck at Blizzard thought that this was a good idea is how they wanted to show the essay. You know, they tried to show the essay by having the player help ensure that Alexstrasza gets assaulted. And I mean, anyone with half a brain goes, it's a bit rough. I get that you need to show the assault in game because it's part of her character, but having the player help? That's rough. And maybe that's not how you do it. Like, if you really wanted to showcase, because the whole point of that entire series of quests is to show that you can't fuck with time, because you don't always know what the outcomes will be, and if you do fuck with time, things can go seriously wrong. So what I would have done with that quest is I would have had the player go in there and try to help Alexstrasza. So the player tries to set Alexstrasza free, and ultimately, actually, it works. We set her free, but then we see the end result of that. Chromie sort of comes to and says, okay, now that we've set her free, let's just fast forward in time and quickly go see if this actually worked. And then we fast forward in time and we find that Alexstrasza is actually dead. Because she escaped, now Farion decided to kill her. And she wasn't powerful enough to stop him because after what she had already gone through at the hands of she was weakened. And now suddenly you realize, oh shit. Okay, so even though the essay of Alexstrasza was really bad, it was nothing compared to what would have happened to her. Right? And then you could also show how once Alexstrasza dies, the whole Raid Dragonflight dies with her because they're now completely weakened. Deathwing and his brood kills all of the Raid Dragons, and that's the end of the Raid Dragon line. So you can really show players that, hey, the timeline needs to be preserved for a bunch of different reasons, and here is why. Even when things are really, really evil and really, really cruel, there's a reason why the timeline has to be preserved in the way that it is. So even though we do have the power to save Alexstrasza there's too many things that we have to change, and this could lead to a catastrophe down the line. Psycho Miko, how you doing, bro? 4 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, they didn't do that. But I wouldn't consider that to be a retcon. Would you? Christopher, how you doing, bro? What manscape? What? I wouldn't say Nosdormu has been retconned. That's not my issue with Nosdormu. My issue with Nosdormu is Chromie. I don't know how Blizzard managed it. It has to be a skill of some kind, but they have managed to take a character that I actually liked and completely fuck it. I can't stand Chromie now. And I actually liked Chromie. I thought she was a really cool character. You know, she was sort of like the one dragon that was always sort of jokey and nice, you know? And they managed to, in one expansion, turn me so anti-Chromie that if Chromie died now, I would help whoever was killing her. I would actually help. I would formally request that I can join that side to fight Chromie. I was rooting for a Ridicron in that fucking dungeon. So yeah, I don't know. Chromie has been a serious problem for me. This expansion is a serious problem for the story. She is the epitome of how WoW got the Disney treatment this X-Pack. I think they made Chromie just too not dragon. You know, but that's a problem. I think, actually, you know what? I want to change my answer. Who was retconned the most? So your question was, who was retconned the most in this expansion? And the answer is the dragons, the aspects. All of them. This expansion turned the aspects into plushies. They're dragons. Dragons are scary. Dragons are fierce. Like, I mean, you don't want to go up against a dragon. They are very powerful and they will you up, right? And they're plushies. That's what they are. They look so cute and cuddly in their new little models. You know, with their bling bling. Because all of them are blinged out for some reason. And you just look at their models and you think, who would be afraid of you? Like, how are you saving the world at all? I mean, and then Razageth, not just, like, let's just be clear here. Clodach Lunaria, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Let's just put this into perspective. Razageth shows up and she hands Alexstrasza her ass in seconds. Alexstrasza, the leader of the Aspects, can't even put up a fight against Razageth. Razageth owns her. The Aspects have been turned into a joke where they were once the protectors of Azeroth. They were the defenders of Azeroth. That is why they were chosen. And somehow Blizzard have managed to write these pussies. Just absolute pussy characters. That I mean, where's the... At least with Rathian, there was this arrogance, you know? This complete arrogance of, I am the best, I'm the Black Dragon. Rathian gets replaced by Abyssian. Abyssian is also this calm, I'm just gonna sit here on the steps in Shadowlands and not do anything. So that's gone. Sibelian also were a relatively interesting character, but they decided to go with Abyssian because and Abyssian does make the most sense, but again, it's just like Blizzard wanted to humanize the dragons and they managed to do it so well that the dragons just no longer feel important. Reese, the Northern Shaman, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I mean, Cornell Crits, dude, thank you so much for joining the Degenerate Club. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you. Very happy to have you here. Welcome to the DJ Nation, Cornell. I don't know. That would be my answer. I think the dragon aspects are the most retconned in this expansion. And it's so difficult to encapsulate as well. It's difficult to explain. I'm trying. That's why it's taking me so long. I'm really searching for the right words to put some kind of perspective on this, because it's not just one thing. It's like the dragons no longer feel like dragons, I guess is what I would say. They feel more like friends. And I don't think that's what the dragons should feel like, you know? Should the dragons feel like our friends? Why is everyone so surprised at this? Wait, Digit, can I just quickly, like... Dude, can I just, like... Why is everyone so surprised by this? Thrall reconnected to the elements, I think, in the second or the first patch of Shadowlands. Do no one remember going into Torghast, getting Thrall, he's hanging there, and then suddenly he calls the elements and it breaks him free? Hey, Thrall's been connected to the... I know many of you want to forget the Shadowlands, so I get that. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, Thrall's been connected to the elements for a while now. He's part of it again, so it's all good. Yeah, that's true. I think people did pay attention, but people just choose to forget, I think. Pasties, not so much. Nigo Spider, I mean, they feel like friends now. They don't feel like allies. They feel like friends, at least to me. The way Blizzard have set them up, they feel wholly useless. These are supposed to be the defenders of Azeroth. What have they defended us from thus far? What have they done? They've sat at the top of Aldraken and basically barked orders at us while the rest of us go do all the heavy lifting. And Blizzard should have done a better job of showing them actually be a part of all of those fights. You know, when we fought Razageth, imagine how cool a cinematic it would have been if while we were fighting Razageth, Razageth shoots up into the air and then she goes like up against Alexstrasza and Alexstrasza rips Razageth apart and Razageth falls to the ground. That shows that Alexstrasza is there. Alexstrasza is helping. What do you mean I'm frozen? I don't think I'm frozen. Am I frozen?
Oh my god!
Siginek, how you doing, bro? 22 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the game itself just really didn't do the aspects any favors this expansion. Where it could have been good. I mean, everything was there. It's not like it's not like you didn't have the recipe for amazing success. But you could see from the very get-go, Blizzard wanted to tell this story of togetherness. They wanted to tell this story, this feel-good, you know, My Little Pony, Animal Crossing level game. And that's what the Dragons ended up as. It's all just togetherness now. And I feel like with Dragons, I mean, you're dealing with Dragons, boys. Like, if you look at Dragons in all media, Dragons are big, they're scary, they're fucking monsters. You know, and sure, you could get very intelligent and you can get friendly dragons, but they still look like monsters, right? That's the point of dragons. They're monstrous. They're meant to scare us. Is anyone scared of the aspects? The kid show? Yeah, I really hope that in the next expansion, there's a lot more care taken with things like this. Because the models look brilliant. The models just don't look the way that a dragon should look. Like, there's nothing wrong with the dragons in terms of graphic fidelity. The problem is, you should have made them look scarier. Make them look good, but make them look scary. That's what I would have loved. Like, if the dragons actually looked scary as fuck. Can you imagine that? Like, how cool would that have been? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the training of the dragons that much. I don't really... Like, gameplay-wise, I think it was all fine. I think the story was just, again, a bit rushed. And this is sort of where World of Warcraft will always suffer, I feel. Until Blizzard loses this tell, don't show mentality, we're always going to have stories that suffer from this. Because that's fundamentally what happened here. Because the aspects were... Because we were only ever told of the aspects' involvement in the war, we were never actually showed, it feels like the aspects were just not involved. And that is something that only Blizzard can fix. They have to change the style of storytelling. It has to become a thing of show, don't tell. Take the player along for the ride. Let the player join the aspects on their war. You know, let the player quest alongside Alexstrasza. Let the player see how vicious and how monstrous Alexstrasza can be. The player has to be a part of that, you know? Blood Vixen, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Until that happens, we're always going to end up with these expansions where a lot of us, you know, a lot of our favorite characters sort of end up feeling a little bit empty. But that would require work. I think all it requires is planning. And I hope that that's why the new saga has been announced. Because Blizzard wants to spend more time telling or showing rather than telling. I'm hoping for that. See, because the problem with World of Warcraft right now is World of Warcraft sort of exists in limbo. Blizzard decided to remove the game out of the books because we were all complaining. We don't want to read about things that should be in the game. So Blizzard decided to make all of their books not be connected to the game. But then they also didn't put the books into the game. Right? So the parts that in the past you would read the book and you would learn about all of the things that the champions of like the champions did while we were playing through this expansion, those books no longer launch, right? We no longer get those books. So from our perspective, the champions, and I'm not calling us the champions here, I'm calling Anduin, Alexstrasza, you know, the dragons, those champions, I mean. All of those books have been removed. Now Blizzard tells different stories in the books. But now those stories are also not told in the game, so it ends up the stories aren't told in the game. Right? There's certain stories that are just not told because they're not told in the books, but they're also not told in the game, so you don't get that story. You're told just by the by, oh yeah, no, don't worry about it. This is you know, Alexstrasza was busy fighting Razageth, and you're like, where? When? The one cinematic we saw, she got her ass kicked. No, the aspects were very involved in fighting the Primalists and the Incarnates. When? Every time I've seen them, they've been sat on their asses in Valdrakken. What do you mean? They've been involved. Where? You know, and that's a big-ass problem. And those that are feral. I mean, it's about, like, this is the one thing that I think would have worked well. If it was my game and I was making the game, what I would have done with the dragons was I would have made them look vicious and fierce, but be friendly. So you look at them and you go, whoa. And then they talk to you and it's a kind voice. They are your friends. They're vicious. They're fucking dragons. You should be afraid of them. But these are your friends. You don't have to worry. They're not going to use their claws on you. They're not going to breathe fire on you. They're fine. Because it also creates that sort of contrast in the mind of the player. Which I think is an important contrast. That it should be there. It should exist. Mortals are friends, not food. Yeah, imagine if one of the dragons actually said that to one of the other dragons. Mortals are friends, not food. I think Blizzard has too few people doing the world building and story development. They want 12 people with a couple of them for each zone, and they just come up with the story. I mean, how could they have too few people, though? Like, how? Blizzard have over 700 developers working on their game. There's no shot that they have too few people. No shot on the live expansion. And I think that will solve a lot of issues, because now you have far fewer people Now you do go down to about 300 odd developers per team. And that is what most gaming studios have, is between 200 and 300 developers that work on a team. So you can organize those developers much better, and I think you can get a lot more work done. So if Blizzard can sort out that sort of pipeline, I think that would work really, really well. Garthicon, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. 300 is a shit ton, but again, CCS, look at Baldur's Gate, for example, was 450 developers. Cyberpunk was done with 450, almost 500 developers. Obsidian Studios is about 300 developers that work for it. In Exile has about 300 developers that work for it. That's sort of the average size of most small to large gaming studios. Sort of the average, not small, sorry, medium to large gaming studios that have that amount of developers that work for them. So it's a lot more manageable than 700. No time to die. That's exactly what I just said. Yeah. So we just watched that interview earlier. Well, I watched that interview last night already, but then I showed it to chat earlier in the stream. Vale, how you doing? Yeah, 5 is like, well, actually small is like 1. But yeah, I think 1 to like 30 Psycho would be considered a small studio. Like it would be considered an indie studio. I think the largest indie companies you have would be things like 8-bit studios or 11-bit studios. And I think they have something like 30 developers that work for them. So I think, yeah, indie goes up to maybe like 50. Maybe. Q&A that gets answered this Friday? There might be. Wait, is Q&A this Friday? Really? Dude, if Q&A is this Friday, we're gonna eat good. All right, we're eating good on Friday, boys. By the way, Vala, thank you so much for the first time chat. Really appreciate you. Do you think the Dragons will continue in a major way after DF? The World Soul Saga stuff implied to me that they may be leaving the aspects behind. Yeah, I mean, that is sort of Blizzard's thing, right? I don't think the Dragons will probably be involved in some way. Actually, they have to be involved. Remember, they are the defenders and protectors of Azeroth. The Void stuff very much is connected to them. And specifically, the Black Dragons will probably be very much involved in that. Also, we know Iridicron is going to be involved in that in some way, shape, or form. And Iridicron is very much the problem of the aspect. So, no, I think the aspects are here to stay. Maybe for the first time ever, we get some elements of previous expansions holding over into the next one. Have you submitted any questions? I have not. So I have not. No, I have never submitted a question in my life to Q&A. The questions I want to ask are not questions that I think I can submit. If I were to ask, I would want more conversation. It's also one of the reasons I've never actually applied for a developer interview. Like, even when I was a preferred content creator for World of Warcraft, I never applied for interviews with the developers. I view the interviews very useless. From my perspective, I wouldn't spend my time getting ready for an interview just to do an interview with one of the developers. Not in the way that they do it. It's a giant waste of time, in my opinion. I have said this to Terran Gregory. I have said this to Steve Denuser. I want them on my channel for an unlimited amount of time. Give me 2 to 3 hours. I want to talk to you. And I want to interview you. I want to ask a question and then you answer the question. I want to talk to you. I want to be able to ask you, why did you do this? You answer, and then I can go, but wait, that doesn't make sense. If you decided to do it this way, why weren't you, like, why didn't it work that way? What was your thinking? Why couldn't you do it this way? I want to be able to discuss it. I don't just want to do, So why did you decide to do this? Oh, because, you know, that was really what we thought the players wanted. Okay, moving on. Next question. No. No. Essentially what Breach did, yes, Fenric. That's what I say to Terran Gregory. That's what I say to Steve Denuser. I asked both of them if they would come on my stream, and they both told me email Blizzard PR, which I did, and they ignored my email flat out. So expected, but still. Again, Metzen would probably not, he would probably tell me contact PR, and PR has ignored me twice now. Once when I asked about Terran, the other time when I asked about Steve Denuser. Actually 3 times, because I also emailed PR to find out why did I not get beta. And this was before I found out that they had removed me from the preferred partner program. So 3 times I've emailed PR, and 3 times I've been completely ignored by Blizzard PR. So, you know. I don't think I'm getting that fucking interview, boys. They would never let you close enough to a Blizzard developer. True. They know I would push back a lot. It's, yeah. What can you do? You tried? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. You guys know my thinking on it. I deserve not being a preferred content creator. Like, I deserve it. I'm not gonna like sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna sit here and say I don't know why Blizzard doesn't want to, you know, give me time with the developers. I know exactly why they wouldn't. I called their lead developer a cunt. Like, live. Pretty interested in listening to Esvin's concerns about SOD. We can do that tomorrow. Did he make a video on it? Because, yeah, I'd be happy to listen to it tomorrow. Maybe like Akalon. Yeah, okay, I'll react to it tomorrow, definitely. Big surprise, I'm always respectful, right? But I guess that's just sort of like a cultural thing. Cunt really isn't that bad, at least here. You know, I guess I know Americans don't use the C word that often. So I'm assuming like it's a really bad word in America, but it's not a really bad. It's like here, it's just not a word you say in front of your parents. But you know, it's anyone watching the Cricket World Cup. Will they say win? Didn't we lose to India, AG? I thought we lost to India. Rhetorican, how you doing, bro? See you next Tuesday, man. Bandalaria, take care of yourself. Fuck that if it's not meant to scream cunt. Yeah, but most Americans don't call each other cunt. Which is the point, right? Here we say it loudly and proudly to whoever the fuck would listen. Wait, South Africa is actually still qualified for the semis? Huh. I did not know that. All I know is we won the Rugby World Cup, bitches. Like, all of the Australians can go cry in the fucking corner. You guys sucked this year. All of the New Zealanders can go fucking suck a dick. We won, bro. We won big. The rest of the world doesn't matter when it comes to rugby, so it's fine. Like you said earlier about California people, they're very sensitive, and that cunt word probably broke them. Probably in the northeast of England. Yeah, England is very similar there. We would call Karen that because she probably deserved it by 1 point. We still won, Soul Eater. Winning is winning. Americans don't like the word cut, but cutting off the things is just fine. SA, the rest of us. SA over the rest of us. Rugby rules, sorry. Dude, I watched that final. Like, I don't watch a lot of sport, but I did watch that final. And it was... Adams, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was so proud, man. I was so proud. I don't even know why. I don't even watch rugby anymore, but I was very, very proud when we lifted that cup. And then my president butted in as if he did something. Like, my president stood there and he lifted the cup and it was like, bro, what did you do? Like, why are you there? No one wants you there. Leave, your fucking asshole. Using cunt in US is liable to get you slapped in some places. Lots of girls hate it, but that's because people that use it here generally put a lot of vitriol in it. Okay, so in South Africa, the rules are... The rules are weird in South Africa, right? So when you're with the boys, you say cunt all the time. Because why wouldn't you? Although, if you're Afrikaans like me, you say puss, right? Because puss means cunt. It's the same thing. It's just push. It's a much funnier word, or a more fun word to say. Push. P-O-E-S. Push. Means vagina. It's literally just the swear word for vagina. But what you can't do is you never say that in front of a girl, right? That is a complete fucking no-no. You can say it when you're with the boys, but you're not allowed to say it in front of a girl. Ever. But that's true with all swear words. So if you're in the present, even me, I swear like a fucking sailor on stream. In real life, when I'm actually talking to girls, I don't swear at all. Like, not at all. It's just the switch that flips. Because you grow up learning that you're not allowed to swear in front of a girl. So you just don't. It's just, yeah, you just don't do it. And also not in front of your parents. Like, fucking absolutely not in front of your parents. Because your parents will kick your ass, no matter how old you are. You don't swear in front of your parents. You don't swear in front of older people. Because respect is like a huge thing here. I don't know if the rest of the world has that. Meanwhile, she cussing you for making a mistake. Yeah, I think it's different. Like, you can sometimes use, like, shit in front of a girl. Most girls wouldn't mind that. You can even selectively use fuck in front of most girls, and they'll be fine with it. If you do it too much, they'll obviously have a problem with you. But if you just do it every once in a while, it's fine. Wait, Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader is out already? What do you mean? Genomac, sometimes I have to go buy coffee, and sometimes the girl giving me the coffee is a girl. I don't go out of my way to talk to females, but sometimes they're just there, and I can't ignore it. If I do ignore the girl behind the counter, I'm not getting coffee. So I do. Like, sometimes you just have to do it, right? As a girl, I grew up around swearing all the time in my household, and then my grandma doing the surprise Pokemon face when I ended up in the principal's office for saying fuck you to my first grade teacher. Holy shit. Nice. I can see the links, Theseus. Even though it's not showing up for you guys, I can see the links. Game. Are they playing? Oh, they're playing the beta. No, I don't want to watch this. I do not want to watch this, Grofile. What are you doing? Why would I spoil a game for myself that I actually want to play myself? You get timed out for 30 seconds when you link. Dude, I could have sworn I turned that shit fucking off. Hold up. I'm logging back into Botrix now. I did turn that goddamn chatbot off. Yeah? You see this? That's the chatbot. Can you see that link protection isn't on? I have no commands, no modules set. So why... Why is it stopping links from going through? Wait, hold up. See this one? Okay, and now I have Kick on here, and yet I've streamed on Kick once and never again. But I have Kick on here, you know. Okay, try now. Link something. Adams, I have absolutely... Okay, so Botrix is still fucking doing it. I don't know. Let's see if we turn off the chatbot entirely. Try it now? Like, try a link now? Oh, you motherfucker! Please do not... It's off! You're turned off, you piece of shit! You guys can see it's off right now, and it's going, nah, fam, I'm good. Let me keep going. Let me just keep... Oh my god. Go settings, moderation, and at here there is a hyperlink option. It's under Twitch settings. No. So, Rithology, that's definitely not from Twitch. Because you can see, I can see a message saying, Bot Rick's official says, please do not share links. So I've always allowed links on my stream. Always. I don't have a problem with people sending links. I'm not turning it off everywhere. Why the fuck do I have a Discord? What? What? I'm logged into Discord? That's wild. Apparently Botrix is on Discord too. Okay, try now. We fucking fixed it, boys. We finally fixed it. Oh, wow. That was rough. Motherfucker. We have finally fixed it. Wow. All right, so Adam, I have absolutely zero thoughts about Israel and Palestine. Zero. I'm a video gamer. I play video games. I'm fat. I sit in my room and I play video games. That's it. It's the only thoughts I have about anything. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. I won't pretend to be intelligent enough to understand the history of that region. I don't know. Make up your own mind. You would have comment because of the apartheid of SA? No, I was 8 years old when apartheid came to an end. Like, I don't remember shit about apartheid, so I don't, like, I have no thoughts on it whatsoever. And even if I did have thoughts, I wouldn't share it here, because it's not what I do, right? The only time I talk about politics is when it has some kind of effect on video games. If it doesn't have an effect on video games, it has fuck all to do with me. Ziliex, I mean, it's a question that I think many people have, right? And remember, it is something that's happening in the world. And I think a lot of people are worried about it. That's why I decided to actually answer the question. I could have just ignored it, but I think it is important for people to know that while I have political opinions and while I have geopolitical opinions, I rarely share them outside of if it means something to the video game industry, right? If it doesn't mean something to the video game industry, I don't think my opinion on it matters. I don't see how how me supporting or not supporting something is going to help. Like, I will never tell you who to vote for because I don't vote. I will never tell you what to do or what not to do because I have no fucking clue. Did you ever try WildStar? I did, yes. I did. You asked the question, got a straight answer. Well, no big deal. Sometimes not having an opinion is a good thing. I try to have as few opinions as possible when it comes to non-video game shit. I also find that if you keep focusing on the real life, you get really depressed really fast. It's much easier to just focus on video games. Fuck the real world. I genuinely... sometimes you sort of let go and you start watching stuff on YouTube. You know, all of these political stuff. And before you know it, you're like, oh, the world's gonna fucking end. I can't wait. It's much easier to just go, fuck that. Play some video games. Have some fun. Screw the real world. Who cares, right? Wake me up when the fucking apocalypse comes. Like, as soon as my training in post-apocalyptic video games become relevant, come call me. Until such time, leave me the fuck alone. Like, I will be of much help, like, after the nuclear bombs have fallen. I've played enough games, I know exactly what to do. If a zombie apocalypse broke out, I've played those games. I'll know what to do. But don't call me trying to solve these things. I have no idea how to solve them or how to not have them happen. I've not played a game like that yet. Like, I've not played a game yet where I had to stop a nuclear disaster from happening. The fuck you asking me? I don't have the training for this. There was a joke told to me about Western men. Two men will talk about all things sexual about their wives to each other, but politics is a no-no topic. The problem there is I don't know what kind of Western men that would be. Because it's definitely not South African men. In South Africa, talking about your girlfriend or your wife is absolutely a no-no from a sexual perspective. You don't discuss your girlfriend or your wife. And if you have both a girlfriend and a wife, you fucking definitely do not discuss either of them with anyone else, right? At least not from a sexual perspective. You don't discuss that shit at all. But yeah, definitely it's not a South African thing. And I don't think it's a Western thing either. I think the vast majority of like, at least the Western world, your wife is sort of considered sacred, right? Like, you won't allow another man to say, man, I'll fuck your wife. She's so hot. But you will also not say that to anyone else because it's sort of like considered to be a very sacred thing. She's yours, right? You're not gonna belittle her or demean her in any way, shape, or form. True, Adrenaline Gaming. So common sense and respect good. Yeah, of course. Is it fable? While politics are enough? Yep. Does that mean gnomes and WoW represent... Oh, for the love of fuck, I don't know. I don't know. But, I mean, yeah, I guess if we're going by goblins or Jews, then the gnomes are probably Palestinian. But are the goblins and the gnomes actually in open warfare with each other? I don't think so. The goblins are sort of an open warfare against everyone. No? Actually, no, I'm lying. The goblins are not actually at war with anyone. Sorry, I completely got that wrong. The goblins, so only the Bilgewater cartel joined the Horde. All of the other goblin factions are completely neutral. Like, they have no issue. They are very much a whoever is willing to pay, they will do business with. They have no issue when it comes to selling to the highest bidder. It's only the Bilgewater cartel that have chosen to join the Horde. I think it was Bilgewater, Mike. Yeah, Venture Co would be, but I don't know if Venture Co is specifically hostile to the nations. They might be hostile to the players, but I don't know if they're necessarily hostile to the nations. I think they will still do business with the nations, even though they're not friends with the nations. Atomic Zombie, your guess is truly as good as mine on this one. I genuinely don't know. We've spoken about Silithus for a long time. We've speculated about Silithus for a long time, but I genuinely have no idea. Jesus Salazar, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, actually, wait. What's Nimith is correct. The Venture Co aren't just goblins, though. They're sort of made up of goblins and. There's like a bunch of humans and stuff in the venture company as well. So they seem to be just more of a hostile takeover of everything kind of group. Yeah, most likely like an East India Company clone. The Midnight expansion being strongly void-leaning and Illyria's Void Whisper saying Sylvanas was dangerous. Do you think they might try and include her in the next expansion? Yes, I actually think Sylvanas is going to be 100% included in the next expansion. There's no way we're going back to Quel'Thalas without Sylvanas there. I mean, it would make no sense. This is where Sylvanas fell. This is the main story of Sylvanas' life. I highly doubt that Sylvanas isn't going to be back in some way, shape, or form. That would surprise me if that happened. Yeah, Quel'Thalas is where Midnight takes place. But alright, boys, I'm gonna go grab food. I have brisket, but I also have biltong, some jerky, and some dried sausage. So I'm not yet sure if I'm gonna eat the brisket or the dried sausage and the biltong first. And maybe eat the brisket tomorrow. It's already been aging for about 8 days now. Wait, aging. I want to see if that makes a difference, although I'm not sure. Would aging make a difference in brisket, do you think? Since you cook the living fuck out of it, would that actually make a difference? Psycho Miko, link it? More acids, more flavor? Maybe. But I mean, you do cook the living fuck out of brisket, so... Okay, so this is massive spoiler. But there's a new cutscene. And this comes from chapter 5. Now, what upsets me is how is this cutscene available for viewing? Wait, how is this cutscene available for viewing? How is it possible to data mine this cutscene? It's chapter 5, which probably means it's after the raid. You have to do the raid first in order to get chapter 5, or maybe it's just before the raid, but how is this cutscene available for data mine yet? It should not be, but hey, you know, I'm nosy, so... the first blue box screen is Chain Storm Stout between Rockon and Rexar. The second blue box scene is for Rack and Dragon Form. Oh well, let's see.
Well done, champion. Now we must.
Oh, that's Shadow Flame? That Shadow Flame? That's the shit that almost killed Sibelian. That's rough.
It seems your reign is finished, Alexstrasza.
You once fought for an ideal, Farok. Now, you merely seek power
Yes. And you are in my way.
Yggdrasil will never be yours. Your obsession will destroy you.
Okay. Oh, this is your end, Alexstrasza. The Dragon Queen dies alone.
I am not alone.
They always speak too much. Like, always speak too much. He should have just done it immediately. I mean, no problem whatsoever, right? But there's always some kind of just speaking too much. Oh, wow. You know, Ripperoni. Oh, let's go. All of the heroes just showing up like that?
Do you not see? All of Azeroth stands united.
Wait, what? Wait, this is not right. Sibelian got hit with Shadow Flame, and it nearly killed him. To the point where, carefully, they had to extract the Shadow Flame from him. Alexstrasza just got hit by the literal same bolt, and she good. She just immediately stood up and went, oh, you know, never mind. We good. I don't know if that makes any sense. Even if the Black Dragons are weaker to Shadow Flame, it not that quick. And for anyone that's looking at the Infinite Dragon, yes, the Infinite Dragons are friends now, by the way. We went back and we convinced the Infinites that actually, you know what? Nosdormu is a good guy and you should follow them. So yeah, the Infinites are no longer enemies. They have realized that Nosdormu should have a choice, and Nosdormu doesn't want to be Morozond, and they should respect his choice. I kid you not, that is literally the words that Eterna said. Like, that's her words. She didn't realize that Nosdormu doesn't want to be Morozond.
Against you.
Oh, crap. Dude, the video became unavailable mid-view. Oh, crap. But we got it. We got it, boys. I still have it. I recorded this. I still have the first bit. I think Wowhead was probably contacted by Blizzard, and they probably asked Wowhead, listen here, turn this shit off right now. We need you to turn this shit off. If they were to email me and ask me to remove it, I would have some demands. I would be like, what do I get if I remove this from my channel? I want 2.5 hours with Chris Metzen, please. And I'll remove it. I'll private it. No, we're not doing that. Then the video stays up. In fact, I'm going to ask all of my viewers to fucking tweet this video to everyone. All right, defenders of Rune do not let him escape, and they did escape though. Put it on YouTube ASAP. Yeah, I'll do it right after the stream. I'll just quickly edit this and upload it. Why not? You know, we are here. May as well make the best of it. What is this now? More spoilers? Oh, no, this is just them writing out the campaign. Yeah, I'm not going to go through that. Fuck that. That's a lot of work. Screw that. I do find it interesting. The shadow flame shifted from his eyes to his horns. Well, he's already filled with it, so it kind of makes sense. Yep, Wowhead's vids on this are taken down. I'm telling you now, Blizzard reached out to Wowhead and was like, please, that should not have been in the files. Please remove it from YouTube. Remove it from YouTube. But now that I have it, see, when I'm... Fuck principles. I'm not going to be uploading it to YouTube. Now, the fact of the matter is, I know that Blizzard asked Wowhead. This is the only reason why Wowhead would remove it, is because Blizzard asked them. And I do think that players deserve not to have their game spoiled, even if it isn't that heavy of a spoiler. Players deserve to see that shit in the game. So right after this, I'm going to make the VOD private as well. Because, yeah, I don't want to be the guy that spoils it for people, even though it would probably get some mega views. I'd rather not do that. So yeah, the VOD is going to be private, so if you miss this stream, you're not going to see it. Yeah, but I mean, most of the cutscene was finished. We kind of already know how that cutscene ends. Grofile, the funny thing is, I've always been a fucking good guy. I just swear a lot, and I'm very direct. But I've always been a good guy. Wow theory from Domago. Titans are using world engines to harness other cosmological forces to create an ultimate titan who would have power of all. World Soul is already imbued with elements. There was Void, Chaos Fel, Sargeras' Sword, Death, Chaos Magic. And now we see some Giant Light. Arathi Power, also Gahoon, Decay Experiment. So, Domago, your theory isn't unique, though. Because it's a theory that I have videos all the way back in BFA about this. It's the sort of the unified theory that I've had since BFA, where it looks like Azeroth is sort of powering herself up to become almost like a super titan. The part of your theory that I didn't have, but could also be very interesting, is that it's the Titans that's trying to build the Mega Titan. That's an interesting one, because I've never assumed that. I've always assumed that it was Azeroth that somehow sneakily managed to sort of pull all of these forces into herself. So it's like Azeroth is building herself into this super titan. I don't know what it would mean if it is the Titans themselves that's doing it, though. I don't think it's the Titans. They don't seem the type. Not to mention the fact that I no longer believe Azeroth to be a Titan. I wish I had a conscience. The imp on my shoulder doesn't shut up. The thing is, it's not so much a conscience, Blood Vixen. To me, it's... And I truly don't give a fuck about Blizzard in this one. I don't care if Blizzard, you know, didn't want players to see this. I care about the players. And as a player, I know that this is something that would piss me off. You know, especially if I'm really, really into the story. This is the kind of stuff that you want to see while you're playing. You want that to be the first time you see the cinematic is when you're playing it. So it doesn't feel right to do the very thing that I know players will hate. As a content creator, I've sort of been forced to give up on that part of gaming. Like, that's why I don't cover all video games, FYI. Because there are games that I just refuse to become a content creator for. Because these are games that I want to play and I want to see it for the first time. I don't want to do it on stream and I don't want it to be a job. These are my games and I play these games for myself. But WoW obviously is my job, so I don't think of WoW in that way, but I do know that other players do. So it's more just a thing that I don't want to do it for the players. Cinematic, in your stream, you said they always speak too much, but today you were the one who spoke too much. Zorak, yes, I am. The irony of that statement is not lost on me. Let's put it that way. I'm well aware of the irony of my statement. But to my defense, I always talk too much. Ines, yes, I think midnight is when she's coming back. Which book is that? For what universe is that? I went because I didn't read it now. Monguku, that's also true, yes. And no one was holding an axe over my head. But there is a reason why WoW or all reacts that I do on this stream is usually about 4 times or 3 times longer than the actual video. Because I always talk too much. And who's that behind you right now? Did you realize, Mike, I can see literally what's going on behind me, right? I have my entire screen right here where I'm looking at you. Right below it is me. I can see what's going on behind me. I'm not streaming blind here. It's chat on that side and then me right there. Is the cutscene back up? I wonder why they took it down then. See it because vampires don't reflect in your camera's mirror? Poltergeist is after you, bro. Why is WoW taking the cutscene up and down? You think it was just a bug? Okay, well, where were we? Dude, was there anything left to really react to in this? Like, fine. I'm not why am I restarting it?
All of Azeroth stands united against you.
It is time to end this! We're all burn together!
Defenders of the dream!
That was actually funny.
Do not let him escape.
That was actually funny. Just a little box. Just a little box. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I had to like watch this. Like, why were you guys so excited? We didn't miss much with the original. It was, yeah, I don't know. Defenders of the dream do not let him escape, and then they actually let him escape. Kind of does make one wonder. Let's see. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We will be playing this tomorrow on stream. So hopefully, hopefully it's not. Do you guys realize that when you do the poop sound on stream, I genuinely get people in the comment section going, dude, did you just fart while you were making the video? Like, genuinely. There's people that think I fart while making video games. Just loud, wet farts. Just, you know, just one after the other, going fucking nuts with the farts. It is the wildest thing because I think, because I turned down the sound in, because I turned down the sound in videos, it's probably so quiet that it's not obvious that it's just the sound. So people probably do think, oh, he just lets it rip quietly, thinking the mic doesn't pick it up. Doesn't you, but no. Those I think they know, but I think it's just because the font is quiet, people may think that. No, but if I make it too loud, it's going to be hellish for people with headphones, and also it's going to distract from the video. I just keep it into the videos because it's usually part of the ambiance of the video.
Emotional damage.
Just ara Miyako. Have I ever fucking ara you in my life? Like, I still don't really know what ara means, you bastard. I added ara because you guys asked for it. I don't watch anime or wherever the fuck ara happens.
It's not always about the.
Yeah, that. I don't know what this means. All I'm thinking is it means something with sex. It's something about sex. That's all I can think. Like maybe orgasm related. Wait, there was... What the fuck? What Mass Effect tease was there? Oh, shit. Mickey Bunny, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when we started this stream, someone sent me this countdown timer for Mass Effect. Some kind of spoiler for Mass Effect. And I completely forgot about it. But then I got back to this page and it was on 00000. I hit reload. And now there's a video here. Shall we watch it? It's only 7 seconds. Bro, what the fuck? Was that female shape? That looks like female shape though. Dude, that's N7. That's female shape. It can't zoom in, at least not at the minute. Dude, the colors are N7 100%. Those are... Well, Mike, the thing for me is, if you're gonna do another Mass Effect game, would the players be okay with you not using Shepard? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I wouldn't feel like I'm playing a Mass Effect game if I'm not playing with Shepard. It would not feel like Mass Effect. Shepard is Mass Effect. Mass Effect is Shepard. If you are not Commander Shepard saving the galaxy, then who the hell are you? That, plus the fact that as far as I know, the canonical end for Mass Effect 3, you see Shepard take a breath after you thought he died. As far as I know, that is the canonical end. You see Shepard breathe. Like, there's that scene where Shepard's just lying there with shit on top of him, and then you see him go, like, you see his chest move. That's, as far as I know, that's the canonical end for Mass Effect 3. Saying I'd be upset, just that it'd be unlikely. Why would it be unlikely? I don't see why it would be unlikely. No, I think Shepard lives. And I think next one we play with Shepard. that remade him probably. You could have that as well, where they actually rebuilt him into... So the thing that could probably mean Shepard can live forever is because of Mass Effect 2. Now, fuck, I really don't want to spoil things for people who have not played Mass Effect before. But everyone that has played Mass Effect before, what happened to Shepard at the beginning of Mass Effect could have made him close to immortal. Could have. I'm not saying it did, but there's a possibility that it could have. Well, it's called... No, that's going to be a spoiler. Those of you that's played it will probably know, right? You'll probably know what I'm talking about.
It's not always about the ooh. Sometimes it's about the ara.
Dude, they keep teasing us. When are we finding out what this is actually about? Like, when the fuck are they actually going to give us information on this? Like, must we always do this? Is there something where... That is N7. 100% that's N7. I'm trying to see... Dude, that's N7, and that is one of the ship's doors. Like, look at that door there. That looks exactly like the doors on the ship. Like, tell me that is not N7. Like, that Shepard. Yeah, I've decided next Mass Effect, you'll be playing with Commander Shepard. Again. Is there a code hidden in those glitchy dots at the end? Dude, I'm not going to go that fucking meta on this shit. You're now going deeper meta than what I think I can go. I mean, we can put this to the slowest that you can watch it and see. But I would not hold my breath. No. I mean, even at 25% speed, it is too fast. No. No, it looks like it's just a glitch. It looks like it's just a glitch. You know what this looks like? It looks like Shepard's jacket on the ship. In number 3, you can choose different outfits for Shepard on the ship. And it looks like Shepard's jacket here. It's exactly what this looks like. Which is this? Oh, dude, come on. This is in the cargo hold of the ship. That's the ship's cargo hold. Yep. I have decided what we see here is Shepard. What's this? Oh, there you go. Yeah, bitches. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, please. I am so ready for this game, man. I am so ready for this game. I need this in my life. Too slender to be female shape. I think it's Liara taking up the mantle. Would Liara join N7 though? N7 is a human mission. I don't think Liara would join N7. I don't think Liara can join N7. Yeah, N7 is human. There's no way Liara could join N7. No. The Shadow Broker can't just become human. In order to be part of N7, you have to be human. N7 is sort of like the human military special ops wing. So no, that would never work. Have you seen the old TV show Babylon 5? I think you'd love it. I view Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 as Babylon 5, the video game. There's so many similarities. I have not watched Babylon 5. It is something that I've wanted to watch. I have watched The Expanse, and I would say The Expanse is probably, like, there's so many things in The Expanse that reminded me of Mass Effect. I never would have played Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 if it wasn't for the Manslayer Gamer poop vids. Wait, what? Blood Vixen? Supposedly Mark Meir and Jennifer Hale and some of the cast are doing a stream on Sundays. Who knows? Dude, I'm looking forward to that. I need to see it. But all right, chat. Enough of this. I've been here for 8 hours and 20 minutes. I need to go grab food. I'm fucking hungry and my ass is going. Enough sitting for today. I need to start walking around, moving around, and doing some crazy shit. I love you all. Thank you all so much for coming out. YouTube, Twitch, you've been amazing. Thanks for having me. Thanks for spending your afternoon or your morning with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. As always, ladies and gentlemen, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you tomorrow. Peace out, fam.